All right, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Don Philly in the building. What's going on, player? Shout outs to everybody here, man. We are here All right, we back. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. I am chilling right now. A little under the weather, man. I was working last night and it started to rain. I was at a spot last night and ended up starting to rain. So I didn't have my umbrella and Rihanna couldn't save me. So I'm a little under the weather today, but it's cool. Don't trip. All right, so we're gonna get today's show in. Hit the like button on the way in, subscribe and support. You know what I'm saying? Got a couple of topics to cover on tonight's show. You know, we kicking it a little bit late on late night, but we always kick it on the late night, so it's gonna be all right. Um, I saw something, and not too many people are talking about it, but I thought it was talked about on her first appearance. I didn't know that it was on her second appearance. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, fasting? I'm good. I'm just a little bit under the weather. You know what I'm saying? Got to work under a little bit of different conditions, but it's all good, man. I'm just a little under the weather. I had to work last night and I ended up getting caught in the rain on the way back home after I got off air because I had to do a little bit of work at a little spot out here, but it wasn't too bad. So, all right. But let's get to tonight's show. Y'all hit the like button on the way in, subscribe and support. So, I guess there was this video that popped up. I didn't know I didn't know she went back on the show for a second time, but yeah, you know they out for her head. So just Pearly Things, right? Has like a video of her playing like a guitar or a banjo or whatever, just talking about Hitler and saying saying a whole bunch of just some crazy stuff. I saw a snippet of it, and I might do a show on that today. But you know, I don't know if y'all noticed, but within the last, let's say, 15 years or something like that, 10 years or so, decade, over a decade, there's always like these, and they look like, for some reason, they look like all these videos are like the same. You know what I'm saying? They look like initiation rituals. I'm not too big on the initiation rituals that goes on in Hollywood, but they look like initiation rituals. And what I mean by they look like initiation rituals is, there's always like some weird video of, somebody playing like the banjo or somebody wearing blackface or, some kind of weird shit. Like a couple years ago, same thing with Justin Bieber. Remember there was like a video with Justin Bieber, and he was I think he was just straight flat out just saying the N word and making jokes and playing his banjo and stuff like that. I think these are kind of like online, initiation rituals. You know, yeah, yes, yeah, that's that. And I'm glad fasting is here because fasting definitely could add a lot of context to that. And fasting too. Austin is in. He was talking about Uganda not too long ago. So I definitely want to get your thoughts on that also. But yeah, man, these are like it's like some type of like weird initiation ritual, and like I guess they do stuff like that. So I guess, when these people rub them the wrong way or they did something to violate, because within the past couple of months, I'm pretty sure Pearl did some stuff to violate some people, maybe, a father's friend or something like that. Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but it's just crazy how now all of a sudden, even with all the research that Black YouTube did and all this other weird shit, people are doing to try to throw her under the bus. You know, you know, they're throwing out these, initiation rituals. So she probably did something a while back, and all of a sudden these little tapes are starting to, surface of her saying some crazy stuff. I mean, we all kind of knew. I mean, if you know anything, if you know a thing or two about a thing or two, you know what I'm saying. You said Uganda sold black folks too. Yeah, it's a crazy slope when you start talking about certain countries in Africa. It definitely is. But I mean, it's like you got to do research, because, like, when you're studying Black history, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You got to kind of leave bias out of it and do research on both sides and see what the real story is. Because I'm not gonna lie, when you leave America and you start really putting the dots together, you're gonna be like, "Damn, this is crazy." But I can see how, by the time the story gets back to America, how we got a completely different story. But yeah, that all of that stuff is multi-layered. You know. So it's like, to really get to the bottom of it, you kind of got to be unbiased. That's like, honestly, the truth with, like, all Black history, to tell you the truth. But that's not easy. That's not an easy thing to do, to, hear about some of the inhumane stuff that people had to go through and stuff. So, you know, it's crazy. But yeah, I think Pearl did something a while back and got somebody mad, because after a while, these videos start to pop up. And honestly, I don't know. I think she handled it pretty well. Piers Morgan is the last person on earth to really try to run like a racist narrative on somebody else, especially a younger sister. So that's extremely lopsided. But a lot of the people that probably would watch that show, or that programming, to see her go under, or if they like her, or if they're fans of hers or whatever. It's like the older people know what's going on, but the younger people will see that, and they'd probably get mad about that, or probably not. I mean, like, the don't feel no type of way about racism, and to a certain degree, I don't think too many Z's experienced racism. Not the younger ones, the older ones probably, but not the younger ones. This is why you have stuff going on that I told y'all was going to happen in the future, where they're going to start to downplay slavery, because that's all you hear. You don't even hear Black history. You hear slavery, right? You're gonna start to, they're gonna start to, I heard they taking stuff out of the books in Texas already. At some point, they're gonna get rid of Black History Month and replace that with some type of Pride Month. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't really like to help out the young, Black kids in schools and stuff like that. They don't really want to put all that attention on them, or drum up that type of stuff in them, because it makes them seem more favorable. I don't know how we got to this point. And all the people that's taking our civil rights are backing it, because they kind of want to erase how we got our civil rights. They want to put other people in the driver's seat. You know what I'm saying? How we got our civil rights. You said Uganda didn't exist back then. It was the Muslim Arabs and Nilotic who sold Bantu people. You said the people in Uganda admitted they sold black folks. Cool to just say, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of places in Africa, that sold black folks. Because you gotta look at it like this too, Don. Like, check this out. It's like if like people like it's kind of not even just like the management, but like let's say if a bunch of people are beefing, right? And tribes aren't talking to each other and this, that, and the third. And like people come to you and like, yo, we about to invade y'all. We heard you had gold. We heard you got resources. We heard you got this, that, and the third. And this happens. That group of people that don't mess with the other people across the river, they're gonna be like, oh no, no, not us. Look, we don't have any problems with you. Blah blah blah. We know where you can go get gold, resources, and everything. And they're like, oh really? Where? If you go across if you go across that river over there, there's people over there that got gold. They got this type of stones. They got these precious gems. They got this. They got that. You don't want to attack us. We're your friends. So you can take them out. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like they didn't need us. We don't have to take out people that don't F with us. They can go take people out, right? And then they're like, okay. So they go over there and it was like, you know what? Y'all are good people. You ain't lying, right? You ain't lying. We're going to go over there. We're going to take they took their golds. They take their diamonds. What's going on, little Shirley? We're going to get back to the convo, but I want to run this by y'all, right? So they go over there, they take their gold, they take their diamonds, and they're like, wow, these are nice, man. Wow, we didn't expect all of this stuff, right? Yeah, we're our own enemies, right? And then they're like, okay, now that we took over here, yeah, what about your gold and diamonds? What do you got? Oh, no, 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 sir, not us again. Uh, we don't mess with those people over there neither. They try to pick sides when we were warring with those people. So they got resources. They got way bigger and better resources and stuff that they're hiding over there. If you like that gold and diamonds that you find here, you can find more over there. You know what? You told us the truth last time. We F's with you, got you, right? Then they go over there, take over that. The next minute, that keeps happening until you're surrounded. Until you're surrounded. Until you're surrounded. And then they still come and take your shit. You probably bought yourself a little bit of time, but it doesn't work. You're still surrounded. It's the same thing. They did the same thing with the Creole people. A lot of Creole people was like, "Oh, I'm not black. I'm Creole." Sold out a whole bunch of other black people. Put them on the boat. Put them on the boat. Put them on the boat. And then it's like, okay, well, once they're all rallied up, you did our job for us, and you put those other black people on the boat because you're not black. You're Creole. Then they say, okay, all right, we're about to move out. Get your ass on the boat too. What? No, no, sir. I think you've made a mistake. I am not black. I'm Creole. Nigga, if you don't get your dumb ass on that damn boat, that's exactly what happened. So it's a sick game, but it's war. War is not beautiful. It's not. It is what it is. But that aside, though, I digress. Getting back to the Pearly situation, she probably pissed someone off because this happens to a lot of uh, a lot of um, young and up and coming people in the industry, like Justin Bieber. Hell, you might find something on Chloe Bailey and Halle Bailey. You might find something. There's always like some weird videos that always surface of them like playing their banjo, saying Heil Hitler and all this other weird stuff and all. Oh, I read Mein Kampf today, and they tweet about it and stuff. There's just always some weird stuff that comes out the woodworks. But like I said, Piers Morgan and all those other cats that's like kind of shedding light on this is it's just the media playing games with you guys all over again. We've been doing this for a long time on the internet, and you guys been seeing what we've been doing for a long time on the internet. That you got to understand that TV can't play these games and not think that people don't see it. Like television is like 10 years behind the internet. So when they're trying to play these games on TV and it hits the internet, people that are on the internet that kind of been in the trenches and seen a lot of things that you guys have seen, it's clear as day. It's clear as day. But no matter what it is, even if it's clear as day, you know what I'm saying? If it's clear as day, it matters. The only thing that matters is the person that's looking at it or listening to it, or hearing it. Do they believe it? It boils down to if you want to believe your lying ears, or if you want to psych yourself out with what you just saw. It's just clear as day. So I'm not surprised that Pearly um is playing a banjo and singing some weird off key song that may offend like a bunch of other people. Like I told you guys when she was sitting down with Nick Fuentes, that they had a lot in common. Not even just in the conversation that they were having. It was just, their demeanors kind of matched each other. A lot of times when you guys are in the same realm with somebody else, your body does something called mirroring. You know what I'm saying? It mirrors each other. So they were having a great time and stuff like that. It's just how people grow up, you know, versus versus uh versus how they were raised, and the things that they believe in. Nick Fuentes, going over some of his, some of his hangups and certain things in history and stuff like that. They click. It makes sense. So that's why Pearl was having a little bit too much fun speaking to Nick Fuentes. You know, and then y'all got to look at it too, like he probably it's politics. That's really what it is. It's politics as usual. You know, but I was telling you guys like a minute ago that King Riches and all them other people at some point, because I mean, I knew at some point they were gonna use her, because you just can't sustain yourself there. But at some point, I knew they were gonna leave or break bad on Pearly, because you know, if you're signed to another YouTuber and they're doing like questionable stuff, if their content is questionable and stuff like that, I mean, hold on, y'all. Let me do this. Where's my remote? Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Shit acting stupid. Anyway, when you're signed to another YouTuber and they're doing questionable content and stuff like that, and interviewing people that are getting kicked off of platforms and things of that sort, you know, by proxy, if you're broadcasting on their platform, by proxy, whatever your friends or whoever you're working with got going on, they're going to be in trouble also. Their platforms are going to be in trouble also, because you might not be able to stream on the main channel and stuff like that. Like, for example, I did that show last night, right? And we were showing Errol Spence, and we were talking about the other Crawford and stuff like that. Did y'all know I got struck? They struck this channel and they struck my other channel. So my secondary channel, I can't go live for like a week. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's why when I say, hey guys, if y'all can like, subscribe, and support the show, because stuff be getting taken down and stuff like that. I didn't even play 30 seconds of the fight. I didn't play 30 seconds of the fight, and they struck the channel. 30 seconds, you know, 30 seconds. Didn't even play 30 seconds. And lo and behold, I get this magical email that your channel has gotten struck. Sat there and just did nothing but commentary. I seen other people break down the full fight. I see the full fight all over the place. Don't nobody get struck. But guess who gets struck? Me. Wake up, take a shower, do some content, and get struck. Ugh. Whole shift, whole 8 hour video gone. But anyway, you know, by proxy, your content is going to be associated with with what she got going on. And it seems like a good idea at first because it's like, oh well, you get to work at a network basically. We get to unify our audience. Everybody's like, oh, okay, so they're unifying the audience. And you get these contracts, you get editors, it seems like you get all this nice stuff, but in reality, you get what you get, you know. And I wonder if how was those contracts? Did they have to buy themselves out of those contracts? Is there a remission period? Did they keep their their masters and stuff like that? All of that stuff comes into play, because nobody in the manosphere here, like, I just want to let y'all know, the majority of people in the manosphere have no earthly idea of what they're talking about. I think this should be clear and evident right now. You know, nobody. I have yet to hear anybody in this space break down, how a music contract works or a recording contract. I have yet to hear anybody in this space break down some of the things that you guys need. When you're in that position, these people, these people are the same people that claim you didn't even need a mic. So maybe this whole thing that's going on in the manosphere right now is what should happen. The acid approach. Burn it, burn this place down, and then whoever survives, and then we'll just take it from there. I guess we did. But the King Riches dude, he left. Auntie Jenny, she left. And I'm pretty sure behind the scenes, other people are leaving, and probably somebody behind the scenes left, which is really why both of them left. Because honestly, if somebody abandons their position, you probably have to do a little bit more, and not only just do a little bit more, more responsibilities put on you, and it's like you're not getting paid anymore, or you're not getting their share, or their cut is not worth the extra work that you know that is not worth it. Long story short, then you have the woman, you have the woman that's controlling the ship, appearing on all of these shows, um openly. Racism is getting shown, and all kinds of stuff. It's just, or whatever y'all want to call it these days. um like I said, I'd rather somebody say, hey, I'm racist, and it's like, okay, cool, that's what's up. Pick a number. Welcome to the party. It's like I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's the least of our worries now, but it's like we got bigger fish to fry. You know, overt racism it's been a joke, but it's a joke at this point. It's even a joke for people that are really like that. I mean, because they'll get you up out of the paint, because it's not a, even if they agree with you, it's not a, it's not an overt game. It's a covert game, and it works better, works more efficiently, makes more money, goes undetected when it's covert. So silent weapons for quiet wars. It changes. You know, and if you're wondering, what I was saying earlier, why they're taking it out the textbooks and the schools and stuff like that. If you just paid attention to what I just said, I just gave you your answer right there. It works better when it's covert. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna act like it never happened. You know, bad enough people don't know their history nor care and misdiagnose, and then people are still playing these different cards. Uh they have to gray up the area of how civil rights were gotten. They have to muddy it up. How civil rights were actually, you know uh in a lot of, in a short span, they're gonna give the L Gibbet credit for moving the chains forward in the whole civil rights thing. That's kind of what, the money and what what a lot of that stuff is for. So I mean, if you guys, you know uh can't put two and two together, when it comes down to the to what's being, talked about. What's going on, Tyrone? Shout outs to you, player. What's going on, man? Good to see you. Yeah, so that's why they got to move a certain way. Like, the schism, we're gonna call it the schism, works better when it's covert. So that's why you kind of got to get the older cats up out of here. You know what I'm saying? They got Farrakhan, and plus Farrakhan's getting old. He's been old for a minute. He don't have that same fire, that he had back in the day. Maybe once in a while it might come out, but he don't have that same fire. And honestly, it's like they know him as honorable, but with all due respect, the younger generation can't connect with a lot of the older cats, and it kind of got sped up a lot faster after COVID because um America kind of showed its hand. You know what I'm saying? For the money grab, it kind of showed its hand. So the kids, you're not fooling disease, and you got to birth a new generation of kids that don't know or care about uh you know um the reset. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta birth a new set of people that you can sell that American dream to. And now you're starting to see like finance influencers and a couple of other people, on the internet and over here on YouTube, jazzy up their channels just to basically repackage stuff that they heard, over in these spaces, in the red pill spaces, that that you can't really sell the American dream no more. You know what I'm saying? When you have the majority of Americans, can't even buy a starter house. You know, schools are setting a lot of these kids up for failure. You know, and you got a lot of these kids at a younger age turning to drug use and and turning to to certain different coping mechanisms. Like, of course, you want your kids to grow up healthy and strong. And you want to, tell them to stay in school and do certain things. But honestly, man, some of these places, man, you tell your kids to go to college, man. Some of these colleges that y'all gonna send y'all children to, which are these indoctrination camps, man. Y'all be wondering why y'all kids get hooked on certain things. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, when you send them off to school and stuff like that, that's the first time they've been around. First of all, that's their first time being free for the most part, especially if they leaving or even if they close by on campus. That's their first time really being somewhat free. And at the same time, man, college will put your children around drugs that they normally wouldn't get or be around. Some of them, had they had stayed home, you know. So when people be asking all these semantical questions, man, all you can do is raise your kids with morals and teach them, different things and stuff like that about life, and just let them go. Because you're not gonna, you can't be on them 24/7. You can't micromanage them 24/7. The world is moving at a different pace right now. It's not the world of yesteryear, and this is why I was telling the brothers in the manosphere. I'm like, bro, we got to start talking about being more modern, because honestly, if we can't even go back to a time. We can't even go back to 2018. You know what I'm saying? So in reality, how are we gonna how are we gonna try to get women to cooperate and do all of these things? And like, a lot of the guys have lost their way. They don't know why they want women to do certain things. They just heard the next man say it, so they kind of parrot it also. And then some people actually get far parroting this stuff. You guys were asking me about Fresh and Fit not too long ago. I think people are like, oh well, Myron and Fresh, they're gumps, they're this, they're that. Yeah, some of that may be true. Some of that may be true, but I don't even think they would know what to do with an actual submissive woman, because they spent so many years of their lives dating whoever, and the last couple of years trying to convince women to live a life that there's just it's just not there for them anymore, you know or it's not even there. It's just there's no interest in it. You're starting to see people that claim to be kept and stuff. And I've seen it even in my personal life. I remember this one girl. This was before the pandemic. Um, she was kind of like the herbal tea Erica Badu type. Growing her dreadlocks, uh, staying in shape. Eating fruit. Yeah, that type. Burning candles and incense and that type, right? And I was like, okay, that's cool. And every time like she spoke to me, she was like, speaking in, basically a hotep chick, right? Speaking to me in a different vernacular, and she's like, "Oh, I don't show off my body. I don't do this. I don't do that. I don't blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Okay, that's what's up." Just in conversation, I wasn't trying to get at her, nothing like that, right? So during the pandemic, people had to find different avenues to sustain work, their job or lifestyle or whatever. A lot of people, it's an entrepreneur boom. A lot of people were becoming entrepreneurs. And she started selling like waist beads and stuff like that. And, little by little, clothing just start coming off. It's like, wow. And now all of a sudden, full fledged, she's on OnlyFans, you know? And there's a lot of people on OnlyFans now. I just did a whole show not too long ago, telling you guys how people are pumping the brakes on the OnlyFans. A lot of women are figuring out it's not what it is. A lot of them kind of got railroaded into it. OnlyFans has became a pyramid scheme. You know, is one of those things. It's like, because I mean, the pyramid schemes ain't bad, but it depends on where in the pyramid you at. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? People get in and get out. That's what the pyramid scheme is for. Your luck is to make sure you just don't find it on the tail end. Because if you find it on the tail end, you might not make as much money as you normally would. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, y'all. Is it raining? Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, you might not would have made as much money as you would unless you got in on it early. You know what I'm saying? So pyramid schemes definitely aren't bad, but you want to get in. You want to get in early. So now you got like a whole bunch of women here that uh, that first of all, people think that OnlyFans is easy. No, it's actually not. You're kind of essentially doing a little bit different what I'm doing on YouTube, which is making content, and it's hard. Okay, so if hold on, y'all. I don't know why this thing keeps going up. We're gonna keep it on. If you can't talk or be entertaining or say or do things or have anything profound to say or any type of value to give to your audience for like 10 minutes, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. North of 10 minutes at least. You know, you're fucked. Like, there's other things, they can, rely on. I mean, obviously, you can wear an outfit, you can show off your body, which is what they do. You can play music and stuff. But how long is that gonna last? You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're a one trick pony. Especially if you're a one trick pony. What's going on? You said I caught Zaza Ali earlier. Her looks just refuse to fade. Yeah. I like Zaza. She be tripping, but I like Zaza. I don't think she's with Griff anymore. Griff had some baddies, man. Griff is, I think Professor Griff is now with Genuine's old girl, Soleil. But I think I recently think I saw a video of Genuine on $1 million worth of game. I guess he cheated on her or whatever. I mean, who didn't see that coming? You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. You know. But yeah, you said the Moors were slaves of Muslim. Moor was just another meaning of black given to the Northern Africans. Well, yeah, um, the Moors necessarily wasn't necessarily didn't mean black, but it turned into black. So there's some truth behind what fasting is saying. The term went from Moor to blackamoor. So there was a whole term called blackamoor. You know what I'm saying? Which was another nickname, but the nickname was really for dark. But it was called blackamoor. And then in Spain, they start calling them Moreno Negritos, and that kind of moved to the Caribbean and stuff like that. So they went by Moreno Negritos, which was another term for blackamoor. And then it went from then some people were just black, not Moors, and then it went from Moreno Negritos to Negro, and then from Negro to Negro, and then from Negro to nigga. And this is and this is the evolution of the word nigga. You dig? So it is what it is. That's kind of where the term came from. And then you got a lot of people that's like in the Hotep community that's like, oh, we need to call ourselves Negus because Negus was like another term for king. So, it is what it is. I mean, that conscious shit died a long time ago to a certain degree, you know. But it's not a there's nothing wrong with learning it, but it's not a group project as people try to paint it out to be. It's literally a it's a you got to kind of do your history on it for yourself. Read the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and you got all different kinds of different literature that you can read up on and study when it comes down to that culture. 16 people in the building. Hit the like button on the way in. Support tonight's show. Support tonight's show. 46 minutes into the game. Okay. So it looks like the topic that you guys want to talk about tonight is slavery. I'm seeing that uh in um in the chat and stuff like that, and it's kind of circling around back to this Hotep conversation. So a lot of you guys you know didn't know. I actually when I really launched my radio show a while ago, I was doing Player Talk Radio, and I definitely had a lot more. I had a couple more. I had some co-hosts and stuff like that. Not Jessica, Marco, or Zero. This is something else, right? I was basically just dropping game. Back in the day, still dropping game today, but it's more refined and more mature. Um, I ended up running into this cat called Nature Boy, and I ended up saving a lot of black women from going over there, which is crazy in and of itself. But I ended up running into this cat called Nature Boy because at the time, there was a bunch of simps around. There was like Tony Gaskins, which he's trending again now. We'll get into that later. Trent Shelton, Derek Jackson was just coming up, and was just a I think Ace was around. There's just a couple of dudes that was just trying to do the social media thing and kind of go after sisters' attentions and stuff like that. And girl, he ain't a man if he didn't do nothing. They were basically SBE. They were shame, blaming, explaining for against men. And the Hotep dudes were doing it. Nature Boy. There was another guy that went around. He was abusing his girls. His name was Yada. Y'all probably don't remember Yada, but but anyway. So it was just a whole bunch of nigga tubians, Nubians just running around just doing whatever. So I think her name is, what was her name? Sage Queen or Soul Queen? I forgot what her name was, but I had a shorty that I was cool with, and I think she was on my Facebook. She was on my timeline, and she was like, "Oh, he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that," just basically crying all up and down the timeline. I'm like, who's this girl talking about? So I commented, like she wasn't responding to the other people's comments, but she responded to mine because she knew me. And she's a cutie, bro. Like she's bad as hell. So she responded to me, right? And she was like, "Oh, he did this. He called me this. He called me that." And I was like, she was like, "He called me a demon." Right? So at this point, I'm like, "Who is this bitch talking? Who?" And she was like, "Nature Boy." And I was like, "Nature Boy." She was like, "Yeah, go look him up." Because she said his name at first. I think she said Eligio because that's his name, right? So I went to go look him up, and it was this nigga with no shirt on in a loincloth just standing in the middle of a fucking field with a staff. Cause these little we call them bohemian hoes. We call them bohos, right? So these bohemian hoes know how to find the most weirdest niggas on the internet. And in real life too. I swear to God. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I'm like, I'm like coming out of like a huge player phase or whatever, or I think at this time I'm still doing my thing. I'm just chilling, right? I was like, Nature Boy. So I looked him up a little bit. He was just fresh. He was still fresh on the internet or whatever. And he had like all these girls around him, and they were like basically naked, but they had like pasties or just just women walking around naked. You know, a lot of bohemian women, they just like to walk around naked. You know, they're really hoes for sure, but they kind of disguise it well with like onks and Africa and all this other weird shit, right? So I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I'm like, all right, let me see what homeboy talking about. Like, he getting cooperation and stuff like that. But the dude wasn't talking about nothing. Like, he was like mixing in like 4, 5, 6 different religions. You know what I'm saying? Like, one minute he'll say I'm God, and then he'll be like Jesus, and then he'll be like, so the dude was still confused. Like still trying to find his way. Nothing wrong with that. But around that time, I'm like I'm out of that phase. You grow out of certain phases. First of all, you learn about onks. You learn about, you read a couple of books. You attend a couple of you know, lectures and stuff like that. And around that time, I was just kind of, I wasn't sick of it, but I was just kind of on the outs of it. Around that time, I even communicated. I actually spoke to the second guy in command, and I spoke to Farrakhan. And Farrakhan actually sent me a book. So I was reading a whole bunch of different books at that time, and they were telling me to study because at that time the Masons were like really looking for me. I mean, honestly, I don't talk about this stuff, but that was being sought after by the Prince Hall Masons and the DC chapter. It was like two of them, but one of them lived up the street from where in my old neighborhood at the time, and like you know what I'm saying. So they were on my ass, right? Oh man, when you gonna join? We're gonna take you down to the lodge. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. And they just kept giving me literature and literature because they knew I would read it because they knew what I was into and stuff. And Farrakhan sent me this book called The Secret. I think it's called The Secret, the relationship between blacks and Jews and stuff like that. It's a blue book. That blue book is a deep ass book. It got all the receipts. It got all kinds of different stuff in it. And he said, "Well, you're done with this one. I'll send you the red one." But just so much stuff was happening at the time, right? So I'm reading all of that stuff, jumping back into the ISIS papers, just heavy in the arts, but just not putting it on display, as people that really do stuff do, they don't put it on display. So I'm wondering, why is this dude doing that? And then later on I found out, oh, he's cool with Pharaoh, or well, not super cool with him, but it's a story with young Pharaoh back in the day. And before he even embarked on his journey to become one with nature, um he was he was basically affiliated with the House of Consciousness. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't think and he was sitting on the couch talking about all of this stuff with young Pharaoh. And I guess he didn't have a ride at the time to the House of Consciousness, so I guess like the story was like young Pharaoh picked them up and they just went together type shit because they were going to be on the same show anyway. So cool. So a lot of people didn't know who Eligio Bishop was, but basically, he had a past like a lot of people do. And he had a barbershop. People used to know him. He had a barbershop. He was like a community dude. Had a barbershop in Atlanta, and he would play chess. With a lot of people. Last name Bishop. All right, put two and two together, y'all. So he basically, that when that shit kind of fell through, he basically was like, yo, I'm gonna go live off grid. All right. So this was around the time where a lot of people were just, there was a lot of stories, people just living off grid, people just doing all kinds of different stuff. This is why the manosphere was full of cap, because a lot of people at that time that went to go live off grid or stated that they were going to go live off grid, people considered them crazy. And dudes in the manosphere was running around calling everybody that moved away and did certain things, they were calling them pedos. They were heavy on it because the manosphere wasn't what it was today. Y'all come on in. Hit the like button on the way and y'all support tonight's show. Support tonight's show. All right, y'all gather around. We sitting down and we having story time right now. Okay, so let me put this down real quick. Let me do this. All right. So let me turn this light off. I don't want this light all up in my face like that. So the manosphere was definitely on the manosphere lies about a lot of the things that goes on today in the space. The manosphere was gun ho, gun ho on restoring relationships with black women. This wasn't the quitter generation of the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? This was the generation where it's like, oh, we gotta do this, that, and the third. We gotta have some type of order in the in the black community, and it starts with the brothers. We got to get the sisters together and get them back back on point and stuff like that. But first of all, we got to straighten up the brothers and blah blah blah. So that's what the manosphere was on at the time. And you had guys like Nico Worldwide. You had guys like Eligio Bishop, and rightfully so. I mean, I'm not saying that guys that were traveling are peds, but if you were to say that back in the day, a piece of you might have been correct, but I wasn't going around calling nobody no goddamn pedo. But the manosphere, a lot of people in the manosphere were. And if you go look at those old episodes where Taz and Nyla and a couple of other people that quote unquote, Gab and a couple of other people that were coming from the, that's why a lot of those hoteps and semi black first people were hanging around the space at the time, heavy. And one of the guys that was bringing in a lot of the people that quote unquote harm the space, if you let other people tell it, was O'Shea. This is the stuff that O'Shea won't tell you. But we'll save that for another day. Or maybe later on. So, I'm learning about this Nature Boy cat. And, basically, I'm like, his rhetoric was all over the place, it was gimmicky. It was, super fake. So, what's going on, Tank? Shout out to my bro TJ in the building. Yeah, General Tito. Yeah, I mean, some of it came out. The thing is because a lot of people say, a lot of people don't like Tito. Tito's not I don't consider Tito like a fucked up dude or a bad guy, but and I didn't really look into what was going on with Tito, but I don't know if it was true or not or whatever. But for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying. Respectfully, Tito kind of knows. I think Tito should just do his own thing, which he has been doing, but he can't be in the manosphere. Not with that type of jacket on. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Rainwater? He can't be in the manosphere not with that type of jacket on, and he should know why. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good look on the space. And the space doesn't endorse that, whether you're guilty or not guilty. It's just not something that the space should be having to defend publicly. But that's not a bad thing because he can do his own thing. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know where he at mental wise, but upon hearing that, he may think that, oh, y'all trying to kick me out your club, or y'all trying to, this is bad, or I helped make the manosphere and all that. All that stuff may be true. But respectfully, you can't be in the manosphere, bro. But he can do his own thing. It's not really bad. That's not a bad thing. Like, it's like the day and age that we live in now is not a bad thing, you know? He could be adjacent, but respectfully, the manosphere is going to have to, you know, cut those type of ties with him. But nobody here is organized enough to understand that type of game. You know what I'm saying, Tank? And like nobody, you know, nobody's really, applying belt to ass when it comes down to just being firm on certain things, man. And I just don't. I mean, no homo. I forgot what we're talking about, but I had to catch myself right there. Pause. But you know what I'm saying? No, nobody's really, upholding no type of morals. I can see if niggas fold on morals against women, but you mean to tell me that the space is so weak that we folding on morals against each other? I'm not saying that Tito's a bad guy. I'm not saying, oh, F him and his content. Hell no. Nah. It's just respectfully, you can't come around like that no more, Every so often, people can do collabs with you and stuff. Like, actually, you're in a better position. Because the master ain't going nowhere. These niggas are fucking up. They're not going nowhere. So I guess that's why he's striking at people back in the space too. Because you got all these guys that consider themselves noble brothers, but the space really is it's not really, there's no motion. It's not really doing nothing. And people are still on the same shit that they were on back in the day. And they fucked up the new blood coming into the space. This is why I don't want to hear no 1.0, 2.0 talk. What about today 0.0, So, in hindsight, y'all got to see what was going on. But Nature Boy, man, when I started tagging him in certain things, he started stealing my content. Like, I would tag him in something on Facebook, and the first long form video I've ever done in my life, it was a pre-record, was a video. It was 2 parts. And I was talking about a lot of different things. I was breaking down a lot of game in that video. I was giving out a lot of gems. And like, he was tagged in it for a minute, right? Then he watched it, took a lot of the key points out of it, untagged himself, and then in a couple of hours put up a video regurgitating what I said. Right? Didn't even respond, didn't say nothing. Put up a couple of videos regurgitating what I said. And then he tried to repurpose it because, I guess he tried to, like, instead of just straight up plagiarize, he tried to say it a different way. Like, I was talking about, like, a little bit of biology, human biology. And he had a classroom full of women and stuff, and they're sitting down. And he basically butchered everything I said, but tried to spin it into this weird. At that time, I assumed he was straight. He tried to spin it into like this weird, El Gibbet conversation, but more so like he was talking about how women are hermaphrodites. Long story short, he was basically saying men are gay because women are hermaphrodites. Nigga, I can't make this shit up if I try. I was offended. I was like, what? Out of all the gems that I dropped in that show that I did that he stole, I was like, when did I say that? He like butchered it and tried to turn it into something completely different. And he had a whole bunch of women sitting there agreeing with him. The woman was sitting down like, yes, because like when he like teaches stuff in front of them, because they called him master teacher. message, right? So he was like teaching them a whole bunch of stuff, and they would like be confirming. They would like nod their head in agreement, you know, even if something wasn't fully explained. So he was like teacher to them. He was like, you know, they, you know, when they get over there, y'all, they had to surrender their passports to him, all kinds of stuff. They were doing visa runs. They were doing all kinds of different stuff. I think at this point they were in Costa Rica, if I'm not mistaken, right? He said, you said nature been thought you knew that, by the way, now, Kuda. No, I mean, what I'm saying is like he was stealing shit. And once he started stealing shit, long story short, that's when I started doing response videos, and I was tagging him like crazy. But the way I was speaking in those videos, he would, because what he would do, because they all of the girls over there, they knew about me, and they knew about a lot of other people that didn't agree with him, because he would try to do what people here on YouTube do. He would try to play a video and then pause it and try to, you know, respond to what I'm saying, but he would do it in the actual classroom. So when I realized that that was what he was doing, that he was actually playing our content for them, and it was trying to teach them, or, you know, further brainwash them at this point, I didn't make I was like the only one. I stopped making videos speaking to him, and vicariously I started seeding and speaking to the women that were over there. So I started, you know, connecting the dots, and you know, I'm very slick, right? I started saying, because this is the thing he's gonna try to get y'all to do. This is where he's going to lead y'all. This is where so while they're sitting there listening to it, and he's listening to the video, trying to rebut things that I'm talking about, because I was supposed to debate him. You know, he had a debate with some bozo, and then another guy, which was he ended up being cool later on, but these dudes didn't know what the hell they were talking about, and it was just stupid. Like, he stopped playing my videos for them. Then there was this guy over there. His name was Troy Champagne, but his nickname over there was Kino. You know, because he would call people reflections. He's like, you are me and I am you, and stuff like that. He was like just playing a lot of these little mental gymnastics and mind games with people and stuff like that. Which a lot of that stuff. This is why like a lot of that knowledge gets you know, it gets misconstrued, because like you know, it gets misconstrued because it's a half truth. You know what I'm saying? It's a half truth. You know. So you said you and the other chick was doing that, just saying. What do you mean? What do you mean, Don Philly? Well, you were around during the Nature Boy days, right? Because what's her name? I forgot her name. She's back. She's back on the internet now. I didn't know that she broke up with her man, and I ain't gonna lie, she kind of pivoted and ended up doing some. I guess she ended up doing OnlyFans too. What's her name? She changed her name up so much. The light skinned chick. Oh, that's my girl too, and I done forgot her name. This is a minute ago. And I just came across one of her videos not too long ago. But anyway, you know, that sector turned back into what we have today, like Suge and that Clyde Diva chick, and all them people were over there too. Um, you said, yeah, he's a bozo. Now you, oh man, I'm trying to figure out who Nature Boy. Yeah, I mean, we all knew that, but I ain't gonna lie. I mean, there was just a lot of stuff going on, you know, around that time, because Nature Boy was just taking everybody's girl in and abusing certain chicks, and certain chicks got pregnant. I remember I saved his first wife from over there. Her name was Yaya, and I don't know. Yaya just came back and disappeared. But I ended up having an interview with Kino, and Kino was kind of talking about all the stuff that was going on over there. Now Kino ended up being gay. You know, didn't surprise me, but Kino ended up being gay, and he was like, he didn't know if Nature Boy was gay or not, but he's like he did kind of suspect it, you know. But Kino, I guess he went over there because Kino, later on revealed that he had HIV, and he was trying to, kind of heal himself because Nature Boy ended up kind of at that time kind of took the place of Dr. Sebi, and at some point he was saying that he was better than Dr. Sebi, and he had this diet, because everybody there had some type of ailment, or they were just kind of runaways, and like he had this B2 diet, and a lot of people were dying. There was a lady by the name of Mama Dia. She ended up dying, and they ended up taking a lot of her jewelry and stuff. It's just crazy. And then the girl that y'all see now, who's running around on the internet line, he was with her. He ended up getting with her. Her name is EJ, but they started calling her Eliana and all this other weird shit. And then her dad went down there. Man, it's just a long fucking story. I would have to write a damn book. But I ended up helping other content creators and bringing them in. So, like in the early stages, when I was making videos and pulling women from over there, getting them back home safely to the United States. Two brothers linked up with me. There was a brother by the name of Digital Pit Boss, and there was another brother by the name of Black Ink. And Black Ink, phenomenal speaker, very smart, older gentleman. My boy, you know what I'm saying? Both of them my boy. I fucks with Digital Pit Boss and I fucks with Black Ink. But Black Ink reached out to me and he was like, yo, I saw your videos from like Reflections to Homies, and he was like, because like I basically kind of got Nature Boy to break character. I called in one of those nights and basically got Nature Boy to break character, and he knew who I was and stuff like that, and women knew who I was and stuff out there, and like, he just kind of had like a little vendetta against me, and we kind of had a little back and forth. And it wasn't until I hooked up with Black Ink and Pit Boss to where we really started, because we were on it before it even blew over, and we were like, damn, we kind of need to fix this situation before it gets more out of hand. So Pit Boss and Black Ink had, work put out talking about him, but they got so much vital information from my videos, and then they saw they got more vital information from the videos when I interviewed Kino. And Kino was talking about what was going on behind the scenes there, and it was putting two and two together. So that right there, it sparked a lot. I was telling Kino to write a book and all this other stuff. I'm not sure if he did, but he just had like a whole bunch of dudes over there. And at that time, the girls wasn't messing with none of the dudes. All of them were messing with Nature Boy. And then at one point, Nature Boy had like 5 wives and stuff. It's so weird. Like the girl EJ, who has the recent one that had his baby and stuff like that, she was like 18, 19 when she was over there. I think she was with this other young dude named Solar or whatever. And she was dating this dude. I forgot his name. Oh, Olmec. She was dating this dude named Olmec. And at the time, I think she was messing around with Nature Boy, but Nature Boy was with like he had like 2 wives at the time. They all were just fucking each other. It's just so crazy, right? In the end, you find out. So something happened, and Nature Boy took her from Olmec, and Olmec was sitting around for a while, and then I guess he got mad and he couldn't take it, and he left. And Nature Boy was like, well, he wasn't treating her right, and blah blah blah, because any girl that goes there, obviously they're there for Nature Boy. He's the chief, so niggas have to share their wives or hand over their wives. There's a lot of little weird shit going on, right? Omek ended up leaving and going to stay with Yada. Yada, I ain't gonna lie, Yada was a hustler. He had money, so he bought this compound and he was gonna kind of semi do what Nature Boy was doing, but he was more so in the States and stuff. So he went there and was painting, and that was the last time I really heard of Omek until like a couple of years ago. I didn't know. This girl was calling like the police on this dude, and I saw this dude with like a wooden chain. I'm like, why he look familiar? The whole time it was Omek. At the same time, too, Yada done broke up with his wife because he done threw barbells and shit at her and doing all kinds of stuff and ended up being with this other chick. So there was so much content back then. It was ridiculous. But all of that stuff is on my first page, which is banned from going live for a week now because of last night's show. So I don't know, y'all. But I covered all of that shit. I covered all of it. He ended up getting this other chick pregnant. There was just so much stuff that happened. I don't even there's a lot of pedo stuff and I just couldn't believe some of the stuff that I was, reporting on. And it's like the more crazier the shit was, more bitches just kept trying to go over there. Some tried to go over there for clout, some didn't. He had a white lady over there and a white guy over there too at one point, but then that's when BBC got involved because the white girl ended up going missing, so they were looking for her, and then all of a sudden she pops up on video with Nature Boy, and it was just a lot of shit going on. Then they were getting hemmed up. They were getting kicked out of certain countries and stuff like that. They claimed to live in nature, but they had Airbnbs and they were they were indoors at some parts, and then sometimes they're outdoors because of the weather and seasons and stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie. I mean that was like that kind of showed me that even in the black community, that people wanted some type of freedom. This is why when I'm telling y'all about this whole passport bros bullshit, I'm telling y'all, with the exception of the real passport bros, the real ones that I respect, trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Y'all can go right back to those old episodes and be super entertained because I talk about it in great detail. And I started calling shit. Everything that I started calling and talking about, it manifested over there. All of it. All of it. And in that stint, I ended up helping creating other channels. Other channels started blowing up. Shout outs to Mind Over Matter TV. Marwan Tomodachi. He was he was a part of it. I'm trying to figure out my girl's name though. I forgot her name. There was another girl that was over there named Maat Laws. All of them little Hotep broads are crazy is cat shit, by the way. But and she used to team up with Young Pharaoh. I damn near I forgot her name because she changed her name so much. But she's back. She's back on online. But like I said, I mean, she was doing OnlyFans at some point with her boyfriend or her husband or something like that, and I guess that fell apart. Being all over YouTube. What is my girl's name? She gonna kick my ass because I forgot her name. But she a cute sister. You said women are attracted to stupidity. Yeah. So they were wondering why Nature Boy had all of that money and stuff like that, because basically he had a treasurer, you know what I'm saying? But all of the money, like he would tell the women, he would tell women to whatever money and stuff that they brought to surrender it to him, Any electronics, surrender it to them. I think I have a funny video still laying around. If that video is still up, there's a video over there. But um, he got funding from this white guy, this gay white dude, and like all kinds of weird porn and shit start coming out, and it's like, oh man, this is crazy. So I didn't know that he liked trans women. Um, but he's from Atlanta, so you know what I'm saying. It's like, oh man, you know. Um, but he was like, you know, trying to, you know, embody the masculinity piece, and he was a man's man and all this other stuff, right? And Keno said he didn't know, you know, and Keno was, you know, he was gay, you know. So, but this is the crazy part, like, um, certain trans dudes start coming out. What else happened? The guy that was funding the whole stuff, you know, the white guy, I guess he gave him like 200K that he was sitting on, and then there was another guy named I think his name was like Logan Leathers or whatever. He ended up bringing 100K over there and giving it to Nature Boy, and just a bunch of weird shit just started happening, y'all. Like, you know, I like, it's just so much stuff started going on. Like, I'm trying to backtrack and put a lot of this stuff together. But yeah, I didn't know the dude was doing porn. I didn't know he was a gigolo. You know, before he went over there, like all kinds of debaucherous stuff start popping up out of nowhere and stuff. And then like the women, they started looking at him a little bit different because he was having bitches over there sucking his toes and doing, it was re damn ridiculous. Like this the stuff that was going on over there. Like I like just there's I couldn't even tell y'all, man. This nigga was shitting by a tree and using leaves to wipe his ass, talking about some now we're one with nature. Bruh, I think one day, if y'all remind me, we can go back and listen to my old episodes, because nigga, we both gonna be sitting up there with popcorn. And I should do a show revisiting it. But you know, you finally got locked up. There's all kinds of stuff. But Eliana's not no angel neither. They were beating each other's ass. You know, it's just a toxic relationship. You know, she didn't like that he had other women and stuff like that, and then she had sister wives when she was pregnant. And then I think there was this other chick that I interviewed that was over there, and she was like older, but she was trying to get with Nature Boy too. All of them were trying to get with Nature Boy. So when I tell you sisters be acting the fool, I got the whole lowdown on everything, y'all. Right? Because we had to save motherfuckers from going over there. My rest in peace, my coworker Todd, his wife was gonna leave him. His friend's wife, my bad, was gonna leave him and head over there. You know what I'm saying? Um, what was I about to say? But no, this girl was like, "Oh, well, Eliana, like she's like his new young wife, and like, cause you know, like I don't know how little tribal broads be moving, but it was just funny how she said it. She was like, I don't think she was like, I don't think she liked me. Um, there was times where I was standing in line and she knew Nature Boy liked me, but one day, you know, to exert dominance over me, she was like, she flashed her pussy at me. I said, what? Boy, I said, what? She said, yeah. She flashed her pussy. So it was a lot of shit going on. And there was, oh man, all right, the story's starting to all come back to me, y'all. There was this other, it was this dykish chick that was over there. So, you know, like, you know, she kind of leveled everything out because, like, you know, Nature Boy didn't want her, but she kind of kept some of she wasn't a bottom chick, but she did kept a lot of the women over there in I guess in order, right? And I think she either met her girlfriend or she brought her girlfriend there. And there was this other guy, there was a Mexican guy, I think. He was having problems too. Nate, one of Nature Boy's wives ended up going off with him. They ended up leaving. Nature Girl Fiery. There was a lady over there named Fiery. And like it was so crazy because like people over there was like speculating because like people be like losing weight and like they be on the B2 diet and they all look like they were starving. All kinds of shit was I'm gonna have to redo some of. I'm gonna have to react to some of the old videos because I'm pretty sure those had more details. Like it was just so much. I swear to God, it was a movie, y'all. I'm not lying at all. Like I swear, it's a movie. It was a whole movie. You know, some of the stuff that was going on, I couldn't even believe it. And then Black Ink, me, and Digital Pit Boss, like we ended up getting all the information out on because we were on Google Hangouts at the time, so we were getting all the information out of Nature Boy at one point because he was talking about how he would like sleep with his son's mother right in front of his son, and he was like talking about how he like let his son touch his yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, whoa, you know. And then a whole bunch of other people came by and just copied. You know, they copied us. You know, it was. You said Austin Hooligan. Come on, man. Austin Hooligan. Austin Hooligan wants to be the next Nature Boy. Nah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. You know, a lot of people. I ain't gonna lie. Nature Boy. He made his mark. You know, I didn't expect him to be, you know, I didn't expect all of that shit to happen. You know, kind of went down a big ass rabbit hole. But around that time, the manosphere was gun ho on calling anybody with a passport that traveled and was black or whatever, for whatever reason, if you found yourself in the manosphere, a pedo. Yes. O'Shea too. O'Shea, um, everybody. Some people that wasn't in the manosphere that was adjacent didn't get the memo because they weren't in it. So they can still tell you a bit of the truth. Like Taz. Uh Nyla's just she's just on Cynthia G's titty. But like Taz and a couple of other people, you know, they stuck with it. You know, shit. Even Minister Jap stayed on code. He didn't grift to the passport bro hustle. I don't even know why the manosphere is still talking about passport bros. It's just amazing. None of them are on the plane. They weren't on the plane when they brought it up to y'all last year. They haven't been on the plane last year and even now. You know, so why talk about it? You know? Shout outs to everybody in the building. We're an hour and 30 minutes into today's show, into tonight's show. I want you guys to hit the like button on the way in. Hit the like button on the way in. Support tonight's show. I'm giving y'all some crazy information. You know, y'all hold me down. You know, my channel just got flagged down, so I can't go live for like a week on my secondary channel. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, we're doing rebranding over here on Player Talk Radio. I'm gonna have some exclusive content that I'm gonna be kicking it with just y'all. You know what I'm saying? As the channel grows, so definitely like and support tonight's show. Like and support is definitely encouraged. Hit the like button, share and support. Okay, you can support via $ PTV 888. That is $ PTV 888. You can also support via Super Chat or PayPal. Okay, definitely like and support tonight's show. So, you know, that whole story was a rodeo. And I knew as soon as Nature Boy, you know, came back to the USA, okay, he was just going, you know, he had all kinds of charges stacking up on him. It just, you know, there was even parts where I felt sorry for him. But then again, it's like, damn, I got to remember who we talking about because he was over there getting his ass whipped too. You know, other than him dealing out ass whippings, them bitches was handing out ass whippings too. You know what I'm saying? He was just on some Ike Turner type shit. But it started off with a shorty that I used to talk to, not talk to, but shorty that I used to talk to, and just ended up going down the Nature Boy rabbit hole. She didn't end up going over there. One of my friends though did end up going over there. I don't know what ended up happening to her, but I guess she disappeared, and then I think she came back to the States and started dating a fat nigga. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let y'all know. Oh my gosh! Shout outs to my girl. What's going on? Shout outs to Beachy in the building. Thank you, love. Dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Thank you, love. What I thought you were still alive. Beach be cooking, y'all. Y'all. If y'all haven't been checking out my timeline, y'all need to catch some of them episodes. Beach be over there cooking, man. So I don't know what's going on with my boy D, but shout outs to Beach. She said he's in church and stuff like that. So that's good. At least he's chilling. Thank you, love. Yeah, at least he's good and he's chilling. I don't know what's going on with Shorty and the Beach had a picture of Casper the Friendly Ghost. That shit was funny, man. Nah, but yeah, Beach is here. Shout out to my girl Beach. Shoot, all of the funny part though is all of the people from that sector. They're in the sector that Beach is talking about. All of the people that was in that Nature Boy sector, they're over. They're over. You say he got his restraining. That's good. Yeah, because yeah, that stalking shit is crazy. Yeah, we'll tap into that for a little bit. But all of the all of the what you call it, all of the people that was in that sector at the time, they're now in the sector that they moved to the beef sector, and they moved to the other different sectors. Uh, you know, um, in the space. Hold on, let me get my laptop. I might actually end up playing some of this stuff for y'all. Hold on, cause Suge was there. A lot of y'all don't remember Suge. What's that other dude? I think Tommy even touched on it, like when it started going global. Suge was there. That Clive Diva chick, the lady that used to come on the internet all day with her in her bra and shit. She was there. Um, that Ma'at Laws chick was there. She went crazy. Oh, what's that girl's name? Fuck. Um, she, y'all probably know her. She ended up being big at one point too. Um, so many people was just doing Nature Boy content. Like a lot of their channels exploded. I wasn't in it for the actual content. I was actually in it helping people. And like I said, I saved about 4, 5, 6 women over there, and I saved about 4, 5, 6 sisters from going over there because I don't know what the hell invitation he was giving them, but I guess he was cutting them a deal they can't refuse. Hold on, and my laptop is dead as always. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, we'll go down this little rabbit hole for a little bit. Shout outs to my girl Beach in the building. Oh, she done woke me up. But yeah, that whole situation though, with like I don't know, man. Y'all got to stay away from crazy women. I think Beach was spot on when she said that. You know what I'm saying? Destiny sure knows how to pick them, man. Y'all got to stay away from crazy women. That's just it. Just is what it is. Cause like after a while, people will act like they've never been in a relationship before. They'll act like they never received the penis before. They'll act like they'll get in front of that judge and it'll be a completely different, You say he was flashing his ding dong and they couldn't refuse the invitation. Yeah, a lot. I mean, all of the girls at one point. I remember at one point he just started cleaning the house and started taking everybody's wives. But he would appoint wives, to dudes, which was ridiculous, But all of these are like old. These are like old videos, y'all. So the audio quality. This is before I even. This is when I was really learning how to broadcast. We would talk about a whole bunch of different stuff on these shows, but um, I don't know. I just couldn't believe so many sisters was going over there like that.
Up on the Genius channel with the
Hold on.
deconstructed episodes. What you mean?
Hold on, y'all.
Like, I think Genius is a Genius. Oh yeah, help me out. I know a Genius deconstructed.
Hold on, y'all.
You said, have I ever seen people be on there? What do you
Okay, that's Busy Works Beats. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me switch over real quick and let's see if we can find some old Nature Boy videos. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. And I can give y'all more context as to what was happening at that time. Hold on. All right. Let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. Hold on, y'all. Why did it open up another tab? I have no idea why this tab is open, but let's go to YouTube. YouTube. Why is it so fucking hot in here? Hold on, y'all. Is this my damn air conditioning working, or is this me? Hold on, y'all. All right, hopefully that works. All right, hold on, y'all. Oh, let me see. All of these videos, though, got scrubbed. I'm gonna just type in Nature Boy and see what comes up. All of these videos, y'all, got scrubbed off the internet. So that's why when people are talking about hey, bring up some videos from 1.0, it's like, bro, where? Where are you gonna find 1.0 videos? You did? Where? So around this time, wow, look at this. Nature Boy's malicious rape prosecution. He was getting like all of these people that's commenting on it. These are new people. This guy was there. This guy, I'm not gonna listen to this. This guy was there. This is Iya. This is one of his wives right here. And basically, all right. So all right. So I was telling y'all how he got a lot of women to go over there. So what he was telling women and people was to basically give up your worldly possessions. First you have to give up your worldly possessions and stuff like that. And that will let him know that you're serious about coming over there. So he was telling people to abandon their lives in the Matrix. He was calling it the Matrix also. Because see, this is how like that stuff got co-opted into people thinking. This is why the manosphere was running around calling people that actually traveled pedos. Because it was guys like this that was running their movements and taking credibility from, things that were noble, like actual noble, movements. So that was the type of time that he was on. He was telling people to give up their worldly possessions
and let go of their even if it's a kid. So you had women that had children that were abandoning their children, leaving that whole situation, and headed over there to deal with them. You know, it was called melanation. This is when it first started. So these are all new. This chick is new. No, I don't know who this chick is, but people are really trying to. They were really trying to. They were, even then they were making their career, try to make a whole career off this nature boy thing. And like I said, at that time, you could thank people like me, Digital Pit Boss, and Black Ink for bringing this stuff up. So check this out.
Listen to me very clearly. The ending of the cycle and the coming of the Christ. I am the black man. I am God. I love myself. I love myself, man. You feel me? What I'm doing is beyond.
Okay, I can't see y'all comments. Hold on. Give me 1 second. YouTube is tripping. I can't see y'all comments at all. Hold on. Oh man, shout outs to TJ. Okay, now I'm getting y'all comments. Hold on. You said, yo, Kuda, wasn't there a chick in 1.0? She was getting on the women. I think her name was Pink Elephant or something like that. I think so. I'm trying to remember the girl that I'm talking about. She's light skinned. She was a little bit heavy set. Beautiful sister though. She used to work with Young Pharaoh for a little bit. And I just saw her. I saw her video, one of her videos, because she rebranded herself about like 4 or 5 times. One of her videos popped up in my timeline. I think there was a chick in 1.0 over there. I wouldn't be surprised. But Pink Elephant sounds familiar. You know what I'm saying? Because the manosphere didn't, but certain people in the manosphere picked up on the Nature Boy story like midway through it. They started doing Nature Boy content because it started to become profitable. You know what I'm saying? It started to become profitable. All right, let me see. But I don't know if her name was Pink Elephant. That name sounds familiar. Pink Elephant. Hold on. Let's see. Pink Elephant does sound very familiar. All right. Shout outs to everybody liking and supporting tonight's show. Let's keep the support up. Hold on. Let's let this play. But this is the girl right there. You see the girl that he got his arm over? That the one with the bush? Her name is EJ. They start calling her Nana and all kinds of different little like, you know, little crazy names. Y'all get the likes up. We only got 16 likes. Hold on, y'all get the likes up. Hold on, y'all. We put this banner out that we're live. Yeah, YouTube is not showing me y'all comments. You said funny, the off the grid movement started after Obama won the first time. Many Caucasians were saying that Obama was gonna come after them. Yeah, they were saying that he was gonna mess up the you know what I'm saying, the country. I remember it was a whole bunch of white dudes bouncing. Okay, I'm starting to get some of y'all comments. Raven said, what in the name of power did I wake up to? Oh man, we just getting started. Let's go, y'all. Hold on. So let's see if this shorty got it right, because she's new. She came out of nowhere.
Martin Luther King is beyond Malcolm X. It's beyond what I'm doing.
And this guy back here, okay, yeah, everybody. All right, so this was the original one, okay? This ended up becoming his wife. This girl right here, if y'all can see my mouse on the screen. This ended up becoming his wife. There was some white dudes here too. A bunch of white dudes. Them niggas end up leaving. and stuff like that, because he ended up really going super pro-black. This guy right here behind Nature Boy, that's Olmec. That's who is with this girl right here.
Is beyond.
Hold on. That's who is with this girl right here. That was her original boyfriend. And then this girl, I forgot her name, but I think she got pregnant. And then this dude, he gave Nature Boy extra 100,000. So at this point, Nature Boy was probably sitting on $300,000 at the moment. You know? So they'll take your passports, they'll take all your documents and stuff like that. And so if you wanted to leave, that's the thing. That's another part. If you wanted to leave, you had to go through Nature Boy. You had to see the master teacher. You couldn't just leave the country without your passport. So he knew how to keep a hold on you. So like when people are like, well, why don't you just leave? It wasn't that simple. All right. So check this out.
All of that.
New disturbing video of Eligio Bishop and cult members.
Eligio Bishop, also known as Nature Boy.
He calls himself Bishop, Nature Boy, Christ.
Guess what? We have a God. We have our Savior.
Yes.
And his name is Nature Boy. Yes.
DeKalb police arrested Bishop.
So this is recently what happened, all right? And I'm not gonna lie, it's basically like the Jim Jones kind of cult thing, you know, like drink the Kool-Aid. But what he provided for them is like going off into Neverland. You know what I'm saying? And everybody don't realize the Neverland story with the Peter Pan story. It's like you don't realize that those kids are dead. You know, Peter Pan, like if y'all really start looking at the dark side of Disney, now that you're an adult, and it's funny because we show our kids and our children, we show our kids and children this stuff. Yo, the Peter Pan story is a pretty fucked up story, you know? Maybe that's why Robin Williams did what he did. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Let's go.
Up in mid-April after a woman told them she had left a sex cult.
I watched him whip a girl with a leather belt multiple times for 15 minutes straight.
He was extorting money from a young person.
Bishop lived off of other members' PPP loans and life savings.
I remember
This is
her,
why
but
I
I
decided
forgot
to
her name.
leave melanation.
That's Yaya.
Brainwashed his ass.
I don't like how the women are being treated.
Hold on, that's Yaya. It was actually even worse, but they're showing y'all parts. This was the girl that I rescued. One of the girls that I rescued.
Watched him whip a girl with a leather belt multiple times for 15 minutes straight.
He was extorting money.
I think she was there. She looks familiar. And then there was a couple of other women. Hold on. Damn, we about to go down this rabbit hole today. I didn't plan on doing this. I've been thinking I'm gonna be off that. I'm you said nigga, tell us about Peter Pan next. Right. Look, there was there's a whole bunch of women. I didn't expect to go down this rabbit hole, but we're gonna go down this rabbit hole for a little bit. Check this out. Hold on.
Money from a young person.
Bishop lived off of other members' PPP loans and life savings.
This is why I decided to leave melanation.
That was Yaya. Hold on.
Brainwashed his ass.
I don't like how the women are being treated.
Tell him who Baba G is. God. Tell him. Baba G is God. Oh, somebody feels sorry for Tanisha.
He's kind of mad that.
Of course he's mad. He's always mad.
It's because we're black. I'm just letting you know that right now.
It ain't because of your color. It's because of your nasty attitude and your crazy eyes.
We in the valley of the shadow of death. And we will fear no evil. But listen, we will be humble.
Sure. Oh, that's your live right now?
That's my life. Yeah. Your soul.
It's basically a bunch of adults in Neverland, okay? So I want y'all to be, when y'all look at some of this stuff, I want y'all to be in that mindset, because he basically got them to abandon all of their responsibilities to come stay with him, quote unquote, in nature. But this is more modern. He's in Atlanta at this point, because they had to get him out of jail. Eliana kept getting him locked up, and then one minute she's running away with the baby because she had a baby out there, and you know the baby need proper nutrition and health and stuff like that and care and stuff, and they're like, no, we can naturally give birth, and I'm gonna raise the baby in nature and all this other stuff, because he was like, you know, before, you know, because he was playing doctor, you know, so he was like, before you know, medicine and medical stuff, how else do you think we raise babies naturally and stuff like that? So that's another thing too, because back in the day they were just out there fucking and doing all kinds of weird shit, right? And I mentioned this on the first go around when I was talking to Black Ink and Digital Pit Boss, is like it turned into it is a sex cult, but I said one of the worst things he could ever do that will draw more attention to him and what he got going on out there is have a baby. You don't want to have a baby out there, because some of the women too didn't necessarily want to leave their children back in the States, even though they communicated with them and stuff like that. I think he let them communicate with them every so often or whatever, but they're out there with him. So some women wanted to take their kids with them, but bitches start getting pregnant, because that's a part of nature. Yeah, I guess there ain't no condoms out there. And obviously a lot of them had, you know, ailments and stuff like that. So that's another reason why they went out there to heal and eat good too, because he had them on a diet, you know, a certain type of diet, you know, to basically he was trying to be Dr. Sebi / he was doing too much. All right, so let's go.
Will be thrown into the abyss.
Yo, when he does this shit was funny. Yo, if y'all, this shit is gonna. I be forgetting all of this shit. Yo, listen. It was one time he was crying in a teepee. He wasn't even in a tent, y'all, because they had tents out there too. He was in a teepee, bruh. Hold on, we might go down this rabbit hole. This shit is actually funny. Sit back, grab some popcorn, y'all. Support tonight's show. I'm telling you, y'all are gonna laugh your ass off. Sit back, okay? Just sit back. We're gonna find some stuff. I think I know where to look for some stuff. Just sit back, all right? Hold on.
He's always mad.
It's because we're black. I'm just letting you know that right now.
1 second. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go quiet for a second because I'm in the background doing some research. We'll be right back. All right, hold on.
Because of your color, it's because of your nasty attitude and your crazy eyes.
We in the valley of the shadow of death, and we will fear no evil. But listen, we will be humble.
Sure. Oh, that's your live right now?
That's my live. Yeah. Your soul. Will be thrown into the abyss.
This video is sponsored by Felix Gray. Felix Gray are the blue light glasses that started it all. Staring at a screen is basically like staring at a light, and it can cause strain to the eyes and it can disrupt your sleep. So these are great to wear if you're trying to wind down while still looking at a screen. It helps to block out 15 times more blue light. And that's what I like about Felix Gray, because they aim to improve our relationship with technology. These glasses are made from acetate. They're super light, and I think they're quite stylish. This is the Volta style, and you can get this in black or the tortoise shell. This is the tortoise. It's called Sazerac is the color. Volta is the style. And you can get these in prescription or non.
What the hell? Yeah, she does look like a white Cynthia G. That's funny as hell. But she try to sell the hell out of them shades. Hold on, y'all.
Been charged for. They say he's responsible for someone's death. They also say he's done some really gross things.
See, she don't know, so she's just commenting on stuff. The lady is Mama Dia. You know what I'm saying? It was a Spanish lady, and the diet kind of messed her up. I think this was when they were in not Costa Rica. They were in, I forgot. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on.
With kids. So the whole thing started on April 13th, 2022 in Decatur, Georgia, when cops raided a home that Nature Boy and his followers were renting. They arrested Nature Boy and took some of his followers in for questioning. Turns out they were investigating Carbon Nation, that's the name of his cult, for weeks. A former member told cops that she had suffered various forms of abuse from Nature Boy and that she tried to leave before, but he wouldn't let her. And she tried another time. She finally left. And when she did, Nature Boy was pissed. She says that in retaliation for her leaving, he posted videos of her having sex online, which is a crime. It's called revenge porn. And so those were the charges. But as I said, some people think he did more, and there might even be evidence of that, but I'll let you guys decide. When the cops raided Nature Boy's home, the neighbors came out and started talking to media. They said Carbon Nation is his cult. He's been whooping girls, beating girls, fertilizing girls, getting girls ready for marriage, a female neighbor said, not giving her name. And then another neighbor said he controls them. They do what he says. And like I said, it's turned into abuse. The neighbors have been complaining from what I hear. After Nature Boy's arrest, his followers remained loyal. They supported him. They spoke to media. They denied the allegations.
We went by the home Thursday afternoon, and several people who say they are Bishop's disciples came out and talked with me.
Basically, the police raided us on false allegations.
Followers who were at Bishop's home on Arbor Chase the night of the arrest defended their leader and insisted women are not mistreated here.
He says those criminal accusations are from a disgruntled former member of the Carbon Nation family.
The woman that was here, she gave consent to actually release it for sexual education.
They believe in nature, nudity, and kindness.
Everything that happens sexually happens among adults.
Correct.
Yes. Consenting adults.
Correct.
They call him God, literally.
God is a very loving being. He's very caring. He's very holy. This is a revolving door, and you can come in and out as you please. No one is going to hold you against your will.
Women come here, they don't get their way, and they go against the black man.
Black man is God.
The black man is God.
And y'all just locked up the Messiah.
Remember when I did the Mother God cult video, how they were always live streaming and they had a YouTube channel? Well, this is the same thing. They have YouTube channel. They go on Instagram live. They use other platforms to go live on. So there's so much like content of what they did. Nature Boy's wife, he has like a wife, and then he has concubines, I guess you would call them. So his wife and concubines, they went on a live after his arrest and they defended him. They're like, he's God, he's the Messiah.
You cannot box with God. They are simply throwing little petals and little stones. We've been fighting for freedom. We have a God. We have our Savior.
Yes.
And his name is Nature Boy. Yes.
Who is our God to worship? It is three gods. He's literally our Messiah.
You know
He's
what?
literally Jesus in the flesh.
People wait till after they gone.
Ooh. Modern day Jesus is here.
Yeah.
And you will not shush him up. He is the melanated God. He is the first, he is the melanated God that all people come from.
Exactly.
And you judge us. And you throw stones at us when we trying to bring you truth.
In addition to that, his other followers.
And it's funny because like when they get brainwashed, y'all, they sound just like him. If y'all, man, I'm telling you, this was a crazy time to be around. I wasn't around for all of this. I left a long time ago. I did my thing for a couple of years and just like, yeah, ain't nobody gonna learn. Women are gonna keep going over there. I just gave up. And then so many people muddied up the lane. So let's go.
Followers, because he has male and female followers. They called him, probably he called them from jail, and they recorded that call and live streamed it as well.
So nothing's on the camera.
Yeah. On the camera?
Was the SD card in the camera?
The SD, we cleared it like yesterday or 2 days. Like it was only footage from today.
No, they took the laptop and the hard drive.
They took your laptop and hard drive.
Yeah.
But you hear these bogus ass charges?
Yeah. Them charges bogus.
Like they saying I raped material.
Nobody, how you gonna rape a prostitute?
But we don't even
They were trying to blame you.
So I said no. I can't hear nothing.
One at a time.
They were asking what?
They was asking if you need assistance, do you need some help? We have an organization we can help you with. I was like, no, I don't know you people. I don't want to talk to you. Some help.
No,
We have options for you.
Thinking that shit was real.
Yeah.
But I didn't. First of all, I don't trust that man. I don't know who that man is.
Why y'all keep doing this? It's because the people that hate me
Yeah.
are united.
Yeah.
So you have to get people that love me together.
All right, y'all. I found Black Ink's page. Some of these videos are still intact. Yo, we were about to listen to the same stuff that I listened to back in the day, but we're gonna let this play. All right. Shout outs to Shatera in the building. Peace reflection. Right. What's good on Star P? Listen. Grab y'all popcorn. Grab y'all popcorn. All right. Hit the like button on the way in. Let's get the likes up. Come on now. Likes are free. Let's get the likes up and support tonight's show. Here we go. Check this out.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon. You coming home.
In the call, Nature Boy mentions how he hopes he gets bail.
Oh, he give me that.
No, this isn't my old group.
Yeah.
I was solo, but Pitbull saying Black.
A risk to intimidating the victim. There's also a risk of flight and also the risk of committing an additional felony. So therefore, bond will be denied.
Outstanding.
To understand how we got here, we need to go back to the beginning. Before Nature Boy was Nature Boy, when he was Eligio Bishop. According to an ex-member, her name is Erica Carroll. She said, quote, I know his mother and father died while he was a young age, so he was in foster homes, in and out of foster homes, and a couple did adopt him, and there was some abuse going on in that situation, so he had it hard. But we've all had it hard. Everybody had it hard. He's originally from New York, but he ends up in Atlanta, Georgia. And according to him, he said that while he was in Atlanta, he was a stripper, a gay escort. He did gay porn. He says that he was also a model, and he claimed to have worked, I'm not sure in which capacity, on the Monique show, the stand-up comedian Monique. She had a talk show, and he claimed that he worked on that show as well. He also had a criminal record. In 2009, he was charged with forcible entry. And then in 2011, he was charged with theft and aggravated battery. And then he also had some charges for like driving with a suspended license. In 2014, he decided he was going to leave the life of crime behind and he was going to go legit. And so he got his license to be a barber. That license lapsed at around the same time that he started his YouTube channel in December of 2015. And he shows how he's living. And, you know, I noticed that he had like the chakra candle.
All right. So this was the hook right here. How he's like, okay, I'm going to give up all of my worldly possessions and I'm going to go travel. Okay. So when I told you at this time that everybody in the manosphere was calling dudes pedos, weirdos, cult leaders, and all this other stuff, they weren't on they vehemently shunned the Passport Bros or anything close to it. You heard? So this is why I'm telling y'all, because you just had to be there. This is why I'm telling y'all, these people lying to y'all right now and grifting they ass off. All right. So I could even use this to even kill two birds with one stone. So let's go down this rabbit hole a little bit, y'all.
And he was vegan. He was showing the vegan food that he was eating. And soon after, by 2016, Nature Boy was born.
I love my self-reflection. Share the video. Peace.
At first, he called his group the Ethereans, but then he changed it to Melanation.
They called themselves Melanation.
Melanation in the building. We got the whole family.
So this guy right here that's talking, that's Olmec. That used to be EJ's boyfriend there. And this is before. See EJ sitting behind him. And the girl to his left, that's Fiery. She ended up marrying a Spanish guy. They ended up having a baby out there around the same time. Nature Boy and EJ was having a baby. So the crazy part is, remember, well, I'll show y'all the interview because I found Digital Pit Boss's channel too. And Digital Pit Boss is more so of like a moderator. He's kind of like shout outs to X at the Prophet of Thought series. He kind of hosts like these shows where he's, you know, he's kind of, you know, like discourse back and forth or conversations. Okay. So the guy that he would have featured is Black Ink. A lot of people know him on the West Coast because he had a famous magazine, because Black Ink smokes a lot of weed. He had a famous magazine. I think it's called Stoner Magazine. If y'all remember Stoner Magazine, he was the CEO of Stoner Magazine. Really good speaker, as you guys are going to see later on in tonight's show. So these people, they were together and they've always been switching up, okay? So this is around 2016, okay? The Manosphere was calling people pedos all up until about 2020, 2021. The Manosphere was not, I repeat, the Manosphere was not pro passport bros. The Manosphere was trying to make they were trying to make modern day relationships work with Keisha. Okay? That's their version of it. Okay? So let's go.
Melanation gets its name from melanin, the pigment in our bodies that determines our skin color.
Nature Boy told his followers that he was leaving hell, aka the United States, aka Babylon.
Babylon.
He was going to leave, did I voice correct? Babylon. He wanted to go off grid. He wanted people to come with him. They'll create like a community in nature, hence the name Nature Boy. And he started to get people who wanted to join him. First, he went to Honduras.
So yeah, it was in Honduras. So that's why, if y'all go back in the day, if y'all do y'all history on me, I was around during this time, but I was doing my own thing before I got involved with this story, because we broke this story. Me, Black Ink, and Digital Pit Boss, we actually broke this story. This is why this story is actually out the way it is. Before other content creators came in and kind of muddied it up, but it is what it is, right? And I'm gonna see if I can get her over here. What's going on, brother love? She's gonna kill me because I forgot her name. But you said Manosphere music is about to go crazy, man. I already been put out some Manosphere music a minute ago, but it wasn't really Manosphere music. But anyway, he made music too, which is funny. Yeah, hit that like button, y'all. Now, yeah, the Nature Boy era was crazy. I don't know if Shatera knows or heard about me back then, because y'all probably heard about me back then. But yeah, they were very anti-SYSBM and passport bros. This is why I'm saying that you got to do y'all research, you know, because they lying to y'all, man, for the most part. The reason why I liked SYSBM was because there were brothers talking about, finding black women in other places and stuff like that, because it was about keeping the black love. So I was like, okay, that's a noble stance. You know what I'm saying? Finding sisters from other countries and stuff. That's a noble stance. As long, and I vehemently said this back then because I was fresh off of covering this. I left this story to, you know, and just basically made my entrance into the manosphere that I've always been around as a content creator. I was like, that's a very noble stance as long as it doesn't get into no Nature Boy type shit. Cool. You know? But let's go. Let's get it.
And he would show like how we're living in Honduras to get more people to come. He claimed that he was the chosen one. He also told his followers that they were chosen. I think he even has a video of like how to tell if you're chosen. The idea was to have this like paradise on earth and disconnect from the material world with all of its problems.
Basically rebuilding the Garden of Eden. Follow me.
And so one of the original members of this group is Erica Carroll. She is now an ex-member and she calls it a cult.
I call it a cult now, yes. Yes, I do.
So
now, there was another one. There's another girl named Sika who was the original dykish kind of chick that was there. This girl was there too. They brought their knowledge also, which Nature Boy stole from them also. So I wasn't the only one that Nature Boy stole from. So me and them kind of got along because we at least had that in common. That a lot of stuff that we were saying was being stolen. All right, so let's go.
Erica arrives in Honduras and Nature Boy picks her up. And one of the first things he does is give her a new name, because her name Erica, that's her Babylon name. He gives her a new name, which is BP, stands for Blueprint.
And BP, I think she was like the chef. BP was like the chef. She would cook a lot of their meals and stuff like that. So he appointed her as like a chef. All right, I ain't gonna lie. Them dykish kind of girls, they can cook their ass off. All right, let's go.
Because she's one of the first early members of his group. A few months after arriving in Honduras, they drive in a van. They go to Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, this is what Erica said happened. Quote, she says, we slept outside in tents. We wouldn't live in the house. We would get up, eat fruit because we had to eat vegan or vegetables, and we would get to work. When I got there, I felt I had a pretty good self-esteem and self-confidence. But after every day being there and told
what he does is he plays these mind games and he breaks you down. He breaks you down and rebuilds you up into the caricature that he has reserved for you, okay? So keep that in mind. I want y'all to keep in mind Neverland, Peter Pan, okay?
You're not doing this right. You're so wrong. When I left, I felt like my self-esteem was so low. I had no confidence. We'd have to sit in these long meetings.
Pimpin'.
He'd say we'd be facing our demons while doing that, but basically he's just projecting onto you what he has going inside of him. It was a lot of verbal and mental abuse. Erica then describes the breaking point when she knew she had to leave. That's when she saw Nature Boy basically hitting one of the women.
He slapped her up and punched her a couple of times, and then he told her to go in the tent and give him oral sex. So that was the breaking point for me.
When certain members would leave, new members would come. And when the new members came, it was the same process. You give them a new name, get rid of your Babylon name, and of course, money. He would take their money. He would tell them that money was a distraction.
Yeah, I was telling them about the lady that died over there, Shatera. Her name is Mama Dia. It was a Spanish lady. Her name was Mama Dia. She was a little bit older, probably in her late 40s or 50s.
From their worship, and they shouldn't be connected to the material world, but that he needed the money so that he could, create this safe space for them to worship.
So basically, he took the money and spread it amongst everybody else because it was about sharing. A lot of it was similar to pimping. Okay, a different type of pimping though. All right,
him, of course.
He was extorting money from a young person.
So I literally gave my money to him.
How much money did you give?
Well, I just gave him my debit card. Somebody donated me about $300,000. It's all gone now.
And then, of course,
that was Logan Leathers. I forgot his name. I think what's his name? Ohm. I think his name was Ohm.
On these live streams, he would ask for money, for donations. He would constantly mention his Cash App, and he would say, "Don't hate, donate." He had something against bathrooms. I don't know what it is, but he discouraged bathing.
And I don't know, Cash App wasn't around back then. Cash App wasn't around back then, so I think that's cap. All right.
And also pooping in toilets. He said that the only place you should poop is on a tree, like at the base of a tree. That's where you should poop.
What's Nature Boy like? Because he's quite the character, isn't he?
Yeah, when I watched the video, I felt like I need to be with them. I was with Melanation within like 2 weeks.
You don't use the toilet?
Well, we really don't like using toilets. The soil belongs to the trees, and I'm in an abusive relationship with the tree if I'm not giving it back.
And also, you don't need soap, just water, like in the natural waters in nature. So, as you can imagine, there were lots of odors going on. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, I have like a bunch of videos on them. they would mix like Mormon things with New Age things and like occult things, and it was like a mishmash. This is kind of similar. He would mix like Abrahamic religions with New Age spirituality, yoga, as well as like what do you call it? Astrology. That would explain this video that I found where he's basically dressed in Middle Eastern garb, and then he's sitting above his followers while he talks about astrology and the ego.
What is the ego? That's a good question. The ego. What is the ego? You can tell me what the ego is. The ego is one.
And he goes by the name Master Teacher also. What's going on, Evron? All right, let's go, y'all.
One sense of self. One sense of self. Exactly. The ego is our conscious mind, simply. And we have taken something called pride, or what we protect ourselves with, as a protective mechanism. For instance, if you're a Leo or you're Aries, you might have a lot of pride. So what they call the ego would be your pride. You see what I'm saying? And we mix up the ego with arrogance. These are characteristics of the conscious mind. But the ego is simply your astrological program. Yes? I love myself. I love myself.
It's giving Dubai meets yoga guru meets bullshit. Okay. I don't know how people fall for this and the whole persona and what he's wearing. Like,
you're already out there. It's like you're locked in. He has collateral. You can't just simply leave.
Okay. But he had followers. That's the part that always gets me, is these people have followers.
And I'm telling you, this, and I said this back in the day too, all these people that's commentary on him, like this chick right here, I don't know this chick, but back in the day, she would have taken her goofy ass out there. Oh yes. Oh yes. A lot of the people that was doing commentary on them, at some point they wanted to go out there. I talked about this vehemently back in the day, but let's go.
Words like that.
This woman would have took her ass out there. Had what transpired hasn't transpired, she would have been out there. Because a lot of people that did, they end up going. So
maybe I should start a cult. It seems lucrative.
See? And that's how it starts.
Remember my video about Mother God, how she would be like, ding, I'm receiving a message from the Galactic Federation. Well, Nature Boy's thing was 333, 333, 333.
They just started doing that. That wasn't going on when I was around. They just started doing that.
So then now the polygamy thing, he didn't introduce it at first. Like he eased them into it. At first, actually, there were couples that he made. Like he would match the couples up, and he had a girlfriend or a wife, and other members had their, I think he called them their direct or something like that. And then though, he would like snatch the wife from another male member, almost like a power play. At least that's my interpretation. So at this point, things are going really good for Nature Boy. Okay, he has his concubines. He's pooping in trees. He's making money from live streams. He has a YouTube channel. Things are going good for now, until something happened. He got deported from Costa Rica. Turns out they had overstayed their visas. A lot of them had expired passports, expired documents.
And they were getting hemmed up. And this, so remember I told you the guy that was original with EJ, when they got hemmed up, this is what happened. When they got hemmed up at the border, Nature Boy went off. Like he was talking big shit. He was just like getting all of the authorities riled up, right? This is exactly what happened. So this is how it gets a little bit deeper. I have this information because they're not gonna tell you exactly what's happening. So he gets riled up and they start beating people's ass. Olmec, this guy right here, who he took and the girl that he took from him and made her his wife, he was with EJ at the time. He got his ass whipped the worst. And like when they were in the truck, Nature Boy, we were all watching this as it was live, y'all. I swear to God, after a while, it became a good story. This was like, I'm gonna tell you the truth. This was like the best fucking this was like the best fucking soap opera you could ever see, because it played out in real life. I'm not gonna lie, if Nature Boy had turned that shit into a movie, it would do so much. It would do numbers, y'all. So this is what happened. Nature Boy got these people riled up and start talking big shit. Out of all of them, I think the other ones, they got like scratches and a little bit of bruises and stuff. He got his ass whipped though. They blacked his eye, all kinds of stuff. And his girl, EJ, at the time was like, you know, she was like consoling him because he was basically when he used to call them directs. Basically, when he paired you up with somebody, that person is like your husband. So this was EJ's husband at the time. And Nature Boy was talking big shit, and out of everybody, Olmec got his ass beat. So it was basically like he took one for the team, because like him and Nature Boy and all of them were sitting in the van, and he was like, "Damn, yo, that." He was calm. He was calm then. He was like, he wasn't loud then. He was like, "Damn, yo, that's crazy." So basically, y'all, it was like Olmec took an ass whipping for Nature Boy. So basically, he took one for the team. So Olmec was kind of like, I wouldn't say the savior, but it's like he was kind of like, damn, yo, like he took one for the team. But at the same time, it was like the women there was like, you know, damn, he can't really protect us though. So that's why Nature Boy, if you notice, Nature Boy relatively stayed in shape, because he had to embody power, and he was punking a lot of the dudes in you know that was there. You know what I'm saying? So it gets deeper, y'all. So this is around the time where they got deported and they were like yelling. They just told the girls to yell. They always get the girls to yell to make it seem like something else is going on. And Olmec was the one that got hemmed up pretty bad. And then after this, shortly, he was relieved of his biatch. All right, let's go.
Look at his eye. It's all good though. You know what I'm saying?
He was like, look at his eye. Look what they did to his eye. But Nature Boy started it. Like he started.
And like I said, we're not gonna be stopped. They can't stop this.
But I'm getting ahead of myself, because first I need to explain to you
It's a
melanation and how, like, what it is and how it changed.
The group believe that living in the sunshine of the tropics can make them superior beings. But this belief seems to be based on a discredited racial theory that the darker a person's skin becomes, the more their intelligence increases.
So if you lack melanin, you are genetically retarded.
His plan was to create a community entirely of what he called melanated people. But as it grew, white people were admitted. Anyone could now be melanated and gain greater enlightenment by getting brown in the sun of Costa Rica.
This is when Kayla Reed enters the scene.
I messaged Nature Boy this exact same day.
People saying it's a cult.
Canada's a cult, like the US is a cult. Everyone is a part of a cult.
My friend, and I've let everybody know your name.
I'm Ray.
Yeah.
Peace
Ray.
reflection.
How did
Ray.
you pop up here?
Sun Ray.
Sun Ray.
Okay.
Ray's here.
This was the girl, and so I was around this time. This is when I was around. The sister that's beside him, that was his first wife, Yaya. The white lady here, she's from Canada, and she went missing, and then she pops up over there, and then that's when they gained BBC attention. No homo. Let's go.
Wait, isn't Nature Boy a prejudice? Isn't he racist? How does he have white people there? Reflection. this hardware that you are now looking at. This hardware is a mutation hardware from the.
And anytime they would get knowledge, he would call it, you're getting a download. He's like, we're downloading. All right. He used to stay on a laptop. Like he would act like he was in nature, but he used to stay on the laptop. And there was other people that was around that was actually doing what he was doing, but here in the States, and was living off grid. But look, let's go.
The archetype. You cannot become the archetype or be the archetype without having the archetype software consciousness. Thank you.
And this is what changed a lot of things for Nature Boy, because this brought him a lot of negative publicity
on the way in.
Because Kayla was, first of all, she was Canadian and she went missing. Like she joined them, but she didn't tell anyone. So her family thought she was missing. So this whole thing happens where they're looking for her, she's missing, and then they find out she's with Nature Boy in Costa Rica, and people are like, she joined a cult. So then her mom goes out and she's talking to media and she's like, my daughter, she's joined a cult, she's brainwashed. And then the media, like the Canadian media, go to Costa Rica looking for her. They end up finding Nature Boy and doing an interview with him.
We are inside of our own bodies.
Nature Boy.
Each individual holographically. Go ahead.
I want to talk about the girl that we know as Kayla.
I don't know a Kayla.
Sunray.
Oh, Sunray. Yes, she is healthy. She is beautiful. Oh my. She is the happiest that, she says she's ever been. We all encouraged her to just go live and let people know that you're okay and speak your own mind and tell them what's going on, because she's actually afraid of the people that she ran away from. I made sure that she got in contact with the police station there in Canada. I also made sure that she got in contact with her mother, and I'm a black man. And she's a white girl. She's in a white girl form, and I'm in a black man body. And I also know that it might seem to the world that I'm holding her hostage. So I wanted to make it clear that, call your people, let them know you okay, because I don't want no problems on this end. That's why I'm doing this interview with you, because I don't want any problems.
So she can leave if she chose to leave.
Oh, yes.
In response to this, Kayla's mother comes out and she says, quote, I was happy to hear that she was okay, but in the background, you could hear Nature Boy more or less telling her what to say. The conversation was very disturbing, she said. He was saying that they were her family, and it was a very disturbing conversation. Kayla is not thinking clearly right now. I think he has her brainwashed, and she is more or less doing whatever he says to do. According to Tammy Reed, Kayla's mom, Kayla has mental health issues, and she feels like that's why she's sucked into this cult. The thing is, though, she's an adult. And so at first it was a missing persons case. When they found out that she was in this cult, but she was willingly with them, she came out, she said, I don't want to be with my family, I want to be here. They really couldn't do anything about it. Eventually, though, for whatever reason, Kayla decides to leave, and she does this live stream with Nature Boy where they explain why she's leaving.
So, yeah, I'm going back to Canada mainly because of the safety of us. I don't want anybody getting hurt because I'm here.
So why did you leave in the first place?
We can't own.
Why did you leave? Why don't you tell them why you left in the first place? Did I call you like, hey, come join us, be here with us? Am I controlling or manipulating your mind?
I was gonna leave Canada even before I found Nature, so I got put on pills because I want to leave.
So basically, her family, she's saying that her family just basically put you on medication because you try to leave. Like she tried to go to Hawaii before she got here.
Yeah,
I didn't know this. I didn't know, but I did ask her before she got here, do you have crazy parents? She was like, well, they don't matter. I'll throw my phone away, because we had someone here else that was white that got snatched out of here before. There's another thing I want to address. It seems to be that you might not be able to join me if you're white. If you want to join Nature Boy, you're not allowed to join me anymore. What you are allowed to do is do what I did. I'm leading by example. I haven't been the most pleasant personality. I will admit that. I will admit that I've said the truth in a mean way. Like I said it in a firm, authoritative way. And sometimes I get so mad about the evils in the world that when I speak, I could come off so strong. But my heart is pure and my message is pure. And want to apologize if I offended anybody in any kind of way. And I'm sure Sunray wanted to speak for herself before you get back, because they're probably going to try to isolate you and try to twist your words around and speak for you. And
Passport Prophet.
So don't worry about the comments.
We got to remember that one, Tech Rail.
This is how we will destroy the planet.
Shit.
I mean, destroy the cancer on the planet.
The reporter starts talking to other ex-members of Nature Boy's group, and they did not have good things to say at all.
If Nature Boy is not done talking or done doing this, then we don't go to sleep. I got in trouble for missing a meeting, and what I was doing was putting him to sleep.
Is it a cult?
It is.
Videos were emerging online of former followers attacking him.
It ain't because of your color, it's because of your nasty attitude and your crazy eyes.
What's your relationship like with Nature Boy now?
Golden Boy, he kicked his ass out too.
Not at all.
So I literally gave my money to him.
How much money did you give?
Well, I just gave him my debit card. He was buying a lot of materialistic objects.
It's about how you use the material thing. It's not about what the material thing means.
But do you really need a ping pong table?
Do you need sportsmanship to foster brotherhood? Yes. That is a utility. It's not just an object.
No, of course, yeah.
We got a call. It was Nature Boy.
It's not behind your back if he's gonna interview you, though, right? It's about the movement. It's not about you anymore.
He kicked both of them niggas out. See, these were new dudes. These niggas didn't last. Because not only was it women that was going out there, it was dudes that was trying to run out there too. And a lot of those dudes, let me tell y'all something too. This is what the passport talk kind of reminds me of. A lot of those dudes knew if they went out there that they would get a girlfriend appointed by Nature Boy. All right, so
kind of mad that.
Of course he's mad. He's always mad.
This is why I decided to leave Melanation.
Brainwashed his ass.
I don't like how the women are being treated.
Ran everybody that was there out.
Okay, that dude, this guy.
It's not just an object.
No, of course, yeah.
We got a call. It was Nature Boy.
It's not behind your back if he's gonna interview you, though, right? It's about the movement. It's not about you anymore.
See that don't say no shit like that to him. He gonna defeat. Yeah, he was fucking everybody's girlfriend. But hold on. I got y'all. Hold on. Let me give y'all some details. I was there. All right. So check.
Mad that.
Of course,
covered this.
He's mad. He's always mad.
This is why I decided to leave Melanation.
So damn, I can't catch it. That girl's Yaya. That was his first wife. That was the first girl I personally helped save from over there. So let's go. Hold on.
Brainwashed his ass.
I don't like how the women are being treated.
This guy right here. So and his girl was bad too. So this guy, he was another adult. I think he was in Costa Rica. I think he was in Costa Rica. Instead of Nature Boy staying at a hotel or Airbnb, he stayed with this guy, which was a friend, I guess. And he was into it. So I guess he offered Nature Boy like his land. So Nature Boy and everybody was out there living on his land and stuff like that. And every so often they would all go into the house and kind of party and celebrate and whatever. Basically, he had a girlfriend. He had his wife. Something happened, right? Because Nature Boy was fucking everybody's girl, right? Something happened and Nature Boy, like I think while he wasn't there or something like that, picked up his wife. And when Nature Boy like picked up his wife, like physically, he like kind of I can't believe I'm telling y'all the story. Y'all support tonight's show because I'm probably gonna get kicked off the internet, my vernacular on tonight's show. Listen, when Nature Boy picked up this man's wife, he kind of like slipped his finger or brushed his finger across her vagina. I'll just say it like that. Across her tilapia. Okay. Like he slightly slipped his finger, and I'm doing air quotes, across her tilapia. Okay. And I guess she felt some type of way about that. I guess he was trying to, hey, you should probably fuck with me. Try dirty, because Nature Boy is the biggest dirty Mac of all time. But he's on some, if I'm supplying and controlling all this shit, is it dirty macking? That's how he rolls, right? So his wife told him, hey, he kind of made me uncomfortable by doing, and bruh, this nigga went off. This dude went off. And that's where this live came from. Because I'm going to show you their page, but aside from all of the other stuff they used to put on their page, they used to go live regularly behind the scenes. So a whole bunch of shit. Like I said, it was aside from the BS that y'all saw on YouTube, they used to go live regularly, and like I think on Ustream and some other places. So a lot of the stuff y'all didn't get to see detailed wise. So let's go. And it was purposely done that way also too.
Ran everybody that was there out.
Around this time, the name of the group changes again. Instead of Melanation, it's now Carbonation. He's known as Nature Boy, but also as like 3 God, 333.
He's known as Nature Boy. He's known as Tahuti. This nigga calls himself Tahuti. He has so many nicknames. All of them got like a bunch of nicknames though.
As the Messiah, he can heal people. He can heal people. He believes that all illnesses or diseases come from the mind, and that it's all a mindset thing. And he believes that he has the power to heal. And if you just go in the sun, eat your fruits, think positively, you're going to be totally healed. And he's preaching that. Well, remember how I told you some people think he's responsible for his followers' death?
You influence her to stop taking her medications.
And this girl right here that's going around doing all these interviews, she is not innocent. She is not innocent. If not, she's more, it pains me to say this, in a way, she's more guiltier than Nature Boy. They 2 peas in a pod. All right.
You actually influenced her to stop taking her medication. That's why she passed away the way she did.
Look, Mama Dia. So they used to call her name was EJ at first. Then they called her Velvet. Then they called her Eliana. And then, man, look.
Well, the person that most people reference is someone called Mama Dia. Now, her real name is Magdalena Sevilla.
And at the time, too, when he was dating Yaya, Yaya was in on the bullshit. But it never got this deep at the time. So keep that in mind, because Kino actually pointed that out. So,
and she had a heart condition.
I'm taking medication for my heart, but I don't have that anymore.
And that's the thing. When you get out there, remember I told you he takes a lot of your stuff. As soon as you get out there, he advises you to throw all of your medication away. To throw it away. Don't take it. So not only was she on a diet that confused her body, because you can't just cold turkey, she was off her meds.
Grounded, eating the right on the B6 diet, so that has helped me.
Yeah, it was the B6 diet, not the B2.
It was Nature Boy that encouraged her not to take her medication. And so she didn't. She stopped taking her medication, and she died 2 months after she joined the cult. Some people blame Nature Boy for her death, allegedly. Don't sue me. There was something else that he did, and that was just be a horrible person. He just treated everyone like shit. There is an ex-member. Her name is Velvet.
The wife of a reported cult leader wants to tell her side of the story.
He literally held me hostage. He took all of my identity.
No, that's a fucking lie. That's a damn lie. He was trying to get rid of her at one point. And you know, ladies, y'all know how some of y'all are. Y'all do everything but leave. Y'all do everything but leave. And she was mad because he was sleeping with other women, which she knew, and she was sleeping with other women too. Her dad even went down there to bring her back, and she did not leave with her father. Lies galore.
For my birth certificate, my social, my bank cards.
She gave him her $3,000 college fund. She says Bishop, the leader of the so-called cult Carbon Nation, went from spoiling her to abusing her when she got pregnant.
I was forced to engage in sexual activity that I did not want to do. I was still strangled on multiple occasions.
At this time, she's like his main.
That was when she was with Olmec.
She gave him her $3,000 college fund.
And baby girl, $3,000 wasn't going to get you through college. So, I don't know.
She says Bishop, the leader of the so-called cult Carbon Nation, went from spoiling her to abusing her when she got pregnant.
I was forced to engage in sexual activity that I did not want to do. I was still strangled on.
She's not going to tell how she used to she whipped his ass so many times, punched him dead in his shit. All right, let's go.
Multiple occasions.
That's Olmec, the guy that she was with.
This time she's like his main girl, and he ends up getting her pregnant. She has a baby, and then there's this awful live stream.
But once you get emotional, you think it's okay to drop the moral code, right? Everything is cool with you until you get emotional. The only reason why you upset is because you caught.
I've been here all day in this spot. I did yoga in this spot. I was there young in this spot. I was sleep in this spot, and I came back to this spot.
Your dishonesty is less than moral, because it'd be different if you could admit what I seen. Yo, sit down, yo. The baby's in your hand, yo. Hold on real quick. Hold this real quick.
She was reckless. These were the lives that went on after. And those are the sister wives. See, that's a laptop and a projector.
I think I should keep this rolling.
Velvet left the group and listened to the disgusting reason.
She left the group and went back about 6 times, y'all. 6 times. She was leaving every other day.
Why Nature Boy wanted to have kids with different women at the same time. This is according to Velvet. She said, he stated to me that the reason why he wanted all of the wives was that he wanted to impregnate all of us so that we can have his children, so that he can meet his children together, so that he can inbreed.
I don't know about all that.
Did you throw up in your mouth a little?
I don't know about all that. Like, people be just adding extra shit on for content, but okay.
Bit, because I did. So, although Nature Boy had like all these wives, there were lots of gay rumors about him, or bisexual or something. Now, I don't care. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because it becomes this recurring theme, and Nature Boy brings it up a lot.
I went into the flow of it, and I asked the universe, I want to know, what makes someone homosexual?
Nah, you gotta see the video because when the porn video came out, he said it wasn't him. Black Ink and Digital Pit Boss did an interview with him. I was in the background, And he admitted that it was him because he was saying it wasn't him. And he was like, it was me. He's like, it was me. He was like, I'm gay. He said, yeah, it's me. He owned up to it. But shit was crazy. But we'll get into that later, y'all. Keep watching.
Like, honestly, I want to know, why are there homosexual people in the world? Why does it exist in nature? Why?
Yeah, the one with the white dude, and then there was another one. So when he first stole my content, when I tagged him in it on Facebook at the time, he was trying to justify homosexuality by calling women hermaphrodites. So he took the stuff that I was saying and bastardized it and tried to spin it into something. And he was like, so technically, if all women are hermaphrodites, everyone's gay, especially men. So that's where he was going with it. It was the dumbest shit ever. And then you had black women sitting up there. Yes, that's true. Yes. Come on, y'all.
How do we do that? The answer came through me in the flow of my teaching.
I still got that video.
It just came out of me. The answer just came, and it was so crisp. If we don't live in a world that allows females to express themselves completely in freedom, and so that we can get the most out of them collectively, then we summon the homosexual spirit. Nature does this to bring balance. Homosexuals, they have high IQs. Their creative level is out the roof because they tap into divine feminine. And they get status because they're smarter. They're made smart. They have a high IQ, right? So that gay people are very smart. When I learned this, I was amazed. When I learned this, I was like, oh, wow. I never thought about the metaphysical reasons of being homosexual. I never thought of them. They tell me I have a disease. They said, you're sick. And they repeated it and repeated it and repeated it and repeated it and repeated it. I don't believe in going to no doctor to put no spell on me to sell medicine to me. I feel good. One person has herpes, that's a human being. We all have herpes. So I wanted to understand disease, to teach about disease. A virus is an entity that cannot reproduce on its own. Hello? When you call me something, trust me. I go do my research very deeply. I know that me personally am not a homosexual. I know that I have no diseases. But if one of us have a disease, then we'll all have a disease. Because they're calling me the one with HIV, and I don't have HIV, unfortunately. But I do have HIV as far as what we all are. If one person has it, we all have it. I literally took an HIV test, and it didn't even matter. HIV is cancer. Holy shit. I would have a transsexual wife, and I will. And I will. I do like transsexuals because I'm attracted to that. And I have to be honest about that. I don't feel like that makes me gay because I look at her as a woman. So the best head I ever got was from a transsexual. Unfortunate.
So mean and insensitive to so many people. Oh, world peace immediately. Michael, take me away. Sometimes in life, we bottle things in. Your mind really controls your health. Guys, do your yoga. Yes, I love yoga. Do you love yoga? I love yoga. Okay, so guys.
Now what he's doing, I don't know, because you know this stuff gets taken out of context. What he does is he tries to act like his wives, and they're amused by it. Okay, y'all? He tries to act like some of his wives. He's like, yo, I'm gonna act like you. And then he'll do like a whole live stream and try to act like some of his wives, and they're amused by it. So that's probably what he's doing right here. All right.
Listen, I'm a producer.
So y'all gotta honestly, this stuff is y'all gotta see what happens behind the scenes. It kind of ain't really what is being displayed here, but you know. You said no context was needed for this. Oh yes, it is. Come on, Shatera. You know what be going on. But yeah, let's go.
You sir, I'm an actor. I'm an actor.
See?
Guys, I'm an actor. I'm just not for sale. I'm probably the best actor you've ever seen in your life.
In addition to him treating the women in the cult like shit, he also treated the men like shit. He would smack them, he would degrade them, he would make them go and like bring him water and like, you know, feed him the water. He would make them feed him food. Then he would get mad and smack them if they gave him like a strawberry instead of something else.
Did I ask for a strawberry? Bitch, did I ask for a strawberry? Huh?
No, my sweet.
Don't you ever in your motherfucking life give me no motherfucking strawberry unless I ask for one, motherfucker.
The whole thing is like, let me tell you. So at first, I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be 100% honest. When I was editing the footage, I was laughing. But then after watching it over and over again, it wasn't funny anymore. Then I was sad because it's ridiculous, like in the beginning, but then when you look at their eyes, not Nature Boy, because he has crazy eyes, but when you look at the other followers' eyes, they're like dead inside. They're broken. They look sad. They look like they have nothing left. And it's like, how bad do you have to feel about yourself to accept this shit? You know, it's like they're probably saying worse things to themselves than what he's saying. That's why they're accepting that. And that's sad. You know what I mean? That's not funny. And it just, I hope now that he's in jail that maybe they love themselves, maybe forgive themselves for whatever they're punishing themselves for. They release their shame, have some self-respect, because nobody deserves to be treated like this. It's just awful. Now, if you thought that was bad, it gets worse. Brace yourself and consider this your trigger warning. The next clip I'm about to play is Nature Boy, in his own words, talking about what he does with his son. And this is your trigger warning.
We got this out the way. I bet you this is the second version. I'm gonna show y'all the first version if she didn't do her research and got the actual clip, because we would have won that. We were the ones, me, Black Ink, and Digital Pit Boss were the ones that actually put this out there
for SA and children and stuff like that. Tap, tap, tap until the clip goes off the screen of Nature Boy if you don't want to hear this.
You know why I don't let kids around me, other people kids around me?
All right, this was when Black Ink was interviewing him. This was when Black Ink was interviewing him. And basically this is the first time he really talked about that stuff. So let's go.
That's the way I am. When I see my son, this is how I treat my son. We naked together. I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. My son be breastfeeding and I'll be making love to his mama. That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure. I make love to their mama right in front of them. Like a real man. That's how I get down, homie. I think I am a child. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I'm pure in my mind and children are pure.
Bruh, the shit was crazy, bro. I'm telling you, bruh. The Peter Pan shit. I'm a real man. We broke down all of this stuff, man. Let's go.
I like to embrace the kids. Like, come here, I like to fuck with this.
Y'all hit the like button on the way in. I know this is gonna be crazy. Look, y'all don't trip though. Don't trip. It gets worse. You got way more stuff to trip about later. Don't trip yet. All right. Y'all support tonight's show. Yeah, I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, but now that I'm down this rabbit, y'all gonna have to suffer right along with me. Y'all support tonight's show. Good morning. Support the show. Let's go.
And if I did that around other people's kids, they would put me under the fucking jail. You can't be a real human. That's why I don't let nobody kids here but mine, homie. Because I ain't about to alter my life for no one. I walk around naked.
You know what? I hope you get shanked in the urethra in prison with love. 333. On a lighter note, because we need to lighten the mood just a little bit. On a lighter note. So remember how I told you he kept getting deported in Central America? Well, one of the times they got deported, They had to board a plane, right? Because they were deported. Well, they were kicked off the plane. Why?
Spirit Airlines won't let us on the flight because they said we stink, but nobody stinks. We need a lawyer. We need to it's like a lawsuit has to be done about this. It's crazy. Like
now, it's wild when Spirit denies you. It's wild as hell when Spirit denies you, y'all.
We don't stink. They said that we can't get on the plane because we stink. They said we can't get on the plane because we stink. They said we can't get on the plane because we stink, y'all. It's because we're black. I'm just letting you know that right now. Make this go viral, y'all. Can you tell us why we got off this flight? Why did they tell us to get off the flight?
You can go in this flight because some passengers say that you smell.
But you saying the passengers say that we smell?
Yes.
We don't be eating anything that stinks.
Remember, right? They don't bathe and they're in the sun all the time. Sweating plus not bathing equals smell.
Musk. M-U-S-K. Musk.
I don't care who you are. And the saddest part was there's a clip where one of the guys like lifting up his arm to smell himself. And it's like, we've all been there. I felt bad. Okay, let me tell you what happened to me one time. One time, I was using natural aluminum-free deodorant and I went to work out. Now, this is one of those bougie workout studios where they don't have showers. And I had to run some errands afterward. Do you see where I'm going with this? So I'm in Target and I reach for something and I get a whiff of, I'm like, is that me? Is that me smelling like that? It was me. It was me. And I literally was walking with my hands attached to me like this. I went straight to the self-checkout because I was trying to stay away from anyone. Went to the self-checkout, was checking out myself, drove my ass home immediately. I've never thrown deodorant so violently in the trash. Okay. It sucks to smell, you know, and it makes you insecure. I just felt bad. Like when I saw the video, even though it was funny, kind of when he's like, we don't smell, we don't stink, we don't stink. They all look demoralized. And I'm sure if he said we can bathe, they all would have bathed, but they're listening to his stupid rules. And anyway, they end up getting on a flight later on and they go back to the US. They go from place to place, you know, in the US, and they end up going to Hawaii because they want to be tropical, near the equator, the sun, and they end up getting arrested in Hawaii. Remember, right? Pandemic.
I didn't know about this.
They broke quarantine rules. There's like a 14-day quarantine. They were not quarantining. It was just a little bit like they got released soon after. Now, remember Velvet, the ex-member I told you about? Well, they got arrested June 2020 in Hawaii. By August 2020, she says Nature Boy forced her to marry him in Vegas, in one of those Vegas chapels of all places. She said, he stated in front of us that if anything happened to him, then I would be able to bail him out of any jail or prison or anything like that. And that was the reason for him marrying me, other than the fact that he wants to completely destroy me as a person. Velvet said that now that she had her daughter, now that she was starting to see the abuse through the eyes of her daughter, she couldn't take it anymore. And then finally, November 2020, she leaves, and she leaves for good. She said that it took her a while. She would sneak and get a document here, a document there. Velvet was the main wife. They would call her the queen. Well, she's gone now. So there's a new queen, Malia. And wow, he treated her like shit. If that's how he treats the queen, I don't want to know how he treats the peasant.
Come over here like she act like you want to be over here. Act like you want to be over here. Come on over here. Come on over here. She ain't leaving soon because you were Aries. Tell him. Tell him when you get closer. Huh? You want me in jail, don't you? Go ahead, devil. Go ahead, devil. Abuse. Yes, I'm abusing them. Now to come do something about it. You know you're trying to make people feel sorry for you. Ain't nobody feeling sorry for you. If you need to get saved, blink twice. You don't want it. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Malia, leave. Do you want to leave?
They will do stuff like this. You got to add some context. I'm not saying that he was good, but see what I'm more so like still tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? So anytime they would do something on live or put something out there, this is how he would punish them. Like when they were wrong about something or they backtrack about something, and it's like, see, you're trying to get me locked up. And what he would do is he'll go live and kind of humiliate them. Because if they made a mistake or she slipped up and said something or she did something when she was mad, that's what he would do. And then she'll go back agreeing with them. And this is you know, let them know you've been lying on me. You want to see me locked up. This is the type of stuff he would do. All right.
Malia, tell him what happened if you leave here. You'll go crazy, won't you?
Yeah.
Tell him who Baba G is. God. Tell him.
Baba G is God.
Now confess it. Proclaim it.
Baba G is God.
Call the police. Put him in jail. She belong with me. She the weak link. Tell him we're home at. Tell him we're home at.
Baba G.
Oh, Malia. Yeah. What's going on?
No.
What's up?
I'm trying to see.
What's up?
I'm not fighting anybody. I'd rather get beat up than fight. That's not who I am.
Why you keep disrespecting Baba G?
Why you keep disrespecting me? Why you keep being ungrateful?
It's because you trigger me.
Go inside, bro. It's your birthday, baby. We gonna turn up. Chat.
She also left and then came back. And then there was this video I found online where she comes back and they make her do this weird humiliation ritual. She like gets on a knee and does the 333 symbol.
Here's your blood.
You gotta say for yourself.
Yeah, he made them fight each other. Yeah.
I embarrassed my family. I made an irrational decision in the moment out of emotions. And I want to apologize to my family, to y'all, because, of course, I did it a couple times. This moment isn't special, but I just have to account for the shit I did. Take responsibility. Come back and face myself. So where to go?
No, let me get this straight. Because it sounds like you're not speaking from your heart, that you're just saying shit.
And then there was this weird video of him and the wives, and he's like deliberately filming their bruises or one of them's bruises and their smiles, the saddest smile you'll ever see. I hate that video so much. And then he's like zooming in on one of the girls' like bruises. Like it's like he's deliberately showing the abuse. I don't understand. He goes back to Atlanta, well, not Atlanta, Decatur, Georgia, to the house that I told you guys in the beginning that got raided, where he got arrested from. Okay. And he's spiraling. Okay. They're doing these live streams.
The black man is God.
Black man is God.
The black man is God. Tell him.
The black man is God.
Say, you have this control, King.
You have this control, King.
Down. Bitch, get in soup before I smack your fucking ass.
I'm Caesar. House. Victor. Call me. I got that green shit. This is our handshake. Remember this handshake. This is the handshake of our genetics. This is our handshake.
Yeah, this is later on. This nigga done lost his mind.
Right here. 1, 2. Right here. You grab the thumb. Right there. The yin and the yang. It's a circle. Our hands do it. Harmony. Look at it. They naturally do it. And the other side is the spiral of life. Watch the third part. Ready? 3, 6, 9. Nikola Tesla, that's our shit. We was gods. These ain't gang signs. These shits mean mathematical equations. And you have to unlock the universe. What is y'all talking about? Remember? All of my children, you better get this message to them. They got 3 days.
Oh.
Excuse me. Oh, that's even more better. Oh, yes, sir, massa. Oh, yes, sir, massa. I programmed it. It's my zeros and ones everywhere. You have 3 days, my friends. And I move, you move.
Just like that.
I'm talking to all my children. Stop getting stuck watching me. You got 3 days to get here. Anybody that's not here by April 1st, well, your soul will be thrown into the abyss. Let it be written.
Let it be done.
You'll think you're alive, but everything will be weird for you. You are speaking to God. How may I help you? Oh, they always scared of me. Why everybody so scared of me? I'm such a loving person.
They're not in the middle of the jungle anymore. They're in the United States, in a neighborhood, and they're neighbors, and people can see and hear this stuff. And they're also live streaming. So people are calling the cops on them while they're live streaming. And there's even footage of this.
You say we gon' be all right. What happened? What's happening on the line?
What's going on?
His clothes is right there if he has to go.
What's your clothes?
I'm not dressed. What's going on?
So what they do is when they call the cops on them at any time, what they do is they he invites the cops in. He's been doing this since Costa Rica. He invites the cops in so the cops can look around and see that nothing's wrong, and then sends them on their way. You know, these are my wives, and introduces them like, yeah.
I did something wrong? I mean, you look like you did something wrong right there.
I got your live. Your clothes are right there behind you.
What's up, G?
Listen, did you say one thing on your live? What? That's it. One thing what?
He messed up by coming back to the States.
What? I'm talking about child molestation.
Hell no.
You say nothing about that on the live?
And he'll have his wife's lines up.
Oh, that's your live right now?
Yeah, this is before he got locked up.
Something I'm gonna give you more views now.
Hell yeah. No, I ain't say I was no child molester. They say I'm a child molester.
Right.
I'm teaching about nature and natural living. We always on camera. Everything on record. That's why I record everything. That's why
I'm recording you, so you good?
Yeah. We are peaceful people that teach meditation and living in tune with the universe.
You put your address online?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I want a bitch to try me.
You will walk out of camera on that one.
Huh?
You will walk off on that one.
No, I wouldn't walk. I want a nigga to try me. My address is, this is 2993. My shit is 2993 what? Arbitrate Drive.
Georgia.
30033.
What you doing on that? TikTok?
No, I'm on TikTok. I'm on everything. I'm nature boy. I'm
I
3 guys.
know. I've seen some of your videos.
Oh yeah, you know.
I've seen some of your videos.
You know what's how
How many followers you got?
A lot. And I'm about to go viral again. I got a lot of followers.
How many followers you on TikTok? Ballpark.
TikTok, how many we got?
On TikTok? 33?
32 right now.
Yeah.
But my videos is going viral. I just put it up to TikTok.
Like 33 people, like 33 now,
33,000.
33K.
33,000.
32,000, but we got our following all together.
We got 90,000 on YouTube.
Yeah, like I'm pretty happy, bro. But the thing is, I'm about to be more famous in a minute.
I send you my invoice.
Yeah.
You said, yeah.
What you mean? What you mean?
Oh yeah, I can't do this for free.
Nah, man. All right, my boy, be good, man. All right.
Right.
Yeah, he look like Mac Miller. He a nigga too. Yeah, he a white boy, but he black on the inside.
Then there's this weird thing that happens in Atlanta. And to me, it was funny. Sorry, but it was. Basically, he goes to this nightclub called Boogaloo and he tries to get in and he comes with his women on his arm and they have the feathers in their hair and he's Nature Boy. And he basically gets denied entry into the club.
333.
But you follow me, you take my commands, never G. The three.
Pushing
nigga.
three. Pushing three.
Always and forever loyal to the three.
Pushing three.
I'm the commander in chief. We in the valley of the shadow of death, and we will fear no evil. But listen, we will be humble. Oh, what's up, my boy? Oh, I'm not. On my social media, I'm promoting. Oh, no, he on the social media. Get him off social media. He don't want social media. Cut him out.
No, they not good.
So this is Nature Boy. I think Mama is controversial. What? I remember her lady, she came by my house to do a check. You always come by the house. She always come by the house when they do that wellness. No, they didn't film me. No. They got one on the inside. They don't want me in there.
You need to just relax.
Being God is not cool. I'm pure love. Why are people scared of me?
You can't walk away. How do you walk away? You turn.
I'm scared of my own energy, and people are scared of me, and I don't know how to respond to this.
Okay, look at the officers. How you do? Listen, when we go in, we're gonna take it. Listen, just relax. You're the God. We don't worry about them. We don't worry about them. Keep energy, peace, love, radiate that. It's always the song.
Nobody wants to play with you. I'm trying to get like you. Look, I'm trying to get like you. I gotta go back to the car. They opening up the door. Goddamn. I'm trying to get like you.
Hey, what's going on? What's y'all name?
Look at that. About to recruit some more sisters.
Y'all going to Boogaloo? Hey! I'm confused. Why can you be on your camera, girl? It's my birthday, you know. So.
Happy birthday, birthday girl.
Thank you. What y'all got going on? Y'all look nice. Y'all look sharp. Look at all the accessories.
No, this is God. Oh. Yeah. Look at her.
Hey y'all, it's my birthday. Follow me at allegedly B on Instagram.
Right.
Yeah. Saving this. You gotta save sisters from this nigga. This is the type of cooperation the manosphere wants. Line up on the wall. Right. He pulled an O'Shea on them, Tank, to the wall. To the window, to the wall. This is the type of cooperation they want? Shit, what the fuck? Come on, man. She about to be the next one on the wall. She keep talking. Shit.
Down.
Everybody, it's my birthday. Let's meet inside. Let's meet y'all. Y'all some nice looking ladies. Y'all keep up the good work.
No, the white girl's not there no more.
I feel like he made them do all that because he felt embarrassed that he couldn't get into the club. So he's like, look what I can do. The walls are closing in on Nature Boy. It is now March 2022. Something is about to happen that's going to end up being the reason why he gets arrested. And remember how he makes the girls smack each other? Well, one of these girls gets hit by another girl because she was directed to hit her, and she tries to leave. She says he doesn't let her leave. And in addition to that, he forces himself on her. That's what she said. She finds a way to leave. This upsets Nature Boy. He gets pissed. He posts videos of her having sex online. She then calls police and reports this, and that's when the investigation began. So the investigation lasts for 2 weeks, and that's when the police raid the home in Decatur and arrest Nature Boy. That is the story of Nature Boy in a nutshell. He is currently in
You missed out some of the key parts. I like when they got back to Atlanta. Yeah, that's how I knew it was over, when they came back to the States. You know? But look at this. All of this stuff is still up from back in the day. There goes Yaya. These are all the videos that's still up. This is when I was around. It's about 6 years ago. Even the stuff that he stole. Look at this. You see the transition. See? Now, this is when he stole the information from a video that I did, and that was the longest video I did. He literally took the whole thing, the whole concept, and flipped it. And this is Yaya right here. This was the first wife. She's not there anymore. This is the first woman that we saved from Nature Boy, because he kept playing the lectures in front of her. Right? And what drew a lot of people to his and they see they redid the titles of some of these shows. But what drew a lot of people to the channel, because it was naked women there too. But look at this.
Peace reflection. Going live. This is gonna be a hot one right here.
And they would follow him down to like the river.
I'm gonna let the room get full while we come down. Shout out to the gods. Peace reflections. Yes, yes. This one gonna be a good one. We're gonna make sure we come down here when we got signal, because I don't want nothing breaking up. I don't want nothing breaking up and nothing getting in the way of this download I'm about to give y'all. Right? So we want to make sure we in a good area, that we got complete. We got good signal. And shout out to Yaya in the building.
Peace reflection.
That's his wife.
Yeah.
First one.
Shout out to Nature Girl Mocha.
Peace reflection.
Yeah, I remember Mocha. Mocha, she's a flip-flopper. She kept leaving and coming back. I really don't trust Mocha. And I forgot this other shorty's name.
Shout out to Nature Girl Irie.
Peace reflection.
She speaks Spanish. She speaks for Spanish. We articulate this message in Spanish as well. Shout out to Nature Girl EJ.
Peace and love.
That's what's up. So this download right here is going to be a powerful one, simply because Not only are the reflections behind me fully topless with leaves on their nipples, this is how silly humanity is. How silly is humanity that I'm able to wear my nipples out. And the archetype, the mother, has to hide her nipples. You ever ask yourself why in the hell does Babylon make you cover up your nipples? For what?
And this is the stupid semantical shit that he would get into. And this is why it would draw women. Whether they're getting into feminism or... Yeah, he was... Polite murdered him. And I ain't gonna lie. One of them Polite murdered him in one of their... I think they took that down off the internet. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it. We'll let this play for a little bit. Y'all like and support tonight's show. Good morning. Support the show. Support the show. Let's go.
Why have they sexualized the bodies in a way to make you ashamed of your body? We must become children again. We must get in tune again. Reflection, we have to ask ourselves, what are we becoming? What are we becoming where you have to cover up your nipples? Now, I'm going to give you a little technology about your body here. We're going to talk about sexuality. This is very, very important. Nipples are nipples. Nipples need to be understood. Nipples need to be actually understood and actually broken the spell of us being ashamed. Y'all get even. Y'all get even. Yeah, aesthetically even. Y'all come over this way a little bit, sweetheart. There you go. Yeah, come over a little bit more. Yeah, there you go. All right. So what I want to do is simply break the spell. And if y'all get tired, y'all could lean back. You know how I do. So at the end of the day, what I want to do right now is break the spells. Because we have to become human again. We have to become children again. It's silly that they have to put leaves on their nipples for me to talk to you. We can't talk to each other in our skin.
Thanks.
In our skin. In our true clothing. How silly is that? Do we even understand what the nipple is? Do we understand what the nipple is? Come over to something, Mocha. Do we even understand what it is? Reflection, it's time for us to wake up. It's time for our deity to wake up. Our deity is the black woman. Humanity's deity.
He switched it up too. When he started calling, it took him a minute too. When he started calling them, she's a bitch. He openly said it. He switched up faster than Tupac, y'all.
God is nature. And that is the black woman. And it's time that we wake up. I'm tired every time we go live, they got to put a shirt on. It's not right. It's not cool. It's not okay. But see, the world you live in, we have to do that. But see, me, I could have no shirt on, nipples out, everything. What kind of world we in, man? Why do we hide the woman's nipples? And could bras be the reason why we have breast cancer? Perhaps
this nigga tripping. All right. So it was like that. And every day, like it was all them talks, like it was just download. But look at this. I think this was the original one. Right on.
Wherever he's at, I don't know if he's in Mexico this time. I don't know where he's at.
Oh, that's what's up.
But he's got his own community.
Sounds good that the brother is not being limited to American jurisdiction.
If you see him, bro, I'm gonna show you one of his videos.
Okay, that's good.
He's out there. He go out there.
That's good. That's good to hear.
Outside of the box, so to speak. You know what I'm saying?
There ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, if he's teaching the people and he's organizing on a scale past just being on YouTube, then salute to the brother until I find out more.
Jungle, Mexico, right now. You see him? He's in my own joint. But yeah, jungle in Mexico right now.
Man, that's good to hear. Sounds good.
That'll be a powerful deal with y'all two.
Okay, I'll look him up. Yeah. But that sounds good. That sounds good though. I probably am familiar, but I probably just gotta look at him. Take a look at it. But respect to the brother. If he's doing what he's got to do, respect him, especially if he organizing. Gotta always respect organizing.
I'm not gonna lie, Polite annihilated him. I've never seen a swift ass kicking. Polite did him like Crawford did Spence. He did him dirty.
Hit me up, man. We gotta do something, bro. You're ready. So yeah, as far as
But again, Divine came in on trial. What was that? How long did he speak, and what did he speak about? Do you even remember?
About a good maybe 15 minutes.
Do you remember what he talked about?
No.
He did him like
Neither I.
dispense.
You see what I'm saying? And that's a problem, because I with a memory like mine, I should remember what he talked about. Do you remember what Zion talked about? That debate?
Zion didn't speak.
Was it too early, Link? Too early? Too soon? Was it too soon?
No wonder we don't remember what he said either. So what I'm saying is, these were the two.
I know what Hashar talked about.
Yeah, he talked about my Giuseppe's and my Yankee fitted.
Right.
This is what the Hebrews had to offer us, and then they elected for Divine to speak lesser time, and Divine aligned himself with people who wouldn't give him enough respect and credibility to the information he could have loaned them to. I wouldn't say persevere, but do a better job. So there were several opportunities, and what happens over time, different circumstances are created where it doesn't even suffice. The build up and the hype ain't there. Like, who's gonna be excited about Divine and Polite like they would have been prior, when they just said after that last communication with him, we're gonna leave him alone?
He said, Nature Boy said he want to build with you about money being your God.
Oh, that's great.
He want to build about. He want to build.
I love those conversations. Maybe you can set up a stream.
Do you still feel today that money is your God?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Well, hold on. Money, my religion. Let's do this the right way. Hold on. Stop. He had to slow down now. Hold on.
The sun is his God. The sun.
I don't have a problem with that. Money's my religion. Let's put that right.
Okay.
Money's my religion. The black woman is my God.
Okay, say it.
Okay. Money's my religion. The black woman is my God. Let's get it right, because you keep saying money's my God. Money's my religion.
All right, you hear that, Nature?
Okay.
You hear it, Nature?
Yeah, money's my religion. I got to make sure we don't mess this thing up now.
All right.
Okay, so I don't have a problem with that. If he's okay and comfortable with me establishing money as my religion, I'm okay with having a conversation on your voucher that he's a good brother, Brother Sarnetta. I don't mind.
Yeah.
So
Boy, good brother. Man.
Yeah, and I don't mind if the son is his guy. It sounds like a practical idea. I'm down with practicality. But in my religion, the black woman is God. Okay, because money is our religion, and the day and time that we in, we have to facilitate a means to which end we could provide for her.
When we dealing with the knowledge, I think you and Nature Boy will have some powerful information coming out together. I'm telling you, Nature Boy is powerful when it's dealing with the mind. But I'm talking about, forget all the crazy stuff that people try to say.
No doubt.
When you deal with the
Is it still good?
when you deal with the knowledge, Nature Boy got some fire.
He got fired.
Yeah, he got some fire.
I don't mind. We going to
He say things that's outside the box. You know what I'm saying?
we could blind debate. We going to blind debate.
Yeah.
I'll pick up whatever I can pick up from him, and whenever you're ready to do a live stream, we can have a great discussion. As long as we keep it respectful.
Yeah.
As long as if he's a respectful brother, I'm down with great dialogue if it empower and impact the people. We just talking about perspectives at the end of the day.
The black woman and the
Sarnetta be setting people up, y'all. Y'all don't follow Sarnetta. He Don King and shit. You dig? And the funny part too about something like this, if he says the black woman is his God, is the black woman God to other black women? Oh, I don't think so.
black man is God together, positive and negative charge.
Who's talking that talk?
That's Nature Boy.
Okay, I mean positive and negative charge.
Yeah, that's Nature Boy right there.
That's a nice thing to say. I wouldn't exactly identify it like that, but it's okay. But the black woman is my God. You see, I speak specifically. So you see, when I say money's my religion and the black woman is my God, you see how that works? It keeps me in a nice space. And then now what I would do is proselytize, okay? Or I would suggest to other people to perhaps consider making the black woman their God as well for X amount of reasons. So, I preface my statements a certain way so I don't come off as too romantic with it. I don't want to romanticize. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So money is my religion. The black woman is my God. And I would like to impart wisdom about my religion to other people who don't understand it. That's what I want to do. And I'm pretty sure, well, I'll wait until it's time to debate him. But I'm pretty sure that when I'm done, he may want to reconsider maybe the acquisition of this religion versus what he may already have established for himself. If anything, he probably could share some of these ideas to some of the people that he's dealing with. But the black woman most certainly should be considered God to people who share similar grievances as I that come
So
from
I
the
think at this time, Nature Boy was like on this Tahuti thing where he was just going off. So Nature Boy's on some he's God. It's weird. All right. Hit the like button on the way in. You can support tonight's show. Good morning. You can support the show. We've been on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. It takes a lot of my brain hurts remembering half this shit and piecing this back together, y'all. All right. We got a long way to go. Support today's show. If you are finding the content interesting, engaging, and if it has your attention. I think Nature Boy calls in and it was just a quick, swift debate. It was crazy. But check it out, y'all.
or part of the same demographic. That's what I'm gonna say. Being a part of the demographic I'm from, or come from, I should say, I believe it's a catalyst to which.
And this is the thing. So Polite, I think is going to jail right now for y'all know rape with a young lady. You know, I talked about it a minute ago. Rape with a young girl, and they found other men's DNA on her drawers. Crazy, right? And Polite was one of them. Thank you, Shatera. Shout out to my girl Shatera dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you, love. Shatera, no, I'm going all the way back. Shatera was here, so we putting the you know, the pieces together, right? Now the reason why Polite and Sa fell out after a while was because one of the girls that ran away and stuff like that, Sa knew the girl. And what was mentioned was that Sa knew what was going on. So Sa's name got dragged into it, you know, as you know, like on some Elijah Muhammad type shit. Like, yeah, he knew what was going on. So this is kind of why he distanced himself for a little bit. But then I heard they got back cool together, him and Polite. And then this happens. You know what I'm saying? So it was insinuating that there was a bit of grooming going on. Grooming with a runaway. Okay? It gets crazy. But again, shout outs to Shatera. Thank you, love, for supporting the show. We're gonna go deeper. We're gonna go as deep as it goes. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio.
And can bring about change for our community, because we'd be driven by certain socio-political circumstances that will then suggest to us what needs to be done in real time. And then when those things change, then maybe we can transition to the sun, right? But, you know, we're going to wake up every day and inevitably we're going to see the sun for the most part. The Black woman's condition inevitably is indefinite until pending.
Yeah, I think so too, Pastor.
And her condition
Yes,
ultimately
the capital
dictates
and
to
knowledge
us
to
our
get out of
condition.
the situation.
She is the way she is because we are the way we are. A wise man said that. That's not even my words. You know who said that, right, Si? She is the way she is because we are the way we are.
The sun experiencing itself subjectively.
Okay, so if we are the sun, then we are the gods that he's worshiping. And that sounds cool. Okay, we are the sun. But, you know, I'm talking about that ball of gas over there that goes through 554 million tons of hydrogen that transition to 550 million tons of helium, with the other 4 million tons get hurled off into space and get caught into elliptical orbit. That means that it goes to circular motions, but it's actually oval, and it cools off and becomes a celestial body, which tells us that the sun is responsible for creating anything that exists outside of it. All right? So I know what we're talking about. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna lie. Polite know his shit, bro. I'm being dead serious, bro. I've never seen a bloodbath. It's gonna happen. I think it's this one, or I got another one. I know one of these is the debate. It was a bloodbath, y'all. The Manosphere don't know, bro. Look, we got the coolest show in the Manosphere right now, so it's a treat. All right, the Manosphere don't go over no shit like this because niggas are boring. But let's go.
So I mean, it sound we could be children of the sun, so to speak, but we're not actually the sun. We know this.
Right,
but it's okay.
right.
We could do it. I don't mind. We have a solar plexus, right? That may be.
The sun is not gas, though, Polite.
And someone gassed you up because those things that you call rays from the sun is hydrogen, and that's what promotes consciousness. This is a fact. You go chemistry class to figure this out. Well, I would tell you this: it becomes hot by the time it enters this Earth's atmosphere. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. This is good conversation to start up because you're gonna run out of gas. The same gas you're talking about, you're gonna run out of gas eventually.
That's not nature boy saying that. That's somebody else.
Oh, well, good, because I would say sun's gonna run out of gas. But this is good, so you can kind of get a perspective of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's cold energy.
Yeah, but I don't know why someone would feel it necessary to bring up if it's hot or cold. They're gonna start sending us any and everywhere. Are we still good, baby? Yeah. But it don't even do that when I got it. It always be stopping when I got it. That's good.
The earth is the sun. Nature boy.
Oh, you just press resume?
Nature boy.
Oh, good. You got it. You know how to do it.
Nature boy. The earth is the sun.
Right.
The earth is the sun, and the sun is also the sun at the same time. The earth is the sun, and the sun is the sun. Make them call in. Because this is getting kind of weird.
Now, you see, this is what I mean by the spook stuff. Do you consider this like spooky teachings, or maybe it may be a higher metaphysics?
I would say this. Before we communicate, we have to have an understanding about what exactly we're going to be talking about in what realm. So if we're going to just say we want to get philosophical about what we're doing, then there's a certain pass for some of the things he may say, right? But if we're just going to make statements like the earth is the sun, and then Polite is going to ask if the earth is the sun still the sun? Because that means there's two different types of suns. And if there's two types of suns, we might as well call this sun Earth. And if this type of sun is called Earth, then it doesn't suffice to call it a sun. We might as well call it Earth. That's the kind of conversation I'm going to wind up getting into. And then someone's going to say, I'm playing semantics. So I just need to know what kind of conversation we're going to have. Are we having a scientific conversation? Or
like, and it happens with like popes and all this other stuff, Shatira. Like, check this out, y'all. Like fast talking niggas. Don't fast talking niggas will scam you out of everything. Even out your drawers. All of this knowledge, but you messing around with kids. Sense, make that. Let's go.
We are philosophizing. Are we making analogies about things based on how we want it to be or based on our own meanings? Is this about interpretation? Isn't it about interpolation? Then I'll know how to appreciate a conversation, or I'll decline to even have it because I would say there's too much space or room for us to make up things at any instance.
And the sun is our God.
Pharaoh ended up winning. Yeah, he calls in. All right, watch this bloodbath, y'all. Pharaoh and was supposed to like have something going on together. Young Pharaoh ended up getting like $300K out of he won a settlement. This is right before he went crazy. He got a settlement from Polite for $300K. And Sun Ra Sutanseti is Pharaoh's boy. So that's kind of how the split happened. But it's a long story.
And nature is our religion. Not money, nature. Nature is our religion. Nectar is our religion. All of the elements and everything that sustains our life is our God. We have many gods, but the main source of our God is our higher self, which is everything that we are, which is the sun. The air that you breathe. We in three forms right now. We got breath, we got bone, and we got blood. Your blood comes from your bones come from the sun. Your blood comes from your bones, and your breath comes from your blood, and your breath comes from your blood. So we threefold carbon. You understand? And those forms, solid, liquid, and gas. And so we are the sun. We are living, breathing souls. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I hear you.
So I wanted to say that to you.
This is when they get into this is Hotep gibberish. All right, y'all stay cool. This is Hotep gymnastics. Okay, this ain't a teacher moment. All right, but watch how Polite. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I've never seen a swift debate like this. He about to murder Nature Boy. Let's go.
So bad. Every time I was in live, I'm like, yo, money can't be our God.
Shit back in the day,
it can't be our God. Money is our devil because money replaces our morals. When we were a civil people in tune with nature, when we did about that.
Man, thank you for being my brother, because I respect a brother to do that. Okay, so this is I'm
and it's funny because they don't go to the white parts of the space and debate this shit. They only debate it amongst other niggas. So that's the game. Gather as much knowledge as you can, and then go find the nearest nigga to debate. All right.
But have you keep Bill? I just wanted to make sure I understand that money. I want to make sure that according to you, money is evil, and we didn't used to use money.
Y'all support tonight?
Is this correct?
Yeah, we never use money. We didn't have to use money.
Yeah, where you get?
We use morals. Yes, we didn't have to use money. We have morals. Morals is the only thing that we need for trade. In a society, in a civilization, morals is the only thing that we need for trade. Because we have morals so highly standard, that we didn't even need money. You use that money as a promissory note that says that you can trust me because I have this dollar, which is backed up by some natural resource. But the truth is, all we got is each other. And we should have the morals to not lie, to not steal, to care about each other like you care about your brother. We used to have that at one point when we was in tune with the earth, in tune with our true essence, which is nature. We had those morals where we didn't even need money. We have to get back to that state. You understand what I'm saying, brother?
I hear you. I understand what you're saying. So now I need to be part of this conversation. I'm hearing the things you say. I need to be part of this conversation. So you said we never.
Shatera said not enough sea moss in the world, not even a Jamaican one, will make me co-sign with this BS. Man, look. I got something for you.
Special Lebanese unnecessarily
Ancestral
push.
You know, you're gonna need some sea moss to recover from that one. Luckily, I have some available. Only 3 easy payments of $6.99.95 per ounce. Call now to get your ridiculously expensive sea moss while supplies last. Also, Prince Charles is a vampire. Jollof rice combination. Grand Rising. You know, while you've been sipping on that satanic nectar you call bottled water, I've been decalcifying my pineal gland with triple ionic distilled counter-reverse osmosis diffused alkaline Kangen water, which can be yours for 2 easy payments of $49.99 per ounce. Call now to get what on earth he just said. Also, Hillary Clinton is a clone.
I am Egypt.
Never used to have money. And in fact, money is evil. And in fact, money, we dealt with morality and we used to exchange morality, correct?
Right. Basically, what that means is that there's a golden rule called do unto others as you have them to do unto yourself.
Okay.
So what that means is no one was homeless. No one can be ever homeless. No one can ever be hungry if we all live that way like we used to live when we shared in that way, when we loved each other. And this starts, and let me say this.
Okay, brother.
This starts, and it could start right there with you and your family. It could start right there with you and your family, right? Everything starts at home. So it starts with the family base. So it started with the black man and woman. And our family has been broken apart because of money.
No problem, brother.
Because of money, our family our family has been broken apart. Man, woman, child has been broken apart because of the economic system.
Okay, brother. So I'm a slow learner, and I'm not being facetious. I actually take a very long time to get off a page that I really like. If I read a page in a book that I really like, I stay on that thing for so long. It's ridiculous. I'd be on it for a whole year if possible. So I'm going back to the money thing. So I need to work with you here. Okay, so I know money to be. I'm just gonna get its colloquial meaning right now. Just a Merriam-Webster's dictionary meaning. It's a current medium of exchange in the form of maybe coins.
So this is the thing, y'all. If y'all, I know this gibberish it can send you for a loop. Polite is going to, what Polite's angle is to go by the nomenclature of the word. Okay, he's going by, he argues nomenclature. Follow along.
Banknotes, coins and banknotes collectively, medium of exchange, the assets, property, and resources owned by someone or something, wealth, okay, payment for work or wages. So, the first point of contention that I have, though I have many that I would like to point out, is if we exchange morals, then morals would have been a form of currency, which would have been our money. So we always had money because there's always going to be an exchange or barter system where we consider something to be of value. Secondly, I would need a reference for.
And I think the guy that you're talking about too fasting, it was a guy that Black Ink brought up. I never heard of this guy before. And I think he was a Amish guy. I think his name was Father Yah or Father Jah. I don't know, but we'll keep going.
What point in time
I think Father
did
Yah,
any civilization not exchange, barter, buy, and or sell only within the context of exchanging morals? Now, I've never heard this before. Now, what I would say is, it's a very fanciful idea. It sounds great. And if you want society to work towards those ideas, I appreciate the concept, and it may need to be fine-tuned, but nonetheless, it sounds very positive. But when we start saying this is what we used to do, and we never was there, and money is evil, and we exchange morals instead of currency, now I have to say, where are you getting these ideas from? Because I've never heard of it. I've never come across it, and I'm looking for a point of reference for it. Do you have a point of reference where a group of people never bartered, bought?
yes, I think that's it. Father Yad. Hold on. Oh, my memory hurts remembering all this shit. Yes, I got something to show y'all. Yes, I don't know if he's Amish though. All right. Shout outs to Shatira. Y'all like and support tonight's show. I'm about to show y'all something that nobody in the manosphere ever showed y'all before. After this, check this out.
Exchange or use any other type of medium other than morals to get their home, their goat, their sheep, their oxen, their blanket, or anything else that's considered of value.
Okay, so all right, I appreciate you running the definition, but I can give you a point of reference right now in this time and place because I live so close to it. I want you to look out and I want you to realize that the human race or the human species is only one species out of how many species on this rock that we on, or whatever you want to call it, whether it's a flat plane or a rock. How many species on this planet need money to live other than the human species?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question one more time before I answer your question because you just
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I totally.
Nature Boy is easy to debate because he's just talking gibberish, and then halfway through the debate, he tries to be your friend. So, well, in the beginning and halfway. So what you call it? Polite gonna eat him up on this one because Polite came for blood, Nature Boy came for friendship. I was asking you, Red, are you gonna paint that the wall? Do you got the green screen paint?
Understand? It's called demurring. That's when you answer a question with a question. So before I think
you missed. I answered your question, but I don't think you understand. So let me break it down.
Oh no! Don't. Before you do that, hold on, because you was talking the longest. Hold on, before you do that. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Before you do it, I'll go again. You said I could show you something more modern. My question was, when did we ever have a society, as far as civilization is concerned? Meaning, I'm not talking contemporary times. When in history can I find as a point of reference where we exchange morals, which in fact would have made more?
Be careful with darker colors. It'll make the room look smaller. But if you're using a camera, depth of field will make that Matei, the matte paint look really, really good.
Currency, okay? But show me where in history, by virtue of what money means, morality would have been currency, because we bartered or we exchanged it for one thing for another. It still would have been currency anyway. But let's ignore that. And I'm a bite on what you talk.
Right, New. You said because they can't get the magic black top off anywhere else. Yeah, and them white boys will send your ass home with homework, make you rethink your whole position. You know,
talking about by simply saying, do you have a point of reference in history, not contemporary, where we as a society did not use coinage, did not use bartering, did not use buying and sharing, but we use morality in order for us to sustain and gain some kind of financial or economic momentum, or to establish housing, or to get clothing, or to get food, or deal with agriculture? Where in history did you get this information from? As I said, it sounds like a great idea we can move towards and maybe fine tune it and tweak it, but morality is very subjective, and that's one of the reasons why it wouldn't be able to hold up as a form of currency anyway, but I don't mind. Do you have a point of reference historically where man in its inception or a little later afterwards only survived off of morality itself?
All right, so this is why I'm going to answer your question. First of all, I'm going to say this, that I get your point on money being the currency and morals being the sort of money in our days.
Yeah,
so listen to what I'm saying.
Your definition, I'm listening.
So what I'm saying to you, listen. You're asking me for history of our oppressors' history. Like, basically, when you say history, you asking me to give you knowledge that only you can get in your DNA. Now, listen, let me finish this now. I know it's going to sound crazy for you, because when you say history, you are talking about what the white man recorded. Do you understand that?
I do not understand what you're talking about, but I'm walking with you.
Okay. All right. When I say all of our history that we have today has been through the interpretation of the mind of our oppressor, unless we have went over there and looked at it ourselves. But even then, that is only what we can see from that civilization. There was so much more that we don't even understand, and this is where our problem comes in. You asking me show you in history where we had a time where there was no money and it was only morals. It's like asking you it's asking me to say, show me in history hip hop. Show me in history where there was hip hop before hip hop now. Now I know you can go into some kind of way of
hip hop just
say like, well, in Africa we had hip hop in some kind of formal way.
Hip hop just had a birthday. Hip hop just had a birthday.
Wait, let me finish my statement.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Let me finish my statement.
I got you,
what
brother.
I'm saying to you is we are in a new world, brother. We in a new time. You never seen the things that's coming out of us now. What I'm saying is this, like, maybe you don't even understand that it's the things that's about to come has been in a history that they haven't never dialected or found. And what I'm telling you is that what we have in our DNA is beyond what you can find in history, because we are the Alpha and Omega. And
all you got to do, this is like that. This is like a kid on the playground, basically trying to do Dragon Ball Z moves and stuff like that, and try to mystify you and shit like that. And you're like, this is like whoever gets high and says the most gibberish wins, you know? The African man was confused.
The Pan-African was too stunned to speak.
And I'm telling you that we have to tap into a natural state to come into a point to ever even tap into the, you understand what I'm saying? To invent something new. They know what we can do. We don't know what we can do. They play with the idea of what we can be, but we don't know what we can be. I'm out here I'm out here closer to the equator in the jungle. And my mind already knows how the system is supposed to be. But I also know that we are wrapped in a system that is perpetuated to keep us against each other and keep us on vibrate to a lower frequency of electrical magnetic field. And I know the game, and I could break that whole game down to you, what you're doing over there, compared to where we're supposed to be as a people.
No doubt, brother. So now let me chime in for what it's worth, okay? Let me get a little bit of this. What I'm hearing from you, and then this is what I have to make clear. You say a lot of things that I like hearing. It's just not addressing the conversation. You're saying a lot of things I appreciate, you know, what the white man does with history and everything. But if a man asserts that black people never did something before, then you have a point of reference for where you get that idea from. So I'm not going to hang on this no more after this one. We can move on to the other things I disagree with. Not yet, though. Not yet. But what I need to know is now what I take from what you're saying is I should just take your word for it because white people have been lying to us. Even if you assert that something transpired historically, I should not look to reference it after your assertion because you are closer to the equator. And because you're closer to the equator and you understand what's really going on, and this information is actually in our DNA, the only thing I could conclude from this is that I should just take your word for it whenever you tell me something. Now, again, the things that you say after the question, I like almost everything that you're saying. But I feel it's a bit misappropriate.
And that's what we use. Then we use that.
Hold on, real quick.
We have to.
I don't want to confuse what I like hearing for history. I like hearing what you're saying. It makes me feel good as a black person. You know, white people be telling lies, and you know our information is in our DNA. And the closer we get to the equator, you know, it's going to make a distinction amongst those of us that know what's more relevant with this day and time. I'm just paraphrasing. Than those who further. I understand. I appreciate a lot of what you're saying. The problem is when you say we never did this before. Because remember, money's my religion. So I ain't gonna have nobody just bashing my religion like that. So if you telling me something about religion, my religion in particular, then I gotta fight for my religion. We gotta have a religious crusade. So in my religion, I can show you historically money being used since time immemorial in civilized communities. That's why I said civilizations, because as thinking people, you say, you know, show me another species that needs it. Show me another species with the brain capacity that we have. As we are sentient beings, as we went past or transcended Homo genus and Homo sapien, once we go past those things, we become so sophisticated and so crafty, we need laws, we need rules, we need regulations. And it's not as and hold on. I got you, brother. So morality is going to be subjective. And the reason why we know morality is diverse because it's subjective is because we see all these different factions or different religious denominations who all have the truth, who all have moral systems that conflict with each other. So we can't just in general say, well, morality is our currency. So again, for the last time, if you don't have a point of reference after asserting that we never use money, I ask again, what is the civilized culture that you can point out as a matter of reference, not because of no white man, because I've heard this from only black people telling me, hold on. I've only heard black people come up with this idea that we never use money. Money is wicked. But I know people are wicked. I don't know no damn dollar shooting nobody. I never saw a $5 bill trip nobody. I never saw a $100 bill kill nobody. Black people do this. White people do this. People world over do this. Money just be sitting there. You feel what I'm saying? And if people use money for evil and it can be accredited for evil, why can't we accredit money for good? You feel me? Why can't we accredit money for good things if people do good with money as well? Why are you taking only the bad things? But I may be asking too much questions. So one question is, are you tapping out on a point of reference for where you get this idea black people never use money as a form of currency or never use money in general? One. And then the second question is, if money is evil and is being used for good as well, why is it only evil?
Ooh, good point.
Okay. So this is what I'm gonna say to you. And you said a lot And what I noticed about watching you is that, you know what I'm saying? Listen, this is what I noticed about watching you is that you like to bully the person that you with intellectually. But you met your match now, brother. You met your match now.
Go ahead, Nature.
I got a question. Listen, I got a question for you, and I'll let you speak, so don't cut me off. I got a question for you.
Okay, we ain't gonna get the answer. I got you.
Yeah, I got a question for you, brother Polite. Who owned the bank?
Who owned the bank? Well, the bank that I'm running, the bank that I'm part of is called One United Bank, and the CEO is a former Black Panther, but the whole board is Black, or what you call African American, whom I call American Africans of the diaspora. It's called One United Bank. They're actually the biggest Black bank in the world. That's where I have my money in, One United Bank.
Okay, so who owns that bank?
One United is ran by Black people.
Who owns that bank, brother?
The CEO of the bank is a Black man. The CEO is the one that's accredited for.
Who owns that bank?
The CEO is accredited for owning the bank or running the bank or facilitating the means for banking to transpire, and he's a Black person.
So are you going to tap out on that question and we're going to move forward or what?
The person that is the CEO, the CEO of the bank and the CFO of the bank, as well as 7 other succeeding members of that bank, are all Black.
Again, brother Polite, who owns that bank?
I answered your question, sir. Unlike you, I said that the people that own that bank are Black individuals or African Americans.
The CEO is not the owner of that bank. You know who owned the bank is the Federal Reserve. Why is we playing, bro? You more intelligent than this.
Hold on, brother. The Federal Reserve does not own the bank. That's incorrect. I know.
They just own the money. They own the money they print the money, right?
No, the Federal Reserve does not print the money. That's also incorrect, sir.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Again, who owns the money?
As far as Ghanaians have Black people on their money. Does that mean they own the money only in Africa?
So we already know who owns Ghana's bank.
No, we don't. Hold on, slow down. Stop.
That's your religion.
Hey, stop, brother.
That's your religion.
Okay.
This is your religion.
Okay, I heard you say that several times. Let me respond.
Who owns all the banks of the world?
Okay, stop first. What we're going to do is take our time to dissect everything you're saying so I don't omit anything you said. Now, what you just did was assert that since white people are on this dollar, then it's clear that we don't own the money on this money. So I said Ghanaians have 6 Black men on their dollar, right? So I would wonder if now can you stop real quick and let me talk real quick, my brother? Because I'm not talking over.
The Treasury, brother Polite.
Can you stop real quick, my brother? Ben Bernanke is the one who takes receipt for Treasury. But
you're trying to bully me now.
I'm gonna wait until you stop filibustering.
You're trying to bully me. You're trying to bully me like you do everybody on your channel. I watch you all the time. You always bully people. I'm asking you a question, a simple question. Who owns the Treasury? Who owns money? Who owns money? You playing a game. Money's a game. Who owns it?
What you're doing, brother, is asking me several questions at a time, and it's evolving as I'm teaching you indirectly.
And who owns money? Who owns money? It's a game. Who owns it?
Can you let me talk, brother? You can't keep cutting me off when I'm speaking. You're saying I'm bullying, but thank you, my brother. So we went through quite a bit of the evolution in this conversation. So in one element of the conversation, depending on the face we see on the dollar determines who's the people that own the money. And we escaped out of there. We hauled ass. The second I started asking about that, because I said, well, there's places.
It's the symbols. It's their symbols.
I don't mind you keep cutting me off, but understand it's going to take longer for me to say what I have to say so we can move forward. I move forward.
Because what you do, I'm going to tell you what you do. This is what you do. Every time, this is what you do. I'm going to tell you, now you're going to have a whole speech. You're going to use a whole bunch of big words, and you're going to confuse the mind of the Black people because we don't have a big vocabulary. And it makes you seem really intelligent, and because people can't keep up with your vocabulary, and you know the average person can't keep up with your vocabulary, it dumbs everybody down to think like, you know what, he's intelligent. But you can't get me with that because I understand all your words.
I'm glad you can't be tricked by me, brother. So now allow me to speak, my brother.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just telling you to answer the question simply. You want to go give a whole a whole thing. It's your religion, right? If you ask me who owns my religion, I'm gonna be like, I'm either gonna say Jesus or God. Who's the God of your religion? You should know right off the bat. This your religion. Money. Who owns money? Who runs it? Who's at the top of money?
Okay. Stop, my brother. Stop real quick, because it's clear you don't know what the word religion means, and it's also clear you're overlooking what the word money means. So now we have several things to talk about here. You're doing this. We
really don't, man. Everybody know what I mean. You don't have to.
Everybody does not know what you mean.
Man. All you got to do is make it simple. You want to make it complicated and be literal. All I'm saying is this: at the end, everybody knows what I mean. That's listening. And when I say money, which is your religion, who's running the money? The money is a game. Who owns the money? Who owns the money? Okay, who owns the resources behind the money?
Stop.
Who owns the world?
Okay, brother. But listen, when I had a hard time getting you to answer a question, I did not tell you was talking too long. In fact, I had to tell you when I waited my turn that you talked at length, so please give me some time to speak. That's what I said to you.
Old debate,
okay, now in your religion, you have to exercise more discipline to allow people to talk even if you disagree. That's what I need you to do, because in your
started talking, you cut me off.
So in your religion, y'all exchange morality. I don't know what part of morality is filibustering. You got to allow me to speak, even if you think that my style of debate is unbecoming. You still got to allow me to get a word in edgewise. Now, if you
answer the question, brother Polite, you got to answer the question.
You cannot ask me 5 different questions and evolve as I keep picking holes through it. And
no, I never just tell them to answer the question. Who owns money?
Stop cutting me off.
You gotta stop cutting them off, though. Let them get it out, and then you can go.
Yeah, brother, calm down.
Now, because I'm gonna tell you what he's trying to do, Sonetta. What he's trying to do is he's trying to break down the word money. He's trying to break down the word money, which he's gonna bring it back to treasury. He's gonna say that what we're talking about is not actually money. He's talking about who owns the money. He's gonna use another word to express what I asked him anyway, trying to make me look silly. But we all know what I'm talking about. It's real silly. It's really simple. Who owns the money that you talking about is your religion? Money's your religion. Then who's your God?
No,
who owns you?
We're gonna educate the brother.
Who owns you? Who do you praise?
All right.
Who's at the top of the money?
Now is who owns me. You see, it keeps changing. So you gotta stop talking because you keep asking new questions, and I'm keeping up with every.
Don't y'all see the manosphere? Have I told y'all years ago? Don't y'all see the manosphere going down this same rabbit hole? Niggas sound just like the Hotep niggas. All right.
Every question you ask, believe me. But I gotta answer.
Not new questions, brother. It's one question.
So who owns the money owns me? That's what you're saying?
That's a fact.
So you're telling me you don't spend no money whatsoever in your life?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay. So someone owns you as well too, right?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Does somebody own you too? Then you don't got no control over yourself. Somebody owns you, right? Because you
no, it's a different. Okay.
Hold on, stop. And this is hold on, stop, brother, stop. No, I'm not gonna listen. I'm gonna tell you why. This is why you should, before you keep saying new things, let me address the previous things you said, because then we'll never address the first things you said because you keep blurting out other things that are in question. I don't mind. Let me talk. Okay, stop, brother. Stop. We're not doing it this way. You don't ask me a question, switch the question, ask me another question, switch the question, and find the one you really like. I'm going to go in the order in which you ask me these questions.
It's the same question, though. It was the same.
It is not. It is not the same question. And whether it is not the same question, and whether you agree it's the same question or not, at least give me the liberty to respond to some of the things you've been saying as an intellectual, brother. I'm dealing with you as an intellectual, and I'm presuming you'll have more discipline to just let me respond, brother. Let me respond, brother. Stop jumping and cutting me off, brother. Even if you know what I'm about to say and do, let me just say it.
This is my issue. All right, before I do that, I'm gonna let you respond. This is my issue, right?
This is crazy.
My issue is this, because I was trying to respond to you. The first thing that you asked, you had asked me 2 questions, right? You asked me 2 questions. Let's bring it back because we're intellectuals, right? You asked me 2 questions, brother Polite, right? You asked me about the civilization, and then you asked me the other one about
that's incorrect.
Something else about the same thing.
That's incorrect.
Yeah, about
That's incorrect.
You asked me 2 questions, and I was about to answer them. And then I asked you a question.
All right, yo.
Yeah, and hence the confusion.
Now let me finish. I asked you a question, and in that question, I wanted to ask you who owns money real quick to answer my question.
And unfortunately, I'm not giving you the response you're looking for.
Listen, let me finish. You're trying to take. It was a simple question that I thought you would give me a simple answer, but I see you're taking the mic back now, and now you're gonna break down some words and break down the etymology of some things, and then you're gonna. I'm trying.
Not using etymology, sir.
By asking you a simple question, but you're gonna make it complicated. So I'd rather not even go into it because you're gonna take the time.
Go to the sun. Take it to the sun.
No, we're not doing that. We're gonna eventually answer this question, but we gotta do this the right way. We're not gonna keep jumping around from one idea to the next. You can't tell me how to answer a question and what's the simplest way for me to answer it. You gotta listen to me respond, and then whether you have an anticipation for the response or not, respond nonetheless. If you don't want to have the conversation, we can just get off the phone. We can move on and live our lives. But brother, we got to be respectful. Let me have my build. You have your build, and we gonna get it in.
Yo, Nathan, come on, man. I've been telling them that you're nice with it. So don't let me down, Nathan. Come on, man.
Yeah, so now let me go to the money thing.
Talk, Nathan.
You don't have to tell people what I'm about to say. I'll tell them.
Go ahead, talk. But when I start talking, I don't want to be cut off. Then I'm gonna let them talk.
All right.
You've been talking the bulk of the time, my brother. That's not a problem. I even stop talking every time you cut me off. Let's be real here. Okay, so now when we talking about money, I think what he wants to do is talk about the International Monetary Fund. That's probably what he wants to talk about, but he doesn't have the enough information to jump into that word and go right there. Now, these are not big words I'm using to persuade people's judgment. This is actually an acronym, okay? And this acronym is the International Monetary Fund, which he's probably talking about probably, but I still have to say I got to make a presumption because I'm not too sure what he's talking about anyway. Okay, I'm just grasping for straws here.
Would you like to be clear about that?
Not at the present moment. Not at the present moment. I just want to converse with the people that's listening so we can get on track. Because what I know that he's calling money doesn't fit the description of what he's talking about. And unfortunately, I'm always in this position. I find myself in a position where I make sure I understand the words that I'm using so I can use them properly in my deliberation. I don't want to have a conversation with somebody where we can make up the words and terms as we go, because that's where the confusion comes in. So now there's a discrepancy here, because by his logic, the complexion of the race or the race on the money determines who owns the money. And in turn, whoever owns the money also owns us, with the exception of him who also has money, but he's not owned by who owns the money, but who owns the money owns me. So you did say that, and you recorded. So don't worry about it. You could rebut it when I'm done. Don't worry about it. Because I asked you right after, do you own money? And you say yes. I said, does that mean someone owns you? And then now you went into some other stuff. So what I'm saying is, if by virtue of the fact who owns the money, someone owns me, and if I own money, I'm owned by default, and then he owns money, then by default, he also has no control over himself because he's also owned. That's one. That's what I can take from that, from him saying things. Now, one of the other things he says is there's white people on your money. So white people own your money. White people own the money. So I said, well, the Ghanaians have money, and their money has 6 black people on it. We then jump out of that conversation. Well, we know who runs their bank and own their bank. No, you made it a point of the people that's on the actual paper determines who owns it. So now, since you blurted that out, I would like to make it clear that the Ghanaians have black people on their money. So I guess it's safe to presume that they are an instance in time where black people own the money. Now, these are not my ideas. I would have never had a conversation like this from the get-go. These are things that's being said at random, and he's hoping that we just omit it from conversation. No, I got you. You can correct me later. I got you, brother. No problem. Yo, no problem. No problem. Okay, I got you. Correct me later. No problem. Okay, no. I mean, well, okay, I got you. Hold on. I got you, brother. And well, one thing we both agree about is these were your weak points. You and I both agree with that. So now we're gonna move forward. So don't worry about it. Why would you argue about your weak points? I got you. I understand, brother, but understand, whoever you're debating is not going to speak to you the way you want them to speak. You got to allow me to just have my...
I didn't call it a debate with you. I called it a bill with you.
Well, this is a debate at this particular point in time because I don't agree with you. So now, because you're talking about my religion. So now what I'm saying is, Now we get to the point, who owns the money? So now we like, who owns the money? So what I'm saying is, at this particular moment, I own the money that's in my pocket. Sarnetta owns the money that's in his pocket. The One United Bank, precious metals, refinery accounting, and so forth and so on, that backs these currencies. Okay, then I would have to say it's a combination of races, inclusive of black people that are part of the International Monetary Fund that may translate into the banking system, which is not exclusive to white people. Now, why we have to always get into white people in these conversations, beyond me, but since you want to include them, the money that's being regulated, the regulatory system for currency around the world is not exclusive to black people, not exclusive to white people. Black people are also involved with it. These are absolute facts. So I'm not going to have you confer to me misinformation. It's just true. Go ahead, my brother. Who owns the money? You got the answer. Okay, so a combination of races.
Basically, what you're saying is that
black people are involved with owning the money. Combination.
So black people got a bank. We have an international bank.
No.
We have
Nope.
We print money.
Who's we?
All right, so listen, man. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you. See, what you doing right now is crazy because everybody already knows who owns the whole system. We know about the Jews. We know about the Rothschilds. We already know who owns the system. But so you laughing, but at the end of the day, we already know who owns that money. Their symbols are on that money. Everything is on the money. We already know who owns the money. We already know. It's all on the internet.
Using the money.
I don't know why he used the money, because it's evil. Why are you using money, Nature Boy, since it's evil?
Huh? Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Why is Nature Boy using money since it's evil?
But
Does your following know that you out here spending money on the low? Does your following know you sneaking around spending money?
Wait, hold up. I'm not talking about how you spending money. I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that you said money is your religion. You said money is your religion.
You said money's evil.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying money ain't my religion, bro. Money your religion. Nature's my religion. This is what I'm talking about.
So it's nature.
Y'all laughing at me is crazy because it's like you said money your religion. That means that's the way of your life. That's your way of life.
And guess what? And guess what? My way of life is part of your way of life because you spending money, and money is my religion. You can't live your life without being part of my religion.
It's a difference because
you're practicing my religion every time you spend money. You're practicing.
Listen. Let me say something. Let me say this.
Go ahead, brother.
In my position right now, if money was to fail, I'm straight. Do you know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because I own my own land. I harness my own water. I harness my own electricity. I make sure I have my own food on my own yard. I got fruit trees. I make sure I have every resource that I need to survive without money. I could live without money right now. If the money system was to fall off, I wouldn't need it because I'm in a position right now with my own in a place.
Okay.
This is the most Hotep conversation. If conversation could ever Hotep, brother.
The tropics, where we're supposed to be in a natural environment, where we're supposed to be as a species. Okay. Is what I'm saying to you.
No doubt. So, are you the same brother that when you was in one of them other countries, they kicked y'all out of it? That's him.
What? That's one of my struggles that coming out here. Yeah, that's my journey. What about it?
Did you need some money to transition from one place to the next, or did they relocate you comfortably?
Listen, let me tell you something. Right now, because I ain't gonna play this game with you. This is what it is, and it's gonna sound crazy to you, and y'all might laugh at me. But I'm gonna take this moment to educate you on this real quick.
No problem.
Here's what it is. Listen to me right now. Listen. The earth plane. You know how you go to sleep. Let me talk. Don't cut me off. You know how the earth plane. You know how you go to sleep every night and you wake up. You ever wonder why you keep waking up here? For that reason why you keep waking up here is because this is a mental plane. You are in a mental plane right now. You don't have a body. You don't have arms. You don't got legs.
So why
you are only a mind. So listen to what I'm saying.
Why do you call yourself Nature Boy if that's true?
Let me finish what I gotta say. Then you can go. You don't have arms. You don't got legs. You don't even exist as you think you do. The world that you see is nothing but an illusion of your mind. It's a projection of your mind. Listen very closely. You are inside of your body. Listen to me very closely. You are inside of your body right now. Every city that you walk through or travel through are cancers in your body. Listen to me. The earth plane, the earth that you say is the earth, it has cancer. It's sick. The nature of your body is the equilibrium of your body. And anything that lives against your body, and like even inside your body, anything that lives against the equilibrium of your body or the nature of your body is considered a virus or cancer or disease. And that's what the Caucasian is on this plane. So when we're traveling from one point to another point, because it is infested with their system, they think they have made a way. You have to have a piece of paper. You have to get a green paper to give them a white paper, to give them a blue paper, to get a green paper. That paper thing, that's their imagination, their cancer cells. You're supposed to be an immune system cell. So we use the money against Caesar. We render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's just to get by, just to get through, to get back to the jungle. When we're traveling through, we use their system against them. Oh, they want their little ID? Here you go. Here's your little ID. We play their little game to pass through their blockages. Now, one of my papers wasn't right to them in their world, but in their mind, one of my papers wasn't right. But see, I'm fully awoken over here. I'm in the jungle. I know who I am. I'm God in human flesh, and which is basically light, which is energy, and that's what you are. You're a cell inside of your own body, and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize it, that all of us are cells, and either you're going to be a cancer cell inside your body, a disease cell, or you're going to be an immune cell that goes and lives in harmony with your body and gets back to your body. The system that we were raised in is a system that teaches us to go against the very essence of what we are, like the shoes on your feet right now. You got rubber on your feet. You're an electrical being. You know that because you knew Dr. Sebi yourself. You're an electrical being. That means that the bottom of your feet are light because those are nodes like the bottom of a battery. That means that your feet is supposed to be on the ground, on the grass, in the dirt at all times to be connected to the universe. That your cells respond to you stepping on that ground even though you can't feel it. You're here. You know about your hair, but you keep cutting it. Your hair, at the bottom of your hair follicle, is something called the hair root plexus, which connects and inhibits your brain waves to vibrate to a certain frequency so that you can even understand that you God and realize you God. You are a nervous system cell in your body. And guess what your body is? The being that we live inside of is God. Like the cells in your body call you God. They think that you're God. The cells in your body call you the omnipotent force of them because guess what? Your mind controls your biology. So guess what? You are inside of your body. So you're not receiving what the mind of the body that you're in, Allah, is telling you to do, which is to live in harmony. So imagine that you are the being that you live inside of, that you are a cell, right? And the being is sending codes to the mind to heal the body. Like you're gonna say, I'm gonna heal my body. But your cells in your body do not hear you because they're insulated with rubber on their feet, with clothes on them, but their skin is made for them to communicate with you. So at the end of the day, when something coats the communication between you and the cells in your body, your cells in your body don't know how to communicate right with the higher self, which is you. So guess what? That's what this is, brother. Money is the root of all evil because money distracts us from the very thing that we're supposed to be doing, and that is living in tune with our God, which is nature. We must get closer to the sun. The sun is our God. The sun is our mind. We have to get closer to the sun, brother. Your melanin ain't there for no reason for you to be like, yeah, my melanin. No, your melanin is an antenna that connects you with the higher self, which is the being that we live in.
Yo, brother, how long you want to be talking?
Yeah.
That's all. I just wanted, you can say whatever you want to say after that. It don't matter. That's who I am.
Don't cut him off, brother. Let him talk.
Okay. So again, it sounds great. Anything that sounds like it uplifts blacks.
I just wanted to tell you that because at the end of the day, brother Polite, I watch you. You're way more intelligent because I watched you break it down. Now I know your astrology. We already got your astrology. My whole squad, we got your astrology. You understand? We know what you about, man. We know what you about, and we know how intelligent you are. We know your choices that you decided to make, and we appreciate your dedication even to your own decisions. But we know that you're far more intelligent than what you providing us. And people know. Our people are looking for you to lead them out of here because you're one of the leader cells in our body. Okay. So you got the power to harm and to keep everybody perpetuating ignorance and lead them against their own will. When you tell people to chase money instead of chasing God, which is nature, getting in tune with the resources, getting in tune with being healthy, making sure that we in tune with the universe, brother, we're supposed to be going towards the sun in the jungle. We're supposed to be coming back to an original state. Out here. All that you're doing is keeping our people down. Okay, we have to come back to God. Our God is nature. Okay, the sun, the moon.
Okay, brother. Okay. So your God is nature. And I'm with it. I'm walking with you, brother. Here's the problem. If you said God had a nature, that'd be one thing. But when you say your God is nature, then that means there's no God outside of planet Earth. Because nature only deals with that which is all encompassing of what's inside of planet Earth. Now, the problem is going to come. He's nature boy, right? But we're living in a mental realm. But he's nature boy. But nature is the phenomena of the physical world. He said we living in a mental realm. So there
is no physical. It's nothing.
Brother,
physical.
you gotta let him go.
I got you. I got you, brother. So
he knows that nothing is physical, though. He knows that.
I disagree with that. Let me. All right, stop, brother. Stop, brother. Stop, brother.
Nothing is physical. Nothing is physical. He knows that.
I only got 1 minute in before you started doing this, brother. Please. So listen, and I listened to what you said. I took serious note, and I wanted to start off with the very word nature. And people say this is not fair when we look up the words that we're using to communicate with each other, because I want to make sure we're on the same page. Now, we're not going to play fair, and we're going to make these words mean whatever we want our heart and mind to mean. Then I would say I'll decline respectfully from having this conversation, because I don't want to play pretend or make believe. I want to use these words to the best of our ability so we can communicate better, so there's understanding. Okay, so nature deals with the phenomena of the physical world collectively, including plants, animals, the landscape, and other features and products of the earth, as opposed to humans or humans' creations. Okay, so God is nature. Okay, and if you go into any science textbook, you're going to see that nature is everything, encompassing everything that just was read here. You know, it's don't say nothing about outer space, right? Because if it's nature, like, right, Mother Nature, right, Mother Earth, if it's nature, it's inside planet Earth. If it's outside of planet Earth, we're dealing with the cosmos of the universe. So his God is limited to the physical world. That's one thing we know. We're living on a mental plane, but unfortunately, he's nature boy. So he's the only one not included in this mental plane because he's nature boy. He's not mental boy. That would have been dope if he was mental boy, because then he exists on a mental plane. And he may have incarnated to come in a physical personage in this natural or nature realm to be able to confer information to us about the mental realm. But instead, this is the mental realm. Now, let me tell you what the mental realm is on planet Earth. It's called the ionosphere. You have a stratosphere, you have a troposphere, you have a mesosphere, you have a hemisphere, you have the outer layer called outer space, you have the hemisphere. The ionosphere is where mental transmission can take place. That's where radio signals can take place. Sometimes two people thinking about the same song at the same exact time, because the landscape is so high, you're picking up radio frequencies that have been modulated. This is called FM. This is a fact. Okay, and you can look it up, frequency modulation, and the higher the altitude, the more susceptible and vulnerable you are to messages being transmitted to you, just like walkie-talkies or radio signals. So the mental plane of planet Earth is the ionosphere. I give another example. Planes cannot travel unless they're on the stratosphere. But if they're about to reach turbulence, then they'll go to the troposphere, because that's the only two places where planes can fly. Okay, so there's different spheres on planet Earth that we can liken to what we like to call chakras. Like the planet Earth technically has chakras if we.
Damn, man, you smart, man. That's crazy. What about the manosphere? Well, what about the manosphere?
Well, if we're going to make an analogy between the planet Earth being divided 7 times or even 9, then we can make that analogy. I'm not doing that. I'm just painting some imagery here so we can find where the mental plane is on planet Earth, which is the ionosphere. That's number 4th plane on planet Earth. That's where all the mental projections and transmissions is really going to take place. That's where they descend, ascend, and that's where it's the most most ability for human beings to communicate modulated frequencies in order to transmit messages. Okay, now back to money. If money is the root of evil, I don't know why he is exempt from the very evil, because then that would suggest to me if money is evil, every transaction is wicked. That's what that would suggest to me. If money is the root to all evil, and in fact, he contends money is evil. And if money is evil, every transaction is a wicked act, and this man should go to hell amongst everyone else.
Y'all support today's show. Y'all support. You support today's show at PTV 888. That's PTV 888. Damn.
Planet Earth for spending it. Okay?
He should be worse because he knows money's evil.
He knows better than to spend his damn money, and he's spending his money. So, and even, hold on, I'm not done. No, I'm almost done. Take,
we have to understand.
Take a mental note.
We have to understand that money is taken from nature.
Okay, I got you.
Money is taken from nature. What makes money valuable is natural resources. So that means we have to take the money that we do have.
Okay, good.
If I have money,
okay,
I'm doing with my money is giving it back.
Hold on, brother.
With your money is recycling it back.
Okay, take your time. Take your time. So what makes money valuable?
It's a difference.
Hold on. Okay.
The money that we have access to, we using it to make sure that we won't never need money.
Brother,
we're making sure that we'll never need money when that system fails.
Okay.
It will fail. The economy will fail.
Okay. Stop. Brother.
It don't matter.
We don't want to put you on mute. Stop. So he just said we're making sure that we don't need money, right? Which means they presently do need money, which means you presently need to act like the wicked, and you presently need to partake in debauchery because money's evil, which means y'all are working.
We have to render the seasons what it's season.
No problem. So look, when I use money, I'm not in a state of compromise. When y'all use money, y'all are in a state of compromise. Welcome to my religion. So
when you use money, when you use money, we watch what you spend your money on. When you use money, you use it for
that's not the point.
The money and getting the fuck out the system. Okay. You using the money to live in the system.
Hold on.
It's a difference.
Hold on. You okay.
They giving you their money. You're supposed to use it.
Hold on.
To party and chill with celebrities.
Hold on, brother. Here's the question. And it's a serious question. So money's not evil when you use it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that money is evil. I said it's the root of all evil. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
No, you said money was evil. In this conversation, you said money was evil.
Money. Guess who owns the bank? The devil itself owns the bank. The devil itself owns the bank.
We've learned from this conversation. So listen, what we're going to do is this. Okay, we know what you said. And if you want to retract the statement, we don't mind. You also said God is nature. And we now know that nature is only that which is all-inclusive or encompassing of that which is within the confines of planet Earth, not outside of Earth. So we know after Earth, you got no God.
That's not the only definition of nature. You only need the
hold on, brother. Find me a definition of nature that tells you something about outer space. I'll wait.
Okay, look. Go down the definitions and you'll see it. It's the controlling, compelling force of life. That's what it is. Nature is the controlling, compelling force of the universe. It is the controlling, compelling force of the universe. Now, look in the dictionary. You'll see it because you want to use the dictionary. Look at it. Look at it.
Where says it's at? I'm looking for it. Hold on.
Look, it's a bunch of definitions for nature. Nature that I'm talking about is the controlling, compelling force of the universe. Look it up.
What dictionary reference is there? You told me look down, and it's clearly not here. It's not here, just so people don't.
No, go ahead. Look in the dictionary. It's there.
What is the name of the dictionary that you're using so I can use it as a point of reference?
Okay, well, hold on. Hold it up. I mean, so you got to put in the word correctly. Put in nature definition and Google.
I did, and I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, so you looking at the one that pulls up regularly?
I looked at the first one in the search engine. Yes. So, I mean, you was reading from something. Read it again. Was you reading or you was just making the shit up? You was just reading from something. Read it again.
Listen, can I
say it the same way? Say it the same way you just said it.
Listen, brother. Damn. You can go to damn, bro. Go to dictionary.com. Dictionary.com.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to dictionary.com. You know light is solid, right?
Light is solid, liquid, and gas.
Oh shit. Where you getting this information from? How is light, liquid, and gas? You know, gas.
Are you ready?
Gas creates the light that becomes solid. The transition between the hydrogen.
Okay. Are you ready for the definitions in dictionary.com?
Yeah, it's physical. Go ahead. Dictionary.
Let's go. Let's move it. Let's move down because you know I wouldn't say anything that wasn't there.
I got you. Read it for me, brother. I got you. Dictionary.com. Where we at? Where do we go?
You got to scroll down. It's the white man stuff right here. We got to scroll down.
Inherent character.
They got. You could look at number 12.
Number 12.
When we talk about nature,
when
we talk about nature, you can't even understand life without understanding nature. Everything you know about life, even your money, is backed by nature. Nature is everything. The air that you breathe is nature. You don't even. They couldn't build an airplane without nature, brother. Come on, nature. Science is the study of the natural world. Come on, like you.
What's going on, Forza? You remember that? You remember the Remora? Let's go.
Can't go against nature. They sound like the Antichrist.
Brother, can you read it off? I'm not finding it. Just read it off. I'll trust you. Just read it off, brother.
The Remora sphere.
Okay, the universe with all its phenomena. Do you see number 5?
I don't have it. I'm typing it in.
Okay, well, your wife is right there. She pulling up everything else. No disrespect to you, Queen. But can you help?
What did you say?
Can you help me, please?
No,
I mean, it's dictionary.com. It's the first website.
I'm on dictionary.com.
I'm looking for it. Come on, brother. You can read it. I don't have a problem. Just read it. That's all I'm actually doing.
I just read it for you. The universe. It says the universe with all its phenomena.
The universe
is nature.
The universe and all its phenomena is nature.
The sum total of the forces at work throughout the universe. Number 6. Do you see it?
Oh, physical. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm listening.
And
no. The sum total of the forces at work throughout the universe.
Yes.
Do you see number 6?
Yes, you're talking about physicality. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, it's that. I'm just showing you where it's beyond what you're talking about.
If you're dealing with that which is physical, you're dealing with nature.
He's proving your point.
You know,
no, it's beyond. Nature is beyond the physical, brother. The air you breathing is from nature. Everything that
Okay, let me
tell you something. Look. Let me say it like this. I'm gonna say it.
So is air physical? Is air physical or not?
Like this. Let me break it down. Let me break it down for you. All right.
Go ahead, brother.
You eat vegan, right?
This is correct.
All right. So you eat a plant, right?
This is
to
correct.
Sustain your life.
This is correct.
You could say that plant was physical, right?
It definitely is.
But all physical matter has came from some non-physical matter. All physical matter comes from a non-physical matter. When you have gas,
go ahead.
You have liquid, and then you have solid. We know this when you boil water.
Yes, and all
that the water boils into a gas where it's non-physical.
All of that is physical. Nature is that which is physical, brother. That which is physical is nature. That's a fact.
No, that's not true. That's not. I just showed you in the dictionary. Anybody want to look it up with me? You want to go to the Oxford Dictionary? Moranium? Whatever you want to call it? Mariam?
Are you saying that liquid? Are you saying liquid and gas is not physical? Are you saying air is not physical? Are you saying force? Hold on. Are you saying? Hold on, brother. Stop. In chemistry, you do know the word force is the ability to do work. You do know what work means in chemistry as well, right? I can give you some examples of work.
I'm telling you that you are a living, breathing spirit. That you're not even really what you think is solid. What you think is solid is spirit. It's energy.
Okay.
It is spirit. It is nothing is solid, and you know that. You know that nothing is solid, brother. All is nature.
So hold on, nothing's solid, and everything.
Nothing is solid, and you know that and when you look at the basic building block of life is an atom. Inside of an atom, we know it's 99.99999 what? Energy.
Brother, can we stop all of this pseudo stuff? Hold on, brother. Stop. Stop this. Stop, brother. Stop this.
You said you want to be logical about it. Let's be logical about it. That the atoms that your body is built on, the fabric of life. When we look at the fabric of life, we know that it's emptiness. So when you say something solid, quantum physics will tell you clearly that it's not solid.
If we're gonna talk quantum physics,
when you say that the natural world is everything physical, then you're not talking about chemistry, because chemistry, and if you're saying that gas is not physical, I mean
gas is physical.
Then come on, man. What are we saying here? Man?
Gas is physical, so is air. And you said, hold on. He said everything is in the spirit. Then, right? That's what you said. Everything's in the spirit.
You said that gas is physical.
Okay, we're gonna do this again. I just asked you a question, my brother, and then you're jumping in front of me to ask me a question. You're doing this again. Is everything in the spirit, brother? I don't mind answering your question. Please answer mine. I asked first. Is everything in the spirit?
Everything is spirit.
Now. Okay. I got you. Stop. Before the cookbook. Stop. Now, is breath physical or not?
Breath is non-physical.
Breath is non-physical. So if
to the definition that you're bringing it to.
Okay, I don't know what you. Hey, I can speak for myself. Let's not do that. So if I got a balloon right now, stop, my brother. Stop. Okay, stop, brother. Stop. You'll do that on your time. Stop. I'm asking some questions here. Now, if I get a balloon and I fill it up with my breath, is it occupying space? Does it have any mass? Does it have any kind of buoyancy? Is there any room being used?
No, that's pressure. That's called pressure.
That's not called pressure.
There's material inside there. You can't grab that out. You can grab the balloon, but you can't grab the air. Come on, man.
So if I took the air out the room, would you be able to exist?
Absolutely not. Come on.
So because the air is taking up space, therefore it occupies. You know, D equals M over B. Stop, brother. Density. Stop, brother. Density equals mass over volume. You're not going to play games. Density equals mass over volume. And let me hold on. Let me explain why I said this in the first place. Because everything's in the spirit. But what this brother don't know, spirit means breath. Okay, respiration, spirit come from the same thing. Inspiration, aspiration, respiration, perspiration, it all comes from the same root word spirit, which means breath, and breath occupies space. That's why in the Bible it says God blew his breath into man, man became a living soul, and the word that they use is nefesh chayim. Yo,
just keep talking. They can't.
Yeah, so this guy, the problem is, anytime you deal with nature, you're dealing with that which is physical. No scientist is ever going to turn around and use words and terms like nature when they have to specifically deal with the cosmos. They're not going to do that because nature is predicated upon physicality. And even when they use the word nature and they talk about cosmos, guess what words they have to use? Force. You know what the problem is? He wants to use the colloquial meaning of force, like if I blow my breath on something and he says, oh, that's pressure, he'll probably call that force too. Force in chemistry is the ability to do work. What is work? An instance of work is D equals M over V, density equals mass over volume. Okay? And any way you flip it around, volume is going to equal mass over density. It's any way you flip it around, we're dealing with things that constitute the elements that make up the physical world. That's nature we're dealing with. Anything outside of the context of nature, anything you deal. So in order for us to, we have to find the anti-nature. We have to find the anti-nature, boy. That's what we need to deal with in order to get this information. Nature is always going to be constituted by the physical realm. That's a fact.
You think you Pharaoh? Tell him this.
Yeah, like bro, like you're not gonna just use any words you want to use and talk about DNA and information and all this other stuff.
All right, hold on, nature, hold on.
You always.
Let's deal with your God now. Let's deal with the sun. Let's move forward. Explain to us why. Explain to us why. Explain to us why that the sun is your God.
Okay, but I just want to say this. We want to take note that he did not look in the dictionary. He looked for money. He did not look in the dictionary truly for what nature is as I saw it. He told me to look it up. I looked up into his book and showed him where it was the compelling controlling force of the universe.
Yes.
That it wasn't just physical.
And what is the word force?
Of the universe, and that meant all of the universe. It doesn't mean only thing that's physical. It means all of the universe.
What does force mean, bro? And are you taking the colloquial meaning or scientific meaning of force, which is the ability to do work? And then what does work mean? And you're going to find out it constitutes matter.
Let's move forward.
Yeah, we should move forward. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. Because the problem is with our people, let's say I was dealing with law, right? And I used the word minority. The minority doesn't deal with percentage. Now minority deals with, real quick, brother. So let's say, for example, if I was dealing with law, now we have to have a different nomenclature. Now, if I was looking to spin y'all around using big words, I wouldn't define what I say immediately after I say it. Sometimes we're going to have to use these 4-syllable words, 5-syllable words, despite people's insecurities. Nomenclature is a specific assortment of words that caters to a genre in particular because the colloquial meaning is not relevant.
Nobody can understand.
Okay, cool. Well, with someone with all this knowledge, I don't even know what a big word is.
A wise person makes something complicated.
Good. I understand. Listen. Yo, listen. Hey, yo. I got you. Hold on, real quick. I'm glad.
People feel inferior, and that's not cool.
Okay, good. So feel inferior. Yo, this is. Listen.
As opposed to the mind.
Listen.
Things perceived through the senses.
Listen, brother.
As opposed to the mind.
Only black people say that. Only black people want to tell you use smaller words and they want to talk longer than the people with the bigger words. Because I use bigger words, I'm able to talk for shorter periods of time. Because the bigger words get me straight to the point.
So you can look up now the word tangible. Do you want to look up the word tangible or concrete?
Not at this present moment, brother. I want to finish. I want to finish what I was saying. I'll finish what I was saying, and then you can.
Now he's trying to prove that untangible forces are physical.
I don't know what he's talking about at this present moment in time, but I'm going to finish what I'm saying, and then he can finish what he has to say to disprove me.
Maybe he's talking about the metaphysical, but not the physical.
Physical in terms of metaphysics. The word metaphysics caters specifically to physics because there was a point where they were stuck in science at the point of classical physics, and they said anything that comes after classical physics is going to be called metaphysics, which was still dealing with physical things.
Yo, hold on, nature. We ain't got that much time, man. Yo, I want you to deal with your God right quick.
Tell him I'm going to talk for 3 minutes, and he can talk his 10, 12 like he does, and I'll wait. Give me my 3 minutes, G. You can keep using as much minutes as you need. Give me my 3 minutes.
This phone gonna cut off. Nature, you there?
All right, cool. Give my 3 minutes.
Man, your God, man.
Hold on. Give me my 3 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna break down.
Not yet.
I'm gonna break down my thoughts real quick. I'm gonna just do that real quick.
Not yet.
And it's really all that we are. So basically,
man, we all over the place.
Hold on. Not yet. Let Polite get his little 3 minutes in, man.
That's
you
it.
ain't got no charge you to put your phone on. You can't put your phone on charge.
And plus I got to bounce soon. But I'm gonna listen to what you got to say respectfully, brother. Just hold on real quick. Now, here's the problem. This is the biggest problem. As an example, if we was dealing with law, we have to deal with the nomenclature of law. This means an assortment of words that specifically cater to the interests and needs of that genre of information. There's nothing hard about hearing the meaning because if you looked at the word nomenclature, you would hear what I just was saying. So there's nothing difficult about learning big words, especially if the person's using the 4 or 5 syllable words you're complaining about, also expressing what they mean and represent. But I will not belittle my people to the point where I'm going to talk Google Gaga shit to them when their words are GPS to our reality. We need to use the right words to speak in the best terms, because sometimes some words just don't cater there. So what we find is, as an example, we may talk about theory, which is different from scientific theory, which is a culmination of facts that we use to arrive definitively at a conclusion, whereby theory is predicated upon guessing. It's two different things. So sometimes I talk about scientific theory, people think I'm talking about theory. And we in law, and I use the word minority, it can render one a homo commendatus. This is an adult that thinks in an adolescent state of mind. But if I use the dictionary colloquial meaning of minority, I'm going to think in terms of percentage or smaller amount in respect to everybody else being considered. So when we're talking about science, the problem is when we're talking about, okay, brother, thank you. So the problem is when we're talking about science, one instance in law, we see the colloquial meaning of minority meaning percentage. But then when we deal with law, we see that minority caters to the idea that is an adult thinking in an adolescent state of mind. When we deal with science and we're talking about scientific phraseologies, understand that even when you look it up in the dictionary, if we're talking about nature and then they start talking about the universe and then they start using words like force, now we have to be able to say, you know what, what's my import? They're not talking about force based on the colloquial meaning. They're talking about force based on chemistry or based on some realm of physics. And force in physics or chemistry is the ability to do work. And then work takes on another connotation because it takes on another meaning outside of its colloquial or its most common context that most people speak in. So when having these conversations, I'm saying this to the people out there, it's very important that the person that you're building with understands the nomenclature of that which they profess to have knowledge about. Because if you're going to speak about physics, which you eventually have to get into if you're going to talk about nature and then persist to transcend the depths of nature, the least you can do is take the time out to be educated in physics so you can speak in the nomenclature of it or understand it for the same. That's all I want to say. It's not a big word issue. It's about understanding the verbiage of the genre of information that you're discussing instead of staying locked in and complaining about words. Now, the brother could talk about the God thing. I'll close out on whatever my rebuttal may be. I might agree with him. I may not agree with him. Let him go in. Go ahead, Nancy. You got the floor, brother.
I love Brother Polite, yo. Because you be killing with the words, boy. Boy, I tell you, boy. I love his vocabulary, man. That he's a wizard. This man is a wizard, man. Got to give it up to him, man. I appreciate your mind. And it's an honor for me to bounce my mind off of yours, yo.
Marco.
And I appreciate you even hollering at me, man. So listen. So when it comes to the sun being our God, the sun is the source of all life. That's what we are, what we're living.
Shout outs to Marco dropping a huge $4,000 pesos on it. He said the gravity and polarity, the gravity and the polarity of the fornications. Those are $20 words.
And breathing. The sun makes our bones. We know this because of the cholesterol on our skin that converts into an unactive form of vitamin D, and that is now been digested by our liver and kidneys and turned into an active form of vitamin D, which actually strengthens our bones. When we talk about the human anatomy, we have to realize
the emancipation of the yeastification lumination vagisil.
That the human anatomy, we have to look at the structure of the human anatomy. So we have to look at the bones. What we have to realize is that we're crystals, we're merkabas, we have EMS fields. We're vibrating to the frequency of being solid, meaning that we are.
This was around the time, and shout outs to Marco because Marco's here. Marco will let y'all know. Because the manosphere now, like I said earlier, are acting like they're these big pro-passport brothers when they were always arguing to keep Keisha. Around this time with Nature Boy Miko Worldwide and all them cats were running around. The Manosphere was running around calling dudes pedophiles. And it was not promoting, it was not promoting traveling. All right. So they can fool y'all today, but they're not fooling the people that was here yesterday. You know. We're gonna get back into the Nature Boy piece. We just watching them get annihilated right now.
Actually not even solid. We're vibrations of what appears to be solid. And what we think is solid is not truly solid, and quantum physics shows us that. But when we look at the food that we intake it to store energy from the sun through the plant, or as people eat meat, they eat the third party because the meat eats the plant. But the plant gets its life from the sun. The sun actually is absorbed by the plant through photosynthesis and gives it the nutrients from the ground. Also, the ground and the minerals of the earth, the metals and the minerals of the earth, gives it the nutrients that it needs, which is all converted to give you the sun in a converted.
You said, you must allow me to Calgon away your doubts, brother.
The Pan-African was too stunned to speak.
Form. So we are the sun, and the earth is the sun, and the earth and all of the planets are different, what we call spirits. This is what we believe in our culture. And our culture. All of the planets in our solar system are spirits of the sun. Okay? And so the sun is the source of what we are, and it is what we are, because the sun became the earth, the sun became Mars, the sun became all of the planes of existence. We came here consciously, through consciousness. This is how we got here. The first memory that you ever had as a child is you just popped up into this realm. You just got here. You just woke up and started responding to the stimuli. So the world is holographic, and it's being projected through our eyeballs. And with, you know what I'm saying, what you see is eyeballs, they're projections. And we just logged in at the first memory that we ever had. When we logged in at this first memory that we had,
zonked out.
We therefore started responding to the stimuli of our hologram. And no one ever asked the questions, yo, where was I before this time of me logging in? We go to sleep every night, we go into the darkness, and our mind, just like it does in this realm, lights up our dreams. And we go into different planes of existence. So what we have to realize, the source, the light, and I hate to bring the Bible up, but we wrote this shit and they bastardized it. But in John 1 in the Bible, it says, in the beginning was the word, which is the thought. In the beginning was the thought, and the thought was with God, and the thought was God. The same in the beginning with God, all things were made through it, and without it nothing was made that was made. So we are thoughts. That's what we are. We're in the thought plane. And we are God because we are the thought that we think. So with that being understood, the source of all our mind is the light and is the source of our well-being, and that's what sustains our life. This is why our gods in African cultures was nature, was the sun, was the moon, was the earth, because the earth is another form of the sun. It's all converted energy. Energy is only, this is what we say in our culture. God is energy. Life is sex. Life meaning sacred exchange of energy. Life is a constant exchange from one hydrogen atom to...
I think he just closes his eyes and just goes. Like, I think he's like a lawnmower. I think he just closes his eyes and just let her rip.
Lithium atom to...
There's no way his eyes are open.
To carbon. It's all converted one energy to another form of energy, and it's all is coming from a source, and that source is the sun. And that's why we look at our higher self as the sun, and we are the descended version of the sun here on the earth. The earth is actually the sun. In fact, it's a form of the sun. It's not actually the sun. It's like saying that that hydrogen is oxygen. Well, they're two different atoms, but they come from the same source. So the earth is vibrating to a different frequency of what the sun is. So at this frequency, the earth takes shape and form as the sun, as the earth. And then we come from the earth. You understand? We come from the earth, and everything around us is us. We are energy. That's all that we are. We transform this energy. This is to understand our hologram. So when we look up in the sky and we see the source and where it comes from, That is our God. God is our sun. God is what sustains our life. The moon, everything brings balance and order. Our brothers are a form of nature, human nature, because human is God in human form. So we must love one another. If we love our God, we must love one another because the sun is everything. The breath that I'm breathing to talk to you right now, right? I'm going to break this down and I'm going to give him the mic. Now, the sun makes our bone. Our bone is the structure of our being. The bones of your body is the structure of your being. The sun converted through, like I told you about the cholesterol, and from the foods you eat, from the thyroid gland creates calcitrol. Calcitrol is what creates new bone in your body. So the sun actually is converted between plant life, and the cholesterol on your skin and the melanin in your skin is absorbed to bring you. That's what the melanin is. That's what you are. You are the sun. And so the sun meets the sun. The universe is communicating with the universe. This is why it's imperative that we don't block our skins with deodorants and our aura and our electromagnetic field with deodorants and cover our skin up with clothes and stuff, because the universe is trying to constantly stay in contact with us so that we can realize through our nerves that we are the higher self. We are that. We keep the connection. But when we disconnect by putting rubber on our shoes and all of that stuff, then when we live a life that disconnects us from what we are, then we lose our mind and we start vibrating at a lower frequency of brain waves that make us live in what is called our lower self. We're still God, but God is now a mortal being. God was an immortal being when it was connected to knowing that it was immortal and it was a spirit, but now man become what we call like a human and think that death is real and we fear death and we live in the lower self. So the bones make, the sun makes your bones, which are crystals, and your bones make your blood. The inside of the blood in your body is made by your bones, the bone marrow, right? Your bone marrow makes your blood. So the bones make the blood. All right, and then when we get oxygen, we get breath. This is the last bit. It's the last bit. Last bit. We finish. The blood makes your bone makes your blood, and your blood makes your breath. Because you can't have oxygen without the hemoglobin in your blood. So we call it the 3 Bs: bone, blood, breath. This is what we is: solid, liquid, and gas at the same time. When we understanding the phenomena of nature. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I said God is the sun, because we are the sun, descended here on earth, but we are the earth before we the sun. It converts from the earth, and then we come from the earth. We eat from the earth. We convert the sun from the earth, and now we are the sun. I don't know if he understands this, but this is why we say we are our resources. We are the sun, which is the source of our resources.
All right, thank you, brother.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem is with these long kuppahs. The problem is so much misinformation gets disseminated that it would take me longer than he has the patience for me to talk to dissect these. So
talking to me though, brother.
Yo, hold on, brother. You gotta let me talk.
We should build more. I know we about to say we should build more. We got more to build on.
Right. Shout out to the nation
all right,
of
brother.
Islam.
So the issue with this is if we should build again, we have to talk in shorter intervals so we could address the things that's being said, because there's a plethora of things being said that I disagree with, that we don't have the time for right now, unfortunately, though I can take a mental note of it and I'll keep it in mind. Like he said,
Brother Marco, I cannot use ranch because that will decalcify my pineal gland. So I use 1,000 Island.
Melanin is the.
I use balsamic Islam vinegar.
Son, it's totally a ridiculous thing to say. And then if I were to ask him if melanin is acidic or not, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have an answer for that, because he'd be worrying about the chess move for if he says it's acidic or not, because that's going to be the underlying theme to how we know melanin is not the sun, if melanin is acidic or not. We give him that to look up. Another thing is he keeps talking about solid, liquid, and gas. Why would he not mention plasma, which is a fourth state of matter that plays an integral role to this world? He keeps saying solid, liquid, gas. So his knowledge is stopping him at solid, liquid, gas. And what I'm telling him about this physical world, I understand what he would like to say had he went further in studying. he wants to say, or he should say, that this world is not so much physical, it is more or less an aggregation of molecules. All right. And therefore, since it's an aggregation of molecules, it may behoove us to say it that way as opposed to saying physical, whereby, unfortunately, physical is still the word. It's not in question. But a step further would be an aggregation of molecules. One, that'd be an easier thing for them to say than to say nothing is here solid. Everything here is not physical. We're on a mental plane. No, say an aggregation of molecules. That's one. Two, positivity and negativity. We don't want to say nothing about negativity. Let's say it's cathartic. That is the best and most appropriate term when we're talking about the energies. Then he says the food is being converted into different forms or renditions of the sun so we can sustain ourselves. Paraphrasing, it's being converted into the food. The sun is being converted into different forms for us to stay alive. This we can call photosynthesis, right? And that's not the sun. That's light being synthesized. Light is being broken down for specific purposes. Like in a plant, it's information being transmitted so the plant can make food. Okay? Light is also being synthesized through the first cousin, that is melanin, to chlorophyll, for purposes for us to also be able to relay messages from one part of our body to the next. But it's not the sun.
Are y'all trying to start a manosphere cult? Ed said, I need to start a cult. You could just make up anything in a cult. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I identify as a bisexual millionaire. What's going on, Cyborg? He said, how is it not a crime to be a New York nigga yet? Bruh, I don't know, bruh. These New York dudes, bro. I told James that the other day. I said, man, y'all New York niggas, boy. I swear to God. If a UFO gets shot down, 9 times out of 10, a New York nigga is in that damn UFO. If a UFO gets shot down, somebody from either the Bronx, Staten Island, or Brooklyn is in that damn UFO. Jesus Christ.
It's the light, which is very different from when it comes from the sun to when it comes into this atmosphere that's being synthesized for purposes of us being able to facilitate on this physical plane. Okay? So here we find plasma is left out of states of matter for whatever reason. Here we find the inability to properly address or identify what it is that needs to be said because of a lack of information. And so to close out, I would look forward to a follow-up conversation about whatever, or even revisit some of these themes. But what I would, but what I gotta ask for, there has to be a time limit, because I can't keep doing 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes to 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and then in the interim of me talking, I got to get cut off. And questions have to be answered on both sides. He can't be over here asking me questions because I just asked him a question, because I be thinking he getting the order of questioning wrong. You can't be demurring throughout the course of this whole conversation. Maybe you need to do it once in order to properly address something you got to say, but not throughout the course of the conversation. Ask me a question because I asked you a question. We ain't gonna do that. And in the final statement, let's address this. We never got a reference for where he gets his ideas from. Every time I ask, where are you getting this from? The only thing that I can't trust is we can't trust the white man, but we definitely got to trust him, because
we definitely cannot trust the white man with our salads in Dallas, because there is malice in the palace.
He's God. According to him, he's woke. He's by the equator. He's living in the
37 people in the building. Make sure you hit the physical like button and subscribe, because you need to be a part of the tribe, okay? And hit the Cash App so we can appropriate our words to our tribes. Just like the white man has appropriated himself on our culture.
Jungle, and if he needed anything, if money was to disappear, he'd still be able to survive. That certainly was.
If you are a Nubian YouTubian, please pass the collection plate around.
in the case when he was displaced in the other country where he was at. Okay.
Yeah, decalcify the like button, my brother. Decalcify the like button. Oh shit. Oh,
and he needed to use the very thing that's the root of all evil.
If you would like to be welcomed into the kingdom of Hotepia, decalcify that subscribe button, please.
Which was the root to his ability to transition from one place to the next. So I don't understand how it's the root of evil or all evil. Okay, people can do wicked things. Money doesn't do wicked things. We might as well go around here blaming guns for killing people too. We might as well turn around and say that gun just smacked the hell out of somebody and that $5 bill just tripped somebody. And you know what? All these inanimate objects is going crazy, wilding out on the human race, or it's the human race wilding out. Okay, so we got to really put things into proper context, because when we blame money, we evade the responsibility of being accountable ourselves as
press the like button. Don't you oppress my likeness.
people. Okay, so we don't want to misappropriate where the energy is supposed to go. God is energy. Stop misappropriating energy. The energy of identification for who does right or wrong is in the people. The power has always been invested in the people, not the dollar, not the gun, not any other inanimate object, but the people. Get out of this. We never spent money stuff. I'm tired of hearing black people say it. And then when you ask them, show me the society where we didn't use money. Because I understand what money is, and it's a system of transference. Okay, it's bartering, it's buying and selling, it's exchanging. There's always going to be a form of currency.
Money and water are equal. Why do you think they use significant terms for money? As in cash flow. May that cash flow to the host of the show so that he can launder this money into the I don't know where the fuck I'm going with this shit. What's going on, Sound Mind? We are up in the early morning God damn it, philosophical currency, right. Yeah, this shit will make you go insane if you know. I don't know, man. This is jail logic. This is the nation of Prislam.
And even when he said we use morality and we exchange that one thing for the other, then morality would be currency in his pseudo claim. It would have to also be currency. But I couldn't reference anything that we get out the history books because automatically it comes from the white man. But when we ask him where you get it from, he doesn't have a place.
Go to the dictionary.
He doesn't have a place. No, but he can use the dictionary when it's at his leisure. But if I use it, I'm trying to use too much words or whatever that means. I've never heard a person complain so much about words, about black people in general. We have a tendency to complain about words when we're communicating. I don't get it. And the big word thing, you're using big word. No, I'm using a word you're unfamiliar with. That's it. And if I make sure while I'm speaking, I elaborate in detail why that word is being used, which I shouldn't have to do all the time. But you're making people feel insecure. I don't care who feels insecure. The goal is to teach and teach specifically to what I'm talking about. So you got to pick up context clues what I'm talking about. But what I also do is make sure I define as I'm going, or I give you enough context clues. You ever learn how to read back in the days? Your parents say, what does that word mean? Read everything before and after that word and then arrive at a conclusion to see what that word means. What's wrong with black people talking about you using big words? You could pick up most of the stuff I'm saying if you just keep up with conversation. And then you could tighten up on it if you look it up. They want to keep us in the hood. Only a person looking to deceive you will tell you to keep yourself uneducated. Only a person looking to deceive you will tell you no need to start using any bigger words. And I don't read to use bigger words. The things that I read introduce me to new words. And when I get introduced to new words, I say, man, this word is easier for me to address what's going on than for me to use 20 words to talk to people like babies. I just use this one word. This word get me where I go. That's why I'm able to say 5, 6, 7 different things when I'm building, because I'm able to use the word that specifically addresses that thing in particular. So salute to the brother. I'm glad we're not cursing each other out, but I really need my brother to give people more time to speak, because this ain't gonna happen the second time. I really need the brother to give me more time to speak in the future, because I'm not always going to be here like this. And he's telling me I'm bullying him, and he's cutting me off all the time.
Nature, you still there? So
it was all good. But that was love. That was a lot of fun. I miss doing this type of stuff. Yeah, he ain't there mentally. He's on a mental plane. He ain't here. He on a mental plane.
Nature, you still there? You can hear me? I hear you. You can hear me? I hear you.
He on a mental plane. He ain't here. He on a mental plane. You know,
I would like to build on a better time, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's build at a better time. We can do it very soon. I'm looking forward to it, my brother.
And y'all tell like that it wasn't no hard feelings in what I was saying. Like, I'm feeling like
I don't feel no problem.
We do need to make sure that we know how to manifest money. I'm not saying that we don't need to know how to manifest money and make money. We do need to learn how to do that.
We know how to make evil.
How we gonna get out of our situation without money?
All right, Nature, we gotta go. Nature, we gotta go. He's there with his wife. Yo, I got your number. Call me later on, Nature, so me and you can do something.
All right, salute. See you later, my brother. See you later.
Let's build later.
Definitely, let's build later. Peace. At the end of the day, he has to practice my religion. He has to indulge in my religious practices at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was a crazy debate back in the day. I remember when that happened. That was kind of like in the middle of the whole Nature Boy series. Okay, so we'll get back into it. I told you guys, you know, if y'all haven't paid attention to Nature Boy ranting, you know, that's kind of what we dealing with, and the women. The women, they fall for it. And not even the women, the men too. Now, shout outs to Black Ink. We're going to get in, man, we going deep into today's show. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support today's show. Let's get the likes up. We should be at least 37 likes. 37 people in the building. All right. Now let's get into the game. My brother Black Ink brought up a guy that I wasn't familiar with, because I was familiar with Jim Jones. I was familiar with a lot of the you know, the guys that are into, like, you know, nature and the occult, and you know just, you know, because every so often, y'all, you know, if there's people that do run big cults. You know, cults are very they're actually, during quote unquote hard times, or just even regular times too, they every so often you'll see people running to a cult, or they're running a cult, right? You know, and then, you know, you have, like, you know, like terms like cult of personality, you know, all of that shit, right? Anyway, I talked about Yada earlier, and we're gonna get back into Yada because the guy Olmec, he ran to Yada's his spot as soon as Nature Boy took his girl, you know, after they got pulled over, and Nature Boy was like yelling and doing all of that, all of this yelling, and then he was the only one that got beat up. So he basically took one for the whole cult, so to say. Nature Boy talked him into getting an ass whipping. But Black Ink brought up this guy. I knew his name. His name was Father Yod, and he had a cult called the Source Family. Look at this. I don't know if y'all heard of him, because Fasting said somebody that was Amish, and I immediately remembered that Black Ink brought up a guy called Father. I thought it was Father Yod, but it's Father Yod. So let's check this out real quick. He used this as an example.
Play it. Not by killing out pleasure, by using pleasure fearlessly.
We number about 140, give or take a few, and we're looking around for 4,000.
Look at all these women.
Just like you. You will come again, won't you? Oh yeah, you've always been here. Yeah, I'm the father you all wanted. Never thought you had, but you do have.
They transformed sex, drugs, and rock and roll into a genuine religious formation.
He shot airplanes out of the sky. He killed people. He was a millionaire multiple times. He could kick anybody's.
No, this sounds insane, but I saw lightning bolts coming out of his ears.
I was 100% yes.
It was an embrace of God and rock and roll.
The day that he came home and announced that he was going to have more than one woman, I said, I think you're a dirty old man on a lust trip.
We knew we were part of a dramatic social adventure.
We were hounded by building inspectors, health inspectors, child services.
Within 24 hours, they were shooting bullets through the house.
We really thought Armageddon was coming.
If you wanted to create a sort of archetype, the ultimate early 70s spiritual cult, you could do no better than the Source family.
You know what I did?
Hold up.
And a loony bin.
So back in the day, if you were to call yourself a passport bro, or mention that, hey, I'm gonna be on a jet plane up out of here. I'm about to go experience nature and stuff like that. This is what people thought you were doing. This is why they were called. This is why dudes in the manosphere, in this manosphere that wants to be passport bros so bad, was calling passport bros pedos. Now they're gonna lie to you and be like, that's not true. They never had. No, it was guys like me back in the day, that and Marco and everybody else that was defending it. Even Game Changer was defending it back in the day to be able to travel. And they mixed it in with, they tried to mix it in with SYSBM at the first time, right? Look at this. They were running passport bros up out of the manosphere because they were trying to rekindle Keisha. We ain't forget.
All you gotta know is who you are. Ultimate consciousness. You are Jesus, and I feel you're ready for that. Oh, that story, man. Just a bit.
There was no accident that those people showed up and gathered around Jim Baker, Father Yod, Yehoah. The Source family was a group of people who were destined to be together.
And nobody came to Father. We were all magnetically drawn to him.
I walked out on everything, and it meant nothing because what I was going into was so incredible.
All I did was I looked at him, and his eyes were like burning into me.
And immediately my heart starts pounding out of my chest.
Everything turned white around his head, and it was the voice of God speaking directly to me.
And I know this sounds insane, but I saw lightning bolts coming out of his ears.
I think Nishi talked about it in Thus Spoke Zarathustra.
As soon as you wanted something, it was there. And you were there with the most beautiful young women in the world.
Told you that's why men went.
It was truly utopian.
Because of the women.
It's like we were spoiled. We had this super rich father that was the smartest guy in the world, the strongest guy in the world, the most benevolent guy in the world, and he totally loved us. It was like being in this dream. most interesting game in town. There was no question about that.
If you wanted to create a sort of archetype of the ultimate early 70s Southern California spiritual cult, you could do no better than the Source family. It was almost like a surreal expression of all these peculiar currents that were in this particular time and place. Health food, a mixture of Eastern and Western mysticism, a kind of high hedonic style. They transformed sex, drugs, and rock and roll into a genuine religious formation.
In the family, I was known as Omni the Aquarian.
Don't think it's just us.
My name's Damian Paul, also known as Yehovah number 3.
My name is Zinaru in the family.
My name is Harvest Moon Aquarian.
They had zodiac names too,
My
y'all.
name is Octavius Aquarian.
I'm Jin Aquarian.
And I was named Orbit. Orbit the Aquarian. Gosh, you got such a great name, and I got a dorky name, Orbit.
I was known as Galaxy in the family.
And I'm Electricity Aquarian.
So it goes back to what I was saying. These people have the Peter Pan complex. You know, it's all Peter Pan. But like I said, those kids in Peter Pan, they were dead. Especially with the wish to go to Neverland.
I'm Isis Aquarian. Feel that that's my energy more than Charlene Peters.
I was Magus the Aquarian in the Source family. I'm a very curious person. Anything that seemed interesting to me, I pursued. It was 1965, and I was at Harvard. It was a pretty phenomenal time. Tim Leary and Dick Alpert, who became Baba Ram Dass, were two of my professors there. I was interested in experimentations, and I actually wound up getting kicked out of there the following year. At the time, there was the anti-Vietnam movement. There was the civil rights movement, and I was starting to get interested in the spiritual movement. I bought this book called Spiritual Communities of the Southwestern United States. And one of them turned out was where Ram Dass had wound up. And there was the 3HO, which was Yogi Bhajan. And I got turned on to Swami Satchidananda. It was like being on this magical ride of going from place to place, meeting person after person. And we drove out to California. And we stopped at this place called the Source Restaurant, which was supposed to be the big happening restaurant in Los Angeles. There were all these beautiful young women that surrounded us. And they said, well, now you have to come and you have to meet Father. I climbed up this ladder into the attic of the Source Restaurant.
And it's always women. What's going on, American Negro? It's always women that introduces men to things. Y'all be thinking it's men? Hell no, it'd be women. What did Jay-Z said? The Spanish girls introduced me to cocaine. I'm a hustler now. Women always introduce a lot of the shit that I know, guess who introduced me to it? Women. Women. They be hip. If you want to find the popping clubs in your city, guess what you do? You DM women. Yo, what's the hottest clubs in the city or whatever? They will tell you. 'Cause 9 times out of 10, her ass gonna be there. Women always
And
put
down
dudes
at
on.
the end of this long room was this guy.
Hold on, are we still here? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, let's see if we back. All right, we're back. See, I see this is all right. Hold on. Hold on. Told y'all. I told y'all. This is why I said, you know, it's too real for YouTube. Too real for YouTube. I keep telling y'all, women are the ones that put guys on to the bullshit. Always. Exactly why I said, guys, support tonight's stream because I'm going out of my way to give y'all the truth. They definitely don't like that shit. They don't like when we point out the same thing goes on with them. Oh yeah, I hit a vein. All right. Y'all support tonight's show, man. Good morning. All right. Now, yeah, I hit a vein. And this is a digital pit boss. He put some of this stuff into a folder. So that was the Source family. We were covering this all before it got big. So here's
welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. I'm Digital Pit Boss.
Y'all support tonight's show. Like I said, Digital Pit Boss is shout outs to my brother Xavier from the Prophet of Thought series. He's basically a moderator. But, you know, I had to dig in the deep freezer for this one, all right? Support today's show. Good morning. Hit the like button. I done hit a vein. So give me 1 second.
And today we got a good one. Now, there's a reason why we're here today. And we're going to deal with the melanation tribe. The melanation tribe, the melanated tribe out in Costa Rica. And today we got a proper expository by Black Ink. And he's going to give you that work. Now, to kind of understand why we're doing this. And we're not just reaching out there just because. We had a brother come on the show. He calls himself All Is God. And it's an extension of the Nature Boy and the Melanation. That's what they call themselves. And so he did a video about Pit Boss and about Black Ink in specific. So what we're going to do is an in-depth on their melanation. This expository is brought to you by Black Ink. He's going in, y'all. He didn't put some work in. He didn't put in some investigation. You what he think. So let's sit back, give me about 5 minutes, and let's go through the video so we can lay down some context on why this particular video is being made today. Let me share my screen with you, and let me let you check it out.
For video purposes, I won't show my video. You take this and you swap.
This nigga is taking a dump beside the tree.
The soil comes right out of the body.
Can't make this shit up, y'all.
You want to squat all the way down, relax. Let it come out. Once it comes out, boom. Yeah. Just look back around. Boom. I'm done. Now you are connected. Simple. You leave it there. If you have toilet paper and you want to use toilet paper, don't leave the toilet paper on the ground. Take the toilet paper, burn it. If you have to use that. You will not have to use toilet paper at all, because when you poop, you will wipe your toilet and you see, you wipe your pot and you see there's nothing on the toilet paper because you are in tune. Nothing in nature uses toilet paper.
Hey, Toya! Hey, Toya! Somebody got a birthday. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on.
But look, man, if a nigga goes and takes a shit and he wants to be Nature Boy, does he wipe his ass with a leaf or a rock? And he wouldn't answer that. See, I outed that nigga. He made the video on us. And he has a bunch of different troll names in your chat.
It's all good. That we can build a house out of a tree and then replenish the tree. Talk in English, but you don't want to use the definition of replenish.
Through his lack of basic comprehension, Pibos believes it is possible to replenish death, to bring the dead back to life, to kill a tree and then somehow bring the tree to its original life. He believes planting seeds in the areas where the trees have been killed is the same as replenishing the dead tree. He is confused. He is lacking basic comprehension. Once life has ended, it is gone.
All right, y'all, I'm back. My bad. We're gonna get into this masterpiece soon. But I want y'all to do something. I want you guys to put birthday cakes in the chat. I want you guys to wish Toya a happy birthday. Hold on. A very happy birthday. Hold on. It is Monday. I want y'all to wish Toya a happy birthday. And I would like you to utilize the Cash App that is right here on the screen. And give me 1 second. I gotta run and grab something. I'll be right back. 1 second, y'all.
It cannot be replenished. Yes, you can attempt to grow more trees in its place, hoping that these new trees will grow to resemble the trees that were killed, but replenishing dead trees is impossible. Even if forever, tree that was killed another was planted, there would still be a loss. A stunting of the growth of nature, a stunting in the growth of all, similar to murdering millions of humans. Never could that be replenished. We could only hope and work to catch up to where we were before the acts of anti-nature. Time is lost, and time is growth. You cannot replenish time.
Why are you on the internet if you Mr. Nature Boy, nigga? Take your clothes off and go running in the woods with God. If that's what you believe, why are you on the internet, Nature Boy?
Here he is basically stating that anyone who understands that all is God, that nature is God, and that all is nature should not use the internet to better spread its message. We should be quiet as nature is polluted and destroyed. He is asking, why are we using the internet? Though it is obvious why we are using the internet. We are using the internet for spreading knowledge of unity with nature. We are spreading knowledge of unity with all, unity with God.
Since you think it's satanistic that the Bible is made from dead trees, what the fuck do you eat? Do you eat plants, nigga? Do you eat dead plants? That's from dead trees, nigga, or live trees. So what's the difference between a live tree and a dead tree?
Did you all just hear what this nigga just stated? He is asking if we eat dead plants. He is asking what is the difference between a dead tree and an alive tree. This is the ignorance we are dealing with. This is why it's important to spread the message of God, the message of nature. We need to direct this to those who are living in the detrimental ignorance, yet have the inclination to attempt to give knowledge to others in need. To answer his questions, humans are fruit-based beings. We eat fruits and nuts. We eat what the trees give us, and it just so happens that the tree's food is very good for our bodies and bring no pollution to our environment. When we eat a raw diet, our intestines remain clean and pure. The soil and water that leaves our intestines becomes rich in minerals, and we can give this back to the trees that we eat from. A pure cycle. Unity with God. The difference between a dead tree and an alive tree is that the dead tree no longer carries life. This is similar to a dead human and an alive human. One carries life while the other does not.
We're not the angry, mad, bang-ganging, pit boss and black ink anymore. We're the more kinder and gentler, civilized, intelligent Negroes.
All right, you guys, that was just a little bit of video to get this thing started. So now, Pit Boss gonna sit back and enjoy this show just like you. I hope you dedicate yourself to understanding where we're coming from and that you support the show, because time and much time went into the expository of this. So now, with no further delay, I present to you Black Ink. Come tell us what you think.
Welcome, 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 everybody, to what we like to call the Melanation Sensation Explanation. This is basically a classic example of what is known in literature as the threefold triple entendre, meaning you have the classic man versus nature theme going on here. You have the common man versus himself, or really versus society, man versus man. Let me rephrase that. You have the common man versus man, which means man versus the society narrative. And then you have the tragic man versus himself syndrome. So please allow me to break it all the way down from the rooter to the tutor. I'm going to give it to you in simplistic, elementary, and rudimentary ABC 1, 2, 3. That's what I see the people like to do out there in the YouTube world when addressing what they like to call hashtag facts. So before I get into the whole drop of the lemon, let me give you a little background on myself. They call me Black Ink, formerly known as Meshack Black, publishing editor of Chronic Magazine, music publication that dealt with mostly hip hop, rhythm and blues, reggae, and a different kind of rock. Let's say black rock, to keep it, in the context of who I'm talking to. By the way, hello, how you doing? Good evening, good night, good afternoon, good morning, and good day, wherever you might be. So, having gotten that out of the way.
Hold on.
I had no idea who.
The young lady whose name I kept messing, because she changed her name so much. The young lady that I wanted to mention earlier, her name was Ase Divine. Ase Divine. That's my girl. She definitely did a lot of work on it too, and did a lot of good work on it. Her name is Ase Divine. Some of y'all might not remember her though.
These people were, and I had to do my extensive research, and I don't just stop at a video here or a video there. And I do want to give a shout out to the gentleman who made that video, capturing me at one of my most impassioned moments on one of these Babylon holidays, where I was drinking that Babylon liquor and smoking that Babylon herb and eating those good Babylon roasted meats, and with my Babylon family, and got on a Babylon radio station or an internet station, whatever you want to call this platform here, and happened to go in on a Babylon soldier, meaning an anti-Babylon soldier. And when I say Babylon, for me, coming out of the Rasta culture, which is Bible-based, Babylon simply means confusion, as in someone who babbles on and on and on and just rambles and really doesn't make sense to anyone except himself and those that think like them. So, painting that nice picture for you, Babylon confusion, or what these nature boy people like to call getting away from the matrix and going back to nature to explore freedom, is something that I said, wait a minute, I've seen this somewhere here before.
Sounds familiar to y'all?
This is familiar. I just haven't seen it done quite this way in blackface. But coming from the background in entertainment that I do, I've seen a narrative that I said, okay, let me research this to the fullest. Going back to my childhood, the first time I ever heard the term nature boy was on a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Bugs Bunny meets the Aboriginal in a cartoon called Bushy Hair. Bushy Hair meaning the guy he ran into that was holding a spear in the middle of the Australian outback had a big afro. He had no shirt. He had a little sarong, or the thing that Nature Boy had wrapped around his waist. when he went to go take a poop on the side of a tree with a gangster lean. And Bugs Bunny kept teasing this dude and tormenting him and tempting him and messing with him. And the dude kept trying to kill him with his spear and his boomerang. You know, back then they would call a character like that in a stereotypical way a spear chucker. Well, in that sense, Bugs Bunny was the jungle bunny up against the spear chucker. There'll be more on that later. But this is a caricature or a character type that Hollywood promoted to the fullest. At the time of my childhood, I thought nothing of it. But then when I see Nature Boy in the Woods, it kind of jarred my memory and took me back. Then I thought again, where else have I seen this image? Where has this Nature Boy narrative played itself out in another type of situation? And then I thought back to the original Tarzan series, comic books, movies, television, Tarzan, Edgar Rice Burroughs.
Yeah, we've
about
been covering it all
a little
night.
guy named Lord Greystoke, whose parents were stranded and lost in a rainstorm on the western coast of the African equatorial jungles. And this couple tried to survive out there, and within a year after little Lord Tarzan Greystoke was born, his mother passed away. And somehow or another, the king of the apes broke in the cabin and killed Tarzan's father. But they spared the little baby. And later on, a she-ape came and adopted him, and the apes named him Tarzan, which means white skin in ape language. Well, as Tarzan grew up in the forest, in the jungle, with these apes, he eventually ended up back at his parents' cabin, the scene of the crime, the scene of the murder, and somehow he figured out that these same people who he saw pictures of were his parents. And he figured out eventually that the king of the apes killed his dad. So he grew up and he ended up killing the king of the apes, and he became the king of the apes.
Black Ink is a masterful storyteller.
As the story would go, further down the road, there was an African village. And somehow or another, these Africans ended up killing the she-ape that adopted Tarzan. So from that point forward, Tarzan would torment and taunt and tempt and mess with these African quote-unquote savages. And so the story went. But I noticed a similarity with Nature Boy, because Tarzan was considered to be one of the original Nature Boys. And by the way, a little side note, only Dracula as a character in Hollywood has been more portrayed in films, second only to Tarzan, the original Nature Boy. But it goes further. There's another book made into a cartoon by Walt Disney called The Jungle Book, written by an author named Mr. Rudyard Kipling. And it's the same scenario, except it takes place in India. You all might be familiar with it, having children or having been a child, seeing that movie about young Mowgli, the kid that grows up in the wild amongst the bear, the panther, the tiger, the snake. All of these animals are anthropomorphized, which means given human characteristics to show the subtleties of life and the different personalities of humankind as shown through the animal kingdom. But again, the narrative, the concept, the theme of Nature Boy, Mowgli. And then it goes on. You have things like, as a teenager in wrestling, WWE was really popular. The Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Woo! Commonly known for coming out talking mad-ish, getting nearly bucket naked in the middle of the ring while the veins of his neck would pop out and he'd go on a roid rage, seemingly like he was on some type of drug that made him superhuman. Yes, the Nature Boy.
What's
Ric
going on,
Flair.
RG3?
Very flashy.
I used to
very
love
in love
watching
with himself.
Tailspin. Tailspin was my show.
Very egotistic, if you will. He talked all that stuff and he backed it all up. something like 16 to 21 time world champion in the wrestling field. But as we all know, that's just another form of entertainment. But it doesn't stop there. Oh no, you have another book. I forget the author's name, but a famous movie was made about it called Lord of the Flies, where a bunch of intelligent private school children are stranded on an island and they have to fend for themselves and they become tribal. They devolve into the hunters versus the gatherers. And eventually they feel that there's a beast on the island, so they erect a head of a dead pig on top of a stick. And all these flies start flying around, hence the term Lord of the Flies, which represents Beelzebub, the devil, or the demon within. It's deep. It's deep. But this theme is nothing new. It goes on even further. You have the classic Harrison Ford, Lando Calrissian, Indiana Jones himself, starring in a movie, 1986, I believe, about a man who leaves Babylon. He's tired of the mick and the muckle. He says things like, you eat when you don't have to, you buy what you don't need, and then you throw away what you can use. I'm sick of it. I want to get out of here. It's going to be World War III, apocalypse, doom and gloom. The end is near. So what does he do? He takes his family down to Central America, to a region known as the Mosquito Coast. The Mosquito Coast, a place where it's tropical all year round, where the sun rises at 6 a.m. and it sets at 6 p.m., even Steven days and nights, equatorial living between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. But then he finds that when he gets there, he brings his own way of life and his prejudices, his idiosyncrasies, his Western ways with him. And they're hard to escape. And when nature beats him down and kicks him in his proverbial ass, he doesn't give up. No, he starts to test the tribe, run psychological games on them, see who's loyal and who's not, who's traitorous and who's for real. Any mention of going back is met with aggression. It's met with hostility. It's met with anger. Harrison Ford, the Mosquito Coast. These themes, they just keep coming back for more and more and more. This Nature Boy, it continues on in a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio called The Beach. He's an adventurer, a young 20 to 30-something guy that's sick of society. He's looking for something more, to find the freedom within, to go beyond, to do what he's never done before, to find that utopia. And in the middle of Thailand, he meets somebody, and they talk of this fabled land, this mythical island where there's fields of marijuana growing, but there's a secret society on the other side. And if you could only get there, you would never want to leave. You would never want to leave. But of course, in this movie, there are things that people do not see. They don't foresee it. Their third eye didn't see it coming. You know, when you do like this with the okay, whatever that means, I guess it's a secret symbol. But hey, there are people that are already where you are, that have been where you are going, that may or may not want to welcome you to their domicile, their habitat, their terrain. And whether you know it or not, they could be watching you at all times. But I don't want to be the buzzkill. I don't want to be the spoiler alert. But it's a common theme. The back to nature ethos. The back to nature utopia. The back to nature vision. To be in harmony and peace. Away from Babylon. Ah, yes. It's but a dream. So let's see. Where does this dream take us in the Hollywood sense of things? Allow me, please, to take a closer look. Another movie, Apocalypse Now. Speaking of the doomsday type of mentality. Starring Marlon Brando, that great American method actor. He played Captain Colonel Kurtz, the man who gave it all up, decided to leave and desert the American military and take up his life amongst these common people, these tribal people way up the river beyond Vietnam. Yes, this is a war movie, a movie about, again, man versus nature, man versus man or society, and then man versus himself. The higher and the lower self is what they call it. The higher and the lower self. So now, where does all this go from here? Once we leave Hollywood and we get into the real deal, the real life, you know, as in what is life? Well, I'll tell you what life is. Because before I was ever a journalist, before I was ever any type of world traveler, before I asked these same questions that these young people that I'm addressing today asked themselves and sought to find the answers near and far, where they had to go to the ends of the earth to learn that the answer was always within themselves. And they never had to go nowhere. They just had to be still and ask themselves for an honest answer. And then be the reflection that they speak about so eloquently, the reflection that you see in the mirror, the learning yourself, the knowing yourself, and yes, the loving myself, CELLF. I get it. I get it. I get it. It's all just the progression and the evolution of what once was, of what has never, ever been new, because under the sun, it's all being recycled as it was from day one. I like to talk in them poems and them little rhymes, circular reasoning, and not giving you a straight linear thought. But I'm going to get to the point. And the point is, once you leave the fairy tale mythical Peter Pan syndrome, I'll let the Hollywood go with the Peter Pan syndrome. You know, like the Toys R Us kids. I don't want to grow up. The grown-up Michael Jackson, Never Neverland. You can't make me grow up, and I never will. I just need to find my Wendy and my other childlike spirits that believe me and they know they can fly with me to Never Neverland. But don't forget, there's always Captain Hook, the pirate that wants to steal you back. But again, in the story of Peter Pan, Captain Hook and Peter Pan were but two sides of the same exact coin. Now, before I was any of these things as a professional occupation in the Babylon world that I'm still in, I was an elementary school instructor, K through 6. I taught a thing called life science, what you know in college and high school as biology, basic biology for kids. I brought animals to the classroom and I taught a basic lesson in living versus non-living things. You know, the stuff on this planet. And I delved into the living things. And all living things do 5 things. And I'll tell you simply what they are. And these are the laws of nature. All living things must grow. You're always growing. That's why when you come out of the womb, from a seed to a baby, you keep growing until you grow old. And then you grow out of this body. You must move. Everything in life that is alive moves at some point or another. Yes, growth is movement. Everything must breathe. It's a simple law of nature. You stop breathing, you stop living. Everything must eat. I know. It sounds so simple and so common, we barely even think about it. But I guess what? I tell you what, you guess what? When's the last time you could just completely shut down and stop eating without being hungry? I'll wait. And the last thing, in order for life to sustain itself and regenerate itself, it must have some form of recreation. We call it recreation. I will rather say reproduction. In other words, to generate more life. The beauty of life in itself, the beauty of nature, its final law is, if you want life to continue, you must reproduce. In other words, have children, have offspring. The tree, the plant, must produce a seed in order for that life of the tree to continue as a species. So, just a little basic science, not some pseudoscience, some mumbo jumbo, hokey fanoki that I pulled off of Google. This is stuff that I actually taught at the young age of 20 to 23 years old. All right. Had my first and only son at 23 years old. And that's what you call a life changer. Every child you have creates change. It's like putting money in a slot machine, you hit the jackpot. Yes. So when you have more than one child, that's called changes. Now, let's get into the real life of this nature boy phenomenon, because he's been described as a cult recently in the news media. And I'm talking about mainstream media as well as internet media. He's being labeled as a cult. So I had to ask myself, why is that? Here's a guy from America that wanted to get away, and he has his own philosophy. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing new about that. But then again, when I examined the news media and I actually seen what was going on, I had to step back and say, okay, now it's time for me to take a closer look. Now it's time for me to dig a little deeper. Now it's time for me to ask the serious questions, as in, why are they calling this man a leader of a cult? And then what is he doing that makes people feel that he's a leader of a cult? Give me just a second here, and I'm going to pull some things up and give y'all the background. Give me just a second. So the term nature boy was originally coined in the late 1940s by a singer, a very famous African-American singer named Nat King Cole. And one of his biggest songs ever was called Nature Boy. And it went a little something like this. And I can't sing very well, but I'm going to give it up to you the best I can, because I actually like the song. It says, there was a boy, a very, very gentle boy. You can get it on the internet if you want. But I stress this to say at the very end, the last line of the song is, everybody just wants to be loved and love in return. And it's very telling about this new Black nature boy, because in his videos, he actually lines up with that song and says the song was made about him before he was born. But the original nature boy that wrote the song was named Mr. Eden Abez. And he's considered to be like one of the first hippies ever. And he was part of this whole vegetarian movement, raw food, organic, the whole scenario. But this was back in the early 40s. And the story is so mythical, but it's true, is that he lived in a cave when he wrote this song, somewhere near Palm Springs. He would come and live in tents and in sleeping bags and camp out. I mean, this is too classic. It sounds familiar, right? Then he wrote the lyrics and he tried to give them to Nat King Cole backstage at the show, but they wouldn't let him in because he looked like a nasty, dirty, stinking hippie before there was even a hippie. They thought he was a vagabond, a transient, a bum, a homeless person. So once Nat King Cole read the lyrics, he started singing the song. It's only like a 1-2 minute song, but he got such a wide appreciation from his audience that even Irving Berlin, one of the greatest American songwriters ever, came and approached him and asked to buy the song and record it. Well, at this point, Nat was like, nah, I'm going to record it. I'm singing it. This is mine. The dude gave it to me. They were like, the record company was like, well, let's find the guy. Where is he? They searched high and low. They looked all around LA. They went to like the places where the camps where the dirty, stinking hippies, the homeless bums, and the transients and vagabonds were, asking for this guy. They finally found him, of all places, sleeping in a tent under the Hollywood sign. Let me say that again. They found him sleeping in a tent under the Hollywood sign. Needless to say, the song became one of Nat King Cole's biggest and first crossover hits. It made him appeal to a wider audience of white people. He became a pop superstar. The guy, Eden Abez, eventually got about $20,000 for his works, and ended up getting sued for stealing the melody of the song from a Jewish writer who had previously did a play. Anyway, he settled out of court. But the moral of the story is, this was the original Nature Boy. And what was so crazy about it is when he finally went on TV and met Nat King Cole, and they said, well, where are you staying right now? You're in New York City. He's like, I'm in the finest hotel in the city. I'm sleeping under a bridge in Central Park. He said, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I'm going to buy a Jeep so I can drive back home and be with my nature girl, and we can have our second nature baby. Now, this is the real Nature Boy. Okay? But he was part of a cult. And that cult went back to Germany. It was called the Lebens, some name. I'll pull it up for you right now. But real talk, like this stuff is not a game. It's not a joke. And this guy is not the first Nature Boy. He might be one of the first Black Nature Boys, but by no means and no stretch is he the first Nature Boy. Okay, just give me a second here. It's really like the cult of personality. You know, in the 80s, there was a rock group called Living Color, and they had a song called The Cult of Personality. And it's like, you know, the lyrics were kind of different, but it describes the situation with Mr. Nature Boy to a T. And then on the other hand, there's people out there looking at this and saying, you know, what the dude said on Do the Right Thing about go to F back to Africa, you know, with all those stereotypes. But let me get back to the nitty and to the gritty. All righty then. The actual real deal cults and what makes Nature Boy's cult similar to these other cults. And I'll give you a roll call. So I started with the real Nature Boy, right? Now we're going to jump into a guy named Jim Jones. And you might have heard of him before because he had an organization called the People's Temple. And what the People's Temple would do is eventually they would take their group to get away from the apocalyptic Babylon system and go off and retreat first in America in San Francisco, off of San Francisco and Mendocino. But when they got too big and expanded into what was known as the first mega churches, they had one in San Francisco, one in LA, and one in San Fernando. They just ended up breaking out and going down to South America to a country known as Guyana. And the leader, who felt like he was some type of messianic return of Jesus, see, this is going to get real deep now. He named the city after him, and they slept in tents and in sleeping bags. They yielded their own crops. They wanted to become self-sufficient. But what ended up happening was some of the people back home, family members, were really concerned and felt that maybe their other family members who left were brainwashed, were held against their will, were cutting all ties and selling all their worldly possessions and giving up their jobs and chasing this dream that this charismatic leader named Jim Jones was selling them. So they got together like intelligent white people do commonly, and they went to the government. They went to the State Department. They went to the Congress. And they made such a stink that the State Department and the Congress sent representatives down with the news crew to visit this town and make sure that these family members were in fact there of their own will and accord and were not brainwashed and could talk to the world in the news and let their family members back home know that they were in fact okay. And everything seemed to be all right until the congressman left. Now, this is a true story. I'm not making this up. While the Congress people were leaving with the camera crews from CBS, NBC, and ABC, all of a sudden the armed guards from the People's Temple let loose and started killing people, 5 total, including the congressman. Well, the charismatic leader, Mr. Jim Jones, in the same day, told all his people, let's drink this Kool-Aid and get up on out of here and give up our physical bodies and go to heaven together. Altogether, 915 people died that day. Over 300 children were murdered because everybody drank that Kool-Aid. Everybody drank that Kool-Aid. Now, that was Jim Jones. There's another guy by the name of Charles Manson and the Manson family, famously known for their theory of helter-skelter or the apocalypse and how they wanted to separate themselves from society, go off and live alone. At one point, they lived at a place called the Spawn Ranch out in Malibu, California. Another time, they lived out in Death Valley. And their whole idea was to break into the music business. Yes, break into the music business. They had friends in high places like Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. Charles Manson also had what he called his family. Now let's get into this family thing. Charles Manson, a career criminal, before he even reached 21, been in and out of jail at least a dozen times. Convicted felon. Former pimp. Yes, pimp. At one point in 1967, the summer of love, Mr. Manson moved up to Berkeley, shacked up with a chick who was a nurse. Before months in, he had 18 other women shacking up with the chick that he shacked up with. A big part of his family were women who would do sexual favors and whatever Charlie said. 2 of them happened to be hitchhiking and got picked up by Dennis Wilson, drummer of the Beach Boys. He took them up to his pad, Pacific Palisades, dropped them off, went to record, got back home, only to find Charles Manson and 12 people, mostly women, up in his house crashing. Crashing is a term in the 60s that was used for hanging out, couch surfing, you know, just chilling for an inordinate or unspecified period of time, usually till the person gets sick of you and kicks you out. So, to make a long story short, Charles Manson thought he was going to make the next Beatles White Album, send hidden messages, start a race war. A race war where he would blame these murders that he would do on black people. So white people would retaliate. It would escalate. Of course, this is the time during the Black Panthers. This is the era of the late 60s and early 70s. Black power and everybody else power. Hippity dippity doo-dah day. So they went out and committed some garrulous and gruesome murders. Blamed it on the Negroes. Hoped that a race war would ensue. But when it didn't happen, they kept killing and then hiding out. We'll come to find out, Mr. Manson was leading a cult. And this cult told everyone, leave your family, give up your worldly possessions, and come follow me. It's terrible. But moving down the line, you have David Koresh, Branch Dravidian, Waco, Texas, leader of his own church or sect. Branch Davidians, preaching that the end is near. Leave your family, your job. Give up all your worldly possessions. Join me. Live in the compound. Babylon is falling. But David Koresh also liked polygamy. He would take, I forget, Jim Jones, same thing. Drug addict, bisexual, homosexual, taking the wives of his married members and having sex with them. Taking the husbands of the married members and having sex with them. It's almost like Julius Caesar. He was every woman's husband and every man's wife. And the same thing with David Koresh. And when it was found out he was abusing children in his compound, and sleeping with an underage girl, well, of course, the authorities came to investigate. There was a shootout, a standoff, and eventually everything went down in flames. Again, the apocalypse, the end is near. David Koresh had changed his name into David Koresh, meaning he was from the line of the King David in the Bible, and Koresh, meaning Messiah in Farsi or Persian, to symbolize to King Cyrus the Great, who released the Jews from captivity out of where? The biblical Babylon. Then you move down and you have Heaven's Gate, the UFO cult out of San Diego. Started off as bums, vagabonds, travelers, hobos, sleeping in tents and sleeping bags, sending their message and getting arrested for vagrancy, trespassing, loitering, hanging out where they had no business. But then they came up with a great idea. They met up with a few tech-savvy people and started building websites. They were first known as the original cyber sect or cyber cult. They had a business called Higher Source, where they built websites for paying customers, and they used the brand new platform of the World Wide Web and the internet to get their message out and to find gullible, willing followers who believed that when the Hale-Bopp comet came around, that there would be a UFO in the tail, and they would be able to join and leave this wicked Babylon society. Oh, it gets deep. And what was their whole thing? Give up all your worldly possessions. Quit your job. Leave your family. Follow me. And they followed them all right. Their version of getting out of here and getting on the spaceship was they dressed in some Star Trek uniform with some cold Nike Cortez Decades on in all black. They drank a concoction of barbital barbiturate pills crushed up into applesauce with a double shot of some of that vodka on it, drank it up, covered them up with a purple blanket, and said, "We out." 39 people committed suicide in 1997 following that Hale-Bopp comet. This cult game is real, y'all. This cult game is serious. It's not a joke. And as far as I can see, there's only 2 or 3 ways out of the game, but I'm not done yet. There was another leader that followed that same nature boy ideology out of LA. They called him Father Yod. Father Yod, Y-O-D, had a vegetarian restaurant considered to be one of the first and most successful on the Sunset Strip. It was called The Source. They sold raw and organic fruits and vegetables. The man was famous for coming up with a salad dressing, an organic one at that. Made millions of dollars off the salad dressing alone. Ended up buying a big compound in the Hollywood Hills and moving up him and his 13 wives. Oh, yeah. They used to all dress in white. The man was a millionaire. His restaurant would gross over $10,000 a day. People like Marlon Brando. Yes, Marlon Brando. John Lennon, Yoko Ono would come through and support what the man was doing. He led that life and he made that money. And he put out, incidentally, over 9 albums called the Yahweh 13. Oh, he's online. But the thing is, the heat came down because he was a dirty old man on a lust trip. You see, when he was messing with them underage girls, this is like 1969, 1974, right? The heat came down so cold because the Charles Manson family was on trial for some more of that crazy acting behavior. LA was a ripe area. California was a prime spot for this cultish lifestyle. So what did Father Yod do? He packed up and moved everything to Hawaii. Took the whole family there, got his own land there, and said, we're going to do it there. And then he decided to take the leap. He took the leap of faith, literally. This man, in his 70s, never hang gliding before. This was a new sport. You just jump off the cliff with this hang gliding parasailing thing and hope you make it. Well, he didn't make it. And so that story ends with the tragedy. The man died and the compound broke up. Now, what does all these things have in common? They have something in common with Mr. Nature Boy. And now I'm going to get to the meat and the potatoes. Oh, yeah. Give me just a second here, and I'll be right with you. And I want you guys to know, I have spent hours and hours and hours almost swimming and drowning in this Nature Boy stuff just to bring it to you correctly. And I'm going off the dome. I have notes and notes and notes. I just need them to keep me focused. But give me just a little more time, and Nature Boy will surely know. Okay, so more so into this cult thing. The cult thing starts from a term called the occult, which deals with what is known as hidden or secret or esoteric information that up until the internet, you had to search high and low and find a master teacher or somebody that knows, and most people that didn't know would tell, and most people that knew wouldn't tell. So it's like William tell, or in this case, Will I am tell. Oh, I'm going to tell all right. I'm a show and tell. So let me show you the way to go. Can you see this? Follow me, follow me. Let me show you the way to go. Okay. So I've been to Costa Rica. This is a big reason why I'm doing this. At first, when I saw the video that was played at the beginning of the show, I paid it no mind. I was flattered. I felt like, wow, whatever I said inspired this brother to go out and make a beautiful clip. It kind of got on my nerves, though, to be honest, with that computer-generated voice and how he was trying to emphasize his point using technology when he's clearly anti-technology. And it's the paradox of what Nature Boy is dealing with right now down there in Costa Rica. But before I get ahead of myself, I just want to tell about my trip to Costa Rica and why I'm not feeling what Nature Boy is doing down there in Costa Rica, and how this brother is completely, almost nearly misrepresenting the people of Costa Rica. And clearly, according to what they do and how they live down there, is spitting in the face of not only quote unquote Babylon over here and the people here that have family members there, but also shitting in the face of that society, how he's trying to get people to come down there and be about what he's doing when it has nothing to do with the lifestyle and the way people get down over there. It's like you don't want to go somewhere as a tourist or an expatriate, rather, meaning somebody that left your country and said, I don't want to go back, and take up habitat and domicile and residency in another country and then make waves. You know, you don't want to rock the boat, so to speak. So this cult thing is serious. Now let's deal with the mainstream media. Let me pull this up now, because I'm going to just have to go all the way in on them. All the way in. And this is nothing personal. See, all the Hollywood stuff is over now. All the cult stuff is turning up now. I gave everybody the I gave everybody the background on the different cults and how they all had something in common themes, common threads. And now I'm gonna tie it all together with this whole Nature Boy thing. Okay, so among the newspapers and websites that have helped to blow this guy Nature Boy up in the narrative and the theme of a cult leader are as follows. You have the Costa Rica Star on March 20th of this year. The Costa Rican Times on March 20th of this year. The Western Star on March 21st of this year. The CBC Newfoundland and Labrador news outlet a few times in March this year. Here's where it gets sticky. Cult News 101, the Cult Education Institute, safetravels.com, and the Western Star and Info Cult have all done stories on Nature Boy. Now, I'll just run right quick over here to, I'm going to do my Googles while I'm on here with you, and I'm not going to show you, but I'm going to tell you what I see, and you can go on here with me. So if you go on your Googles and you type in cults of Costa Rica, you see what that do. Okay, so on the first page, you got how I got sucked into a cult. That's the top story, right? And that's from the British News, UK Telegraph News. Now, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 7, number 8, and yes, out of 10, I just named out at least 5 that all focus on Nature Boy. So let's see what happens here. I'll read out the titles. Costa Rica-based Nature Boy cult has Canadian family worried. Let's go down here. Cornerbrook woman in Costa Rican cult says family pleading for blah, blah, blah. Here we go down here. Who is Nature Boy? Cult leader says Kayla Reed can leave at any time. Here's another one. Is Canadian woman a victim of a cult in Costa Rica? Cult News 101, Cult News 101 Library. Who is Nature Boy? Now, I didn't make this stuff up, but it's there. And any reasonable person has to say, why is it there? Why are they calling Mr. Nature Boy a cult? Why is he getting all this attention from the local Costa Rican news outlets and the Canadian-based news outlets and the cult institutions? What's going on here? Well, I think it's about time we take the time to talk about Nature Boy himself. Now, when I did the homework and I did the background checks, because you know I'm a trained journalist by trade and profession, I simply did my research. I started with the YouTube videos. I started with his YouTube videos, Eligio Nature Boy TV. I did a little cross-references on the Facebook. I read the news articles from those periodicals and websites that I just mentioned. I started putting things together and connecting the dots. And I said, okay, where does this story begin? Well, the story begins, in this case, in Atlanta, Georgia, in about 2014, roughly early 2014 to late 2015. We'll say from February 2014 to October of 2015. There was a place in Atlanta on 6013 Highway 42, Rex, Georgia, called Bishop's High Definition Cuts. A barbershop. Had about 8 chairs, real professional, owned by a guy named Bishop Eligio, who you guys know as Nature Boy. And the symbol for Bishop's HD Cuts, High Definition Cuts, was the symbol of the bishop on the chessboard with a crown on it. Now, pay attention because this is going to be important later. The bishop on the chessboard with a crown on it. And his motto was, if anybody could beat him in chess, they would get a free haircut. Now, this barbershop lasted for, say, a good year and 6 months even. But then, for some reason, it went out of business. I don't know why. It seemed like a great operation. He was open on Sunday and Monday from 10 to 6, and Tuesday to Saturday from 8 to 8. Good hours. He had good reviews. I seen some of his cuts. Good barber. It also says in the background checks that he was a model. What do you call it? Exotic entertainer. You know, a male stripper, basically. He even admitted at some point, and this is from him, I'm not making it up, that he would have sex for money, meaning he was a gigolo. Check Richard Gere, American Gigolo. And, you know, he did that life. He ran that route. But then all of a sudden on YouTube in December 2015, he starts his own page, his own channel, his own platform. And now he's the nature boy. He went from Eligio Prada, a.k.a. Tyson the Man, a.k.a. Eligio Bishop, where he's posting dang near naked pictures on his what do you call it, photo buckets and model mayhem and MySpace when it was still going. Naked pictures of him with a big bottle, a bottle of vodka covering his Johnson. Greased up, looking like Tyson Beckford meets 50 Cent. I mean, the dude was on himself. You know what I'm saying? The type of cat that he'd have to fight over a girl, over the mirror with a girl. Get out the mirror, girl. I'm preening myself. But more on that later. So he had the barbershop. Next thing you know, he's jumping on the YouTube in late 2015. December to be exact. Right around that end of the year time. And lo and behold, he was doing a little something. Video was getting a little something. And then he was on the sofa for Sodnetter TV. He was on the sofa, but not next to Sankofa. He was on the sofa with a new budding rising star that would eventually become the real golden child and not the Jungle Boy named Young Pharaoh. Yes, Nature Boy and Young Pharaoh on the same sofa, Sodnetter TV. Next thing you know, his views go up. Next thing you know, he's posting daily 2, 3, 4 times. Next thing you know, he's starting to post all this other stuff that everybody's talking about, but he's the first to drop these videos that really go in. But see, it's a race to see who can get the information at this point. It's not so much delivering a solid paradigm or a structured message as much as it's the race to see who can get it out first. So then, as time goes by, he posts a couple of KRS-One videos. And good for me, I know KRS-One. Edutainment is a phrase that I coined for KRS-One. So I know exactly how KRS-One does his thing. He casts spells with his words. He breathes on the mic and entices and enchants people to come in to his temple of hip-hop. But see, KRS-One is a very skilled orator. He's a known griot or griot. He knows how to effectively get his point across and keep you hanging on his every word. He's not exactly the most handsome guy in the world, but he's effective with his words in the world. Once Mr. Nature Boy throws that up, and mind you, Nature Boy wasn't in the woods yet. He was still in Atlanta. He was still somewhere in Ohio. He was still somewhere in Savannah. He was still working his way towards getting away from Babylon. I mean, these videos were in a box, in a little room, similar, not too unsimilar to everyone else's room and house where we live in Babylon. But he was trying to show everyone how he was effectively moving away from Babylon. So this KRS-One video goes up, it gets a bunch of hits. So he throws up another KRS-One video about the fifth dimension. It blows up. To this day, it's his most popular video on his channel. So what does he do? He makes a mini-series about the fifth dimension. He starts going into mini-series, Moments of Clarity, on Facebook. Instead of the live stream, he called it the Nature Boy Love Stream. Oh, he was really getting into himself and his message that still was being developed, that still to this day is being developed, that still is ever changing, that always was, never in one place at one time, but everywhere, all at no time. So, this former model, stripper, prostitute, and barber, known as the Master Barber, known on Facebook as King Messiah, all these different nicknames, giving you a viewpoint or a window into seeing the personality that this cult is being built around. So now, he professes himself as a cult leader. And of course, when you do that and you get the attention from the mainstream media, they're going to dig deeper into your past. And if you have a checkered past or a criminal record, they will not hesitate to bring that to the surface. And oh, he did not disappoint them. He did not disappoint them. See, what happened was, it was all good when it was just black people going down to his Costa Rican retreat. This was going on for months. You would see videos daily of young people, barely out of college or barely out of high school, rather. You know the kind, come from good families. For the most part, you can see that they want to do something different. They don't want to be constrained by that institutionalized college education, go to school, get a degree, get a job, and just call it a day mentality. They want something more. So perhaps, I imagine, some of them said to their families, I'm going to take a semester off and go to Costa Rica and just chill out. But what they didn't tell them was that they were going to cut the family members off, sell all their possessions, cash out that trust fund, and go down and be with Nature Boy. And not only that, post up videos on social media to spit back in their family members' face and talk about them so bad, like they didn't raise them properly and they gave up all that quote unquote middle class life to run away and be with this guy? Well, it was when Nature Boy started inviting the white people there. You know, the ones with resources that are endless. That one girl decided she would go on a church retreat for a weekend in February from Canada and never return and not let her parents know. Well, they reported a missing persons case with the Canadian Mounted Police. And you know the Mounted Police, like Dudley Do Right, they're going to get their man. So lo and behold, she pops up on Facebook on Nature Boy. And she's talking bad about her family and how they want to possess her and how they wouldn't let her leave. And now she's with her real family and she doesn't want to go back. As a matter of fact, she cut her hair off. She got a new beginning. She came on as Sun Ray. Her real name is Kayla Reed. Her mother went on Canadian radio and aired Nature Boy out, talking about her daughter called her and she could hear Nature Boy in the back coaching her, and she felt like her daughter could possibly be brainwashed and lured into this cult of Nature Boy. Oh boy. So what did the Canadian news company do? They sent a crew. Had to meet with Nature Boy at an undisclosed location. He didn't want him to know where he was at. So they met down the hill in a van. They interviewed him. They asked about Kayla. He said the classic cult leader response, I don't know of any such person. They said, how about Sunray? Oh, Sunray, she's fine. She's healthy. She's fine. She's healthy. I made sure that she called her folks and called the police because I don't want you media people painting me out to be a black monster that stole their white daughter. His words, not the media's words. I don't want you guys to kill me like you've killed all the other leaders that spoke out against the government. They asked him, are you the leader of a cult? He's like, yes, I am a leader of a cult. This is a cult, but so is America, and so is Canada. As I'm watching this, I'm shaking my head like, you really, really, really want this attention, don't you? This is a clear case to me of a young man lost in an identity crisis, trying to find himself, crying out for help. But the unfortunate thing is, he's dragging others along with him down this road of destruction. And these people are the ones he's crying out to for protection from the Babylon that he's so against, but yet he got out and has some type of thing about him, a primal tick that makes him want to throw rocks back at Babylon. It stands to reason if you make it out, then take that route. How do you say it? Count your blessings and go on and enjoy your life. There's no reason to complain, throw stones, look back at Babylon, keep being what you like to call having an attachment to your cell phone or your computer to where you have to go on daily to convince others in the outside Babylon world that you got it going on so much down there in Costa Rica, and every day is a fun day, and you don't have to work. Just come down there and play. It's a sham. So, the media decided to go back and air you out. And this is what they did, Mr. Nature Boy. They brought up your criminal record. Back when you lived in Atlanta. Back when you lived in Jersey. They talked about how you were arrested in 2009 for forcible entry in Georgia. Forcible entry. I can only imagine. Bitch, let me in. Pardon my French. You better get off my front porch before I call the police. Call the police. I'll bust this door down. Forcible entry. 2011, faced charges of theft and arrested for aggravated battery. Sounds like some type of strong arm robbery. Bruh, was it that serious? It really says here there's some aggression issues going on. And the white man is good for pulling that up. Get that file up out the press kit. Paint that picture. Draw the narrative based on your Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy activities. Talk about how, in 2014, you tried to change your ways and go to barber school. And clearly, it shows here online you had your shop. Okay. You also claim to have worked for the Monique Show. You know, the one that was blackballed? The one that won that Oscar for Precious because she wasn't really acting? I couldn't even see that movie, by the way. When I saw the trailer and she swung that skillet at the girl, I said, oh, no. I got to go. But anyway, Nature Boy claimed he worked for the Monique Show. There's no proof of that, by the way. So, as time goes on, and the brother keeps posting these videos, and at one point, he has a few that really kind of scream out of the hundreds and hundreds that give you some key elements as to how he responds and reacts under pressure, how he looks towards the social media platform as a way of garnering attention, how much he really, as he likes to say, I love myself, with the spelling myself, MYCELLF, on some really self-loving your human body cell. And it's obvious when I went through all this material to find the truth, most of the videos I click on, the brother would spend 2 to 5 minutes just preening and posturing himself for the camera. And as time would go on, he started taking his shirt off, putting the body butter on, you know, eating the mango like it's some food porn, brushing his teeth with strawberries, to the point where I was just like, this is sickening. You know, how much can a person play Gorgeous George? For those old school people, Gorgeous George was that wrestler that Ric Flair got his original game from. He was considered the pretty boy of wrestling. Now, back to Nature Boy, the pretty boy of the jungle. This white girl came down and quote unquote ran away, and they sent the media. The heat came so hard that she decided to tap out and go home. And you could see Nature Boy starting to walk back some of his ideology because he had went too far to the extreme. So it was because all this attention was brought to his past and his not so current present. Meaning, as of June of 2016, which is almost a year ago, see, I want people to keep this in context. It's only been almost a year ago that in June 2016, he made his exit. He went to Honduras, which is a war-torn country that suffers from dire poverty, and there's a lot of stuff going on there that is not so kosher great. But he posted on Facebook that he would guide his followers out of the hell realm. So that means all of us sitting here in the U.S. watching him over there, we're in hell, according to him. And he's in heaven, in a tent. In a tent. In a tent. So this self-professed cult leader has a system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards him as the figure or object. He says to the news media, the followers are not buying into the beliefs set forth because he really doesn't have some solid beliefs. They change every day, as much as they're buying into the man preaching them. So it's a form of prostitution. It's a form of hoeing himself. He's not in it for the money. He's in it for the bodies. He's in it for the mind control. He wants to be the sole controller. So he says to them, he is a cult just like Canada and America. But what he's not telling his followers is once you get down there, you can only stay for 90 days without a visa. After the 90 days, you either got to leave the country and come back in, which is the shit he's telling them. The stuff he's telling them to do is go down across across Panama or across Nicaragua, and then just come back and get it re-stamped, right? Go stay at a hostel overnight, and then come back and you get another fresh 90 days. Man. So that's how you plan to have these people drop out of society and stay with you forever and never go back? Is that the game? Is that the jiggy bop? Do you know how quick, fast they'll catch your monkey ass and send you back here like a sloth on top of a giraffe? Look, when you put the video up, Nature Boy, talking about the white girl had a mutation in her hardware and talking all that black woman mumbo jumbo, brother, you got to know your attachments to the internet, your attachments to the cell phone, your attachments to the tablets, your attachments to the computer is giving them a beam right exactly where you are. Just like I'm talking on this now, and it's got a location peg on it. The satellite knows where I'm at. Pinpoint to the exact. You understand me? So that's when the house of cards started falling. That's when the dominoes started tipping. That's when the house of matches got lit. So You change your name from Melanation to Etherian. You want people to call you the master teacher. I mean, brother, are you even 40 years old? Because Moses didn't learn anything on the higher self, as you like to call it, till after he was 40. Maybe till after he was 80. In ancient cultures in Ethiopia, for example, you're not considered a fully grown man until you reach 40 years old. And they tell you don't get married until then. So it is what it is. You're making up your new ideology like L. Ron Hubbard, but it ain't based on no Scientology because it's pseudoscientific and it's really horrific. But I digress. You believe that the universe is archetype and the earth is inside body of the archetype, and people are fragments of archetype's consciousness. Negro, please. You refer to rejecting one's Babylon self. You refer to Caucasians as the mutated version of the universe. What the F is you talking about? Remind me of the big black dude in Prince with the Jerry curl and the Al Sharpton velour sweatsuit on and the gold chain that told Prince. See, the problem with you is the only one that understands your music is you. And then with the cold line he told Prince was, you know what it really is about you, boy? You just like your father. But I'm going to get to that later. Now, all this Ethereum stuff you talking is based on the Book of Ether by Aleister Crowley. In that book, I'm sorry, not Ether by Aleister Crowley. That's the Ether body. I'm sorry. The Book of Ether is in the Mormon Bible. Might as well be Aleister Crowley. In that book, there's a small group who separate themselves from the wicked society, might as well call it Babylon, and they form a new nation in the Promised Land. This is a mythical Promised Land. Like for you, Honduras was the first Promised Land. Now Costa Rica is the Promised Land until something happened there, and you're going to have to go somewhere else between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, the Equator Belt. I know. I've been to many places too, brother. You're just at the beginning. But the thing is, if you really want to do it right and correct and exact, go by yourself, establish it, and don't be blowing up this BS on Facebook because I'm going to shoot holes through your hollow theory like Swiss cheese and put you on a grater. Now, what is a cult? A cult is an ideological organization held together by charismatic relationships, usually of a leader, demanding high levels of commitment. People join these cults for many reasons and many ways there are to enter cultic groups. People are most receptive to joining cults when they're stressed out or in transition or when the normal way of operating in the world just ain't working for them. So where does these Ethereans' ideology come from? A gentleman named Mead Lane, who was a ufology parapsychologist. He proposed an interdimensional hypothesis to explain flying saucers. These flying saucers are piloted by beings from a parallel dimension called Etheria, or the invisible realm. And these Etherians inspired most of Earth's mythology and religion. They're considered mortals, highly spiritual, and tech advanced. They commune. Damn it. Hold on, y'all. Okay. They commune via psychic revelation on the terrestrial plane. This shit sounds like some mumbo jumbo, if you ask me. So again, the Book of Ether in the Mormon Bible talks about the Jaredites and companions led by God to the Americas shortly after the confusion of tongues during the destruction of what? The Tower of Babel. Where was the Tower of Babel? In Babylon. It's starting to kind of draw together. I want y'all to understand this clearly. So please hear me. In that story, though, in the Mormon Bible, the wicked eventually prevail and the promised land is destroyed. Now, let's go into the ether body. The ether body is by Aleister Crowley, also known as the Body of Light. It is highlighted in his Magic Book 4. That's Magick. And I want to commend Pit Boss for going in on the Black Wiccans because this ties right back into it. And this is showing exactly what Mr. Eligio Nature Boy is teaching, whether he realizes it or not. When you toss these names around in these terms, you can try to redefine them, but it's always going to go back to the root, especially when it deals with the media. You can't just make this stuff up, bruh. So Magic Book 4, Magic Without Tears, Chapter 81. This describes the ether body. And y'all just, you can decide for yourself if it sounds like anything Nature Boy be talking about. It says here, one passes through the veil of the exterior world. One creates the subtle body called body of light. This one develops and controls it, gains new powers as one progresses, usually by means of what is called initiation. Finally, one carries on almost one's whole life in this body of light and achieves in its own way the mastery of the universe. Now, this ideology was also picked up by the theosophists, people like Madame H.P. Blavatsky, Alice Bailey, C.W. Ledbetter, and Annie Besant, all atheist Satanists. It comes from the study of the Hindu synthesis of the chakras and the kundalini. Oh, yeah. Now, let's talk a little bit here about Mr. Eligio Nature Boy Prada Bishop's philosophy, his belief system. He professes a new age type philosophy claiming that return to nature is the path to finding one's own power. He employs a biologistic and pseudoscientific phraseology relating to cells and the immune system. In other words, this shit ain't based on nothing real. It's just what he think it is and how he's jumbling it and tumbling it to make a rhyme all the time out of some grime. And it's really a crime, but it's an intellectual thought crime. It's not like a criminal act in that sense. Borderline, okay? His philosophy has racial elements that are reflected in statements on the Nature Boy Reflections Facebook site, such as this, quote, "We are all cells living inside the Black woman's body. I am the Black woman. I am her consciousness playing out as the immune system here to activate the other cells to in tune with the body." And the philosophy appears to include a megalomaniacal dimension reflected in statements such as, "You can't be God if you can't be human. Get back to nature." I want to know how holding a cell phone every day and a computer every day in the middle of paradise for hours, babbling on and on and on to us back here in Babylon, is getting back to nature. If you're spending all day sitting in the sun like a lazy Ra, us, Lazarus, dead to everything on some, I can nourish myself through the rays of the sun. I can be a breatharian. I only eat one time a day, and it's potatoes and avocado, the God meal. You say to the people, Nature Boy, you say to the people, Nature Boy, that to us, you sound like a crazy man because we're dumb. No, you sound real dumb to crazy motherfuckers like us. Real talk. Because you're playing games and you're not telling people the truth about what you're doing over there. But I'll refrain for now. The Costa Rica Star requested info from Loco Popo to better understand your operation, Nature Boy. They said to the people of Costa Rica, if you have any info leading to the location or operations in Costa Rica, Mr. Nature Boy,
We will welcome any leads. And people responded online. You're lucky, man. Some of your neighbors like you, bro. They ain't pulled the plug on you yet, but you better watch who you let in your camp. That little Tarzan guy behind you might be taking some extra notes, bro. You never know. Or maybe even Sister Yaya might be building something up, bro. Better watch where you stick your erect in one of them directs. You hear me, Reflection? So now, let's talk about some of the people affiliated with you that actually got away. Oh boy. But before that, I want to address this Peter Pan syndrome you're dealing with, bro. In pop psychology, it's the concept of a male or female adult who is considered socially immature. You know, those type of men who have never grown up. And then there's the women that follow these Peter Pans, and they're called ones who suffer from the Wendy dilemma. It's a woman who's romantically involved with the Peter Pan type. You know, she plays the mother, lover, sister figure. It's based on a 1962 book by Aldous Huxley called Island. He also had a follow-up called Brave New World. These are some deep books that talk about the future and the cult-like systems and wickedness of Babylon. But basically, the Peter Pan thing comes from these dangerous delinquents who are power-loving troublemakers, boys who can't read, won't learn, and don't get on with anyone, and finally turn to more violent forms of delinquency. The ultimate Peter Pan was a dude named Adolf Hitler, a vegetarian who sucked his thumb and loved himself and talked about creating perfect humanity utopia. We know how that turned out. But basically, it says for these Peter Pan type cats that become cult leaders, most of their followers are in conflict with their families. And this brilliant black magician along the lines of Aleister Crowley, Ether Boy, teaches his followers to completely disconnect from their fake Babylon families. That's that Peter Pan. It really is rooted in narcissism and sociopathic behavior. It's deep. It's an affliction. It's a mental type of thing, like manic depression and bipolar dysfunction, and paranoia schizophrenia, as in when the white girl got hemmed up and they came down on you, you said, well, let me walk this back and send her home. Start talking about people want to come kill you. Ain't nobody trying to come kill you. What would make you think that? You paranoid, bruh? That's that narcissism. Now, here's at the root more further, digging deeper to the soil of it. Most Peter Pan syndrome dudes and windy chicks are incapable of steady work or responsibility and accountability to authority. Boom. So what do? They create otherworldly ideas of escapism. Man. Which brings me to one of the members that was able to get out and tell his story to the world. Brother Keno, the runaway slave, the Frederick Douglass of the Melanation, the Unknown Society Rejects. That's the station. Shout out, Brother Keno, Unknown Society's Rejects. Y'all go check that brother out if you want to find out the real deal on Nature Boy and how he run his camp. But I'll give you the skinny. I reached out to Keno. I was so impressed with the way he laid it down. The brother's writing a book. He's coming out with a movie. He's going to lay the game flat. Y'all go subscribe to him. He started off doing some videos saying when he got out, the good things about melanation. But then after a couple videos, he had a long laundry list of the effed up tartary, F-tard, effery. I'm trying not to curse, y'all. It's difficult for me. I'm trying not to use videos, y'all. It ain't easy for me. I'm trying to go off the dome piece, but now I'm referring to the notes, y'all. Keno said, these are the good things. Eligio
brought up disrobing and letting your skin breathe. Yeah, when you're down in places like Belize, Costa Rica, Trinidad, it's no problem walking around with no shirt on. You know what I'm saying? That's normal. Okay? And the reason is so the skin can have contact with the air and sunlight. Yeah. Keno's talking about he wasn't into the he always had to have an air conditioning unit. He had to get off of that. It's just some little mental stuff. No shoes, contact with the earth. Okay, now here's where it gets deep. So the first 2 nights he gets there, when you join the cult, they all come pick you up at the airport in a group, and they take you to a hostel for the first couple of nights. This is the initiation, trying to break you in, break you down. While they got you there, they tell you, okay, you can give up all your money and your valuables right now because you won't need that anymore. If you get hungry and you say, hey, I want to go over there and get some, oh no, you can't do that. We all work, we all move together. We don't let people stray. Sounds like some control issues going on here. So you left Babylon to be free. And now you must submit and subject yourself to the will of the master teacher, Eligio Etherboy. Okay, so now when we talk about master teacher, does that mean the student is now the slave? Oh my goodness. I think I'm gonna have to come back on and show you my face with this one, y'all. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. It's really too much. And I want everybody to stay tuned because I feel like I'm not even halfway through. Yeah. Oh. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm back. Here we go. Okay. So please be patient with me and walk through this with me because it's very important to get this information out no matter how long it takes. Back to Brother Keno. He started realizing that this was some control issues going on. See, your freedom is limited and your individuality is stamped out once you get down there. And this is according to him. He started to tell fairy tales about gatekeepers and divine feminine energy, to direct and address the homosexual LGBT issue. See, Nature Boy, I learned, he doesn't just want to appeal to the girls. He wants to appeal to the guys too. He doesn't just want to appeal to the guys and the girls. He wants to appeal to everybody. There's a really interesting, weirdo perspective defining gender and sexuality over there at that camp that's still being worked out. But see, a lot of people do not have the time, energy, and effort to waste time, energy, and effort to wait till you figure out what it is you're trying to do as Mr. Leader of the pack. Okay? So back to Mr. Keno. What I'm realizing about Nature Boy from Keno's testimony is that Nature Boy is the kind of cult leader who will prescribe a fairy tale to the individual. He'll create stories of epic mythological proportions that are personalized and specialized. I just had a deja vu, yo. I know this is real. But see, the problem with Nature Boy is his malicious intent is obvious. It's just below the surface, and he cloaks it with big words and pseudoscientific phraseology. He's looking out for his best interest, not your best interest. His end goal is completely self-serving. His plan is not for quote unquote us, you, or anybody other than him. Just his interest and serving what he wants. Forget what you want. He wants to teach you how to just be, but just be according to the way he prescribes it. Now, he appeals most to those out there who lack confidence. He's looking for people who will accept his ideology of we are an infestation. But he's really controlling and manipulating minds. He's got a serious screening process where he'll ask you your information, get your birth date, get the time of date you were born, and run a zodiac astrology black magic chart on you and then go from there and try to read your character and manipulate that to the fullest. So terms like mutation hardware, reflection, beings, possessions, and attachments try to create a sense of belonging and family where you're dealing with a society of misfits and runaways. So the argument against that, the counter of that, of his believers, and I see you out there. I hope you write up all this stuff and argue your way out of it in circular arguments with no linear point or ending. Because your arguments are your family members want to be possessive over you. The little girl Kayla said when she tried to leave, they put her on pills. Nature Boy be asking them when they come out, do you have crazy parents? But what the parents want to know is, how are you putting their kids in trance-induced states, Nature Boy? What is all this hodgepodge, hogwash about the immune system of the planet? I guess when somebody gets sick out there in that rainforest, you're going to put the immune system of the planet on them, hit them with some banana leaves. It's like in the movie The Beach. When the dude got bit by a shark, the big argument that divided the tribe was, should you get him medical attention at the hospital, or should you let him lay there and suffer and die? Now, you're telling people you want them to be in harmony with nature. I'm not sure if you're aware in Costa Rica, if you're knowing about all the different eco tours and ecosystem reserves, but I'm looking at it as a business model perspective on a retreat level, vacation, whatever you want to call it, Airbnb. If you ran that route when you're pushing the harmony in nature thing, as opposed to getting people over there sitting all day in the sun on social media 24/7, and the only time you leave the property is to go down to the river to fill up your Babylon 5-gallon Arrowhead water bottles with some bacteria water, or to go down to the Babylon Mercado and buy your little fruits and vegetables. Well, I thought at your preserve, you had the banana plantations, the coffee plantation, the mango grove. What's going on, Nature Boy? Where's the crop rotation? Where's the harvest? What are you planting? What are you building? Originally, you said you was going to make some tree houses, bruh. All I see is a bunch of dead trees in the big house and a bunch of tents around the plantation big house for the porch monkeys. What is it? I understand the reason you shit in the woods is to get closer to nature. That sounds like some Lord of the Flies-ish to me, my brother. Your poo-poo is attracting flies. When you have a perfectly running toilet and shower in the house. And I understand you don't let people take showers. You don't wipe your bum, so you're walking around with monkey crap between your butt cheeks. You don't let them get under no running water. It sounds like a pretty funky situation. And then today I just seen you guys over at the Babylon music store, look like Guitar Center, in the middle of wherever you were at down the hill, singing in a little circle, surrounded by Babylon instruments and Babylon electronics. And wasn't nobody close to you. I know why. I know why. I know why. Y'all stink so bad, you guys were like Pigpen and Charlie Brown. Everywhere you walked, instead of trails of dirt, it was trails of funk emanating for 10, 20 feet surrounding y'all. I know when the people see you in the city, they be like, there they go again. Look at them. Don't talk to them. Stay away from them. Watch them. They might be stealing something. But look, since you left Babylon, Nature Boy, and you said, you know, you weren't allowed to do what you wanted to do in Babylon, but you are there. You were always getting pulled over in Babylon, but now you are there. You were in legal trouble in Babylon, but after what the news broadcast said, bro, you better watch yourself and get lawyered up, because they don't play that down there in them third world countries, especially ones that are friendly like Costa Rica is to the United States. Oh yeah, United Nations is down there, bro, for a reason. They don't need a military when you got the UN there. Anything goes. And by the way, We're going to get into how you got there and why you left Honduras and what happened and how you dropped out for like 50 days and 50 nights. Anyway, so it wasn't the most pleasant experience for you in America. Has it been all the way pleasant for you in Costa Rica, my brother? See, you like to tell people when you backtrack that you tell the truth in a mean, firm, authoritative way. But then you have a problem with authority and being told the truth. I understand none of your followers can question you or go against you, or else they will be ostracized and ridiculed or emotionally abused, verbally tortured. Is that true? I mean, all you people out there watching from the Nature Boy camp that have not gone there yet, and even the ones I hope you're watching now that are there, ask yourself and think about all these things I'm saying, if it's real or true, or if it's just some Hollywood bull. Okay, so you want us to see how sick we are mentally in Babylon, right? And you're mad about the evils of the world, right? But what you're showing us, brother, is how sick you are having left Babylon and taken that disease with you down there, and how you can't let Babylon go because you're obviously on here every day, 5 times a day, crying out to say, come join me, I'm lonely. Bro, there's a whole country you can visit and people you can meet and interact with and interchange with. Babylon is right there too. You didn't know? Microsoft, Intel, all the Silicon Valley companies, right there with you. The #1 export besides ecotourism for Costa Rica is the tech world. This is why you have such great access to digital media and broadcasting out to the rest of us. It's obvious. But don't spit in the face of technology and Babylon when you're using it to promote your BS effery and tartary, where you're making commercials about your life that you're not really living like that. Because guess what? It's impossible to live for free. There has to be a source of money coming from somewhere. And clearly you're not in it for the money. You're in it for the bodies. You're in it for the sole control of these people's universe. And bro, that's what makes you a cult leader. Because nobody's perfect. Nobody has all the answers. Nobody knows the absolute truth, because there is no absolute truth. You're talking all this higher self stuff, but then you want to be primitive. Like, higher self to me is going into the futuristic George Jetson age of technology where we simplify life. You want to be in the Flintstones, going back to the Stone Age, acting like you're a black caveman, a Neanderthal in blackface. And that's what makes this whole thing a caricaturized Hollywood joke. Black Tarzan, searching for the utopia. Get out of here, man. I've been down there. I know what it is. I know what it's like. It's Babylon all around you. That's Costa Rica is Babylon's playground. I'm gonna just make it clear to everybody. Costa Rica is like the Las Vegas of the Caribbean. Costa Rica is like what Cuba used to be. They got casinos down there. They got legalized prostitution down there without no pimping. So you better be careful, Nature Boy, because you got that pimp ideology in you. But they don't play that. You got to let the women be free agents. You can't be handcuffing them and confining them to the compound. That sounds like some old American prison shit. Which, by the way, in one of your videos, bro, and I want to direct everybody watching this to go to Legio Nature Boy TV before he pulls this video down. It was recorded on June 19th, 2016, a few days before he left Babylon for good and went to Honduras. And the title of that video is called Fuck Father's Day. And that's a very telling video. Dude only got 529 hits, where some of his videos have over 100,000, others mostly have over 10, 20,000. This one video had 529 hits. He went in because so many people were texting him Happy Father's Day, and he got angry. He got super angry. You can listen to that video and he tells you why he doesn't like Father's Day. Now, I'll tell you why he doesn't like Father's Day. He didn't have a father. I mean, and I'm not trying to make fun of that. I understand that. I knew my father, and God bless the dead, but he was an absentee father. So I understand your pain and resentment. Okay. But one thing about me, when my dad didn't stick around and left my mom with me and my sisters, I vowed from that point to be a better father than my father was to me. So my son has always been in my life to this day. When it didn't work out with his mother, he came with me. I say that to say this. There's no reason, no excuse whatsoever on this planet for any man, especially a black man that didn't have a dad, to leave his children behind in Babylon. I say that because I have a first cousin who had 5 children, and he was on that go back to Africa. I want to get to the promised land, Zion. The same shit you on, Mr. Nature Boy. And he left his 5 children and wife behind. Never looked back. Now, years later, he's calling up the family, sending us stuff on Facebook that he needs money to come back. He got himself over there when people sent him money to talk about he wanted to come back. He went further deeper in Africa. So see, this is the dilemma you're putting your followers through. You tell them to turn their back on their family because clearly you never had one. Then the family you created, you abandoned. Little Africa, little Osiris. I know that's your children's name because I watched your videos. And you make the excuse that, oh, these are attachments. They're not really your kids. And then you talk some crazy stuff about you are this and that, and you reflect yourself. No, brother, we are but reflections of our ancestors. And your ancestors are embodied in you. You are your father. Your grandfather, your father, they're in you genetically, and you can never deny it. And no matter how much pain and ugly it might be when you look in that soul mirror, shout out to Suicide Age 29, I stole that from you. But when you look in that soul mirror, brother, and what you see you don't like, you try to project something on the other people that you do like about yourself to attract them. And I notice you really go in on these women. One of your first couple of videos, you're talking about intercourse. Everything is intercourse, social intercourse. When you eat food, it's intercourse. When you breathe, it's intercourse. In and out. Okay, brother. So what you're talking about is everything you say is a mind fuck. You're mentally fucking with people. And it's not cool. Okay? You might want to say, oh, you know, Black Ink, you're on your lower frequency vibrational thought patterns. GTFOOH. And IDGAF. Now, I might be on a slow vibrational thought pattern, but I would never tell somebody to come join me. Always speak about myself in the third person, isolate you, and twist your words around. It's just sick, man. Seeing things about your perspectives and your self-projections on everybody else. Like, you got the truth and everybody else is a liar. Bruh, what if I told you everybody has their own specified alarm clock that goes off when that person is ready in their due time, in their own way, in their own form, in their own fashion? A lot of these videos I watch you and see the people that came out from you project you from your own words and from your own actions and your ways and behaviors as a dictator, as an autocrat, as a megalomaniac. And then you want to turn back and say the media is stalking you and harassing you when you've been sitting there throwing rocks at the damn prison and broke a window, and now you want to act like, oh, what did I do? Yeah, that's your lower self. That's your body politic. You know, so you got the truth, right? So what is your absolute truth, bro? Because see, as far as I'm concerned, all the stuff I've been watching for the past 3 days and 3 nights has just got me overflowing with this garbage and sewage that I need to throw up and exercise myself from is that you're using people's emotion and pulling people's heartstrings just to get your own jollies, man. And even if it's negative attention or any attention, you love the attention. Clearly, you didn't get enough attention when you were growing up. So this is it. And I can understand wanting to be popular and wanting to be the guy that quote unquote saves the world. But Babylon ain't gonna fall no time soon, bro. You ain't the first cat to come up to say the end is near and blah, blah, blah. Well, put a date on it, man. Put a date on it. And when it don't happen, tell the people the truth. Because the path you're on is headed towards one of three endings if you don't just tap out and say, you know what? I'm not all the way right. I have been wrong, and I'm fallible just like everybody else. Get off the God complex. Either you're going to catch a major case when you slip, and the trap is already laid for you. It's like you're playing chess with Babylon, and you want to see how Babylon moves. Well, Babylon ain't lost the battle yet, bro. Catch a case, jump off the cliff, meaning just tell your leader, tell your followers, that's it. It's over. We got to transition, get on the spaceship or whatever you want to do. That's suicide mission because you can't come to the truth. Or, well, I ain't even going to give you that one. I'm going to keep going. Now, you talk about getting in harmony with nature by moving to Costa Rica, right? You're talking about you're fighting cancer. You're talking about the body and this so-called deep information, dropping hard drives, laying out jewels. It's all figurative speech, bro. It's rhetoric. See, if you was really doing something, you would have some results to show other than the videos of you just babbling. What are you building? Where's the school? Where's the structure? I seen you go to an internet cafe at the top of the mountains talking about you getting away from Babylon. But in order to get your message transmitted in your quote unquote classroom, you're at an internet tech cafe filled with computers, teaching on the chalkboard with the Babylon pen in the Babylon room filled with Babylon computers on the Babylon chalkboard at the Babylon desk. Come on, man. If you really was about it, you would have left and took a vow of silence and just wrote your book. You would have did the real nature boy thing, like Eden Abez from Nat King Cole. Just start walking around in all white, blending into society, and being that Father Yod, the guy with the harem that was the guru, that again had his own place where he's selling the food, he's preparing the food, he's making the records, he's selling the records out of the restaurant. But yo, these fairy tales you use, man, to cater to the individual, bro, these hypnotic trances is more like you putting people in hell instead of rescuing them from them. You talk about being inside the melanated being and all other beings derived from the black woman. Okay, and you know, you have people calling you master teacher, guru, sacred. For what? You know, when you travel, there's rules and regulations and stipulations to where you're going. You got to play the game with the rules of the game where you're at. And it's called responsible travel. You know, talking about that 3-month visa, and after the fact, you got to apply for some type of temporary / permanent residence and have a reason why. The reason why is usually some type of business or institution. So what's your business or institution? Even if it's a retreat, even if it's a 90-day boot camp, get your mind right. Going back home to Babylon and figure it out, and come on back when you get your mind right, when you need to get your mind right again. This is just irresponsible, telling people to cross borders and pay a bribe to a border agent. You know how illegal that is, Mr. Back to Nature? You get banned for life. You can come back home and be on a permanent list, which I'm going to get to right now. So get your paperwork right, man. Get your business right, because these immigration laws nowadays is some real stuff. People ain't playing no more. Especially when you come out on that cult stuff, that's just 2 clicks away from calling you the T word. You know, when they get Homeland Security and Transportation Security Administration up on ya, Get your passport taken away like Paul Robeson? Get banned from leaving? Or banned from coming back? But meanwhile, you talking about feeding the tree, taking a shit in the woods as a peace reflection. Telling everybody, pack up, sell everything, and bail out of Babylon. Then what? What about work? What about money? What about economy? What about sustenance? What about food? What about shelter? Wait, you want me to leave here and go live in a tent? Talking about you'll never be homeless if you have a tent? Tell that to the homeless people in LA and big cities that sleep in tents under these freeways. I mean, this don't make no sense. Maybe I'm just stuck in my Babylon Square world, right? And by the way, yes, you say, oh, in nature, nothing is made a square. Look around in nature, nothing is made a square. Let me tell you something, bro. It's not things that are made in a square. It's things that are made in a cube. And that cube is unique unto man himself. This is our part of creation that we've added onto nature for our shelter, for our protection, to build a family. You cannot escape that. That is why you are attached to that house where you have the tents right outside on the porch. That is why you are attached to the automobile to drive yourself around to the different locations that are right off the highway. Because, folks, Costa Rica is 90% rainforest, 10% beaches. That means the whole country is a rainforest. The whole country is a quote-unquote jungle. So you can pull right off the road, and there are campsites everywhere. It's not an issue. But when you get hungry, either you're going to go to them banana plantations, the mango plantations, and pick you a big thing of those. And after a while, you're going to get tired of the mangoes and coconuts and what have you. And if you're not growing the pulse and the beans and the vegetables.
Shout outs to my brother, Broke Genius, dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. What's going on, man? Yep, following over at Rumble. Yeah, this is what I was listening to back in the day. You know, of course, around this time, O'Shea had, I don't know if O'Shea was doing the Rumbles around 2016. I don't know. 2016 was like a weird year. But this is back in 2016. You know, when all of this stuff first started up, y'all didn't start hearing about Nature Boy until like 2018, 2019. You know, when all the craziness was going on. But as y'all see, this was the crew that I was rolling with. I was rolling with Black Ink and Digital Pit Boss. Now, some may say, shout outs to LaShawn Jefferson. Some may say he sounds like LaShawn. You know, some may say he reminds you of LaShawn. But nah, man. Black Ink was his own guy, and this dude, as you can see, he can hold a roast for a long time. Like this is a banquet. Like I've never seen the roast that he holds. You know, you gotta sit down and prepare for it. Cause it's like, man, he's about to like, this is some good slow cooking. You know, and then at the same time too, you're getting educated. Edutainment at its best. All right, let's go.
And the fruits, you're going to have to go buy it. You can't escape it. Unless you're going to live on the free range of the land and not own or be part of renting any property, no houses, no running water, none of that. You're stuck and attached to Babylon. As long as you got that phone and that computer and that car and the motorcycles and them colones, which is the Costa Rican money, you're stuck in Babylon. So quit playing. Quit lying to these kids. Because eventually, just like you, everybody going to have to come back or tap out or check out. So like I said, pack up, sell everything, and bail out to Costa Rica, and then what? What about work? See, I think you don't want to work, bro. I think you don't want to work. I think you've been prostituting yourself in a way where you got people believing in you and putting you up or letting you stay in their houses and stuff. But there's a price to pay for that. You know, Hershey Highway, chocolate churner, whatever you do, male prostitute don't just mean you're selling it to women, you're getting it from men too. Some weirdo stuff. But if you ain't got no business model and you got everybody coming down there giving you what little money they have left to take care of them, you have no business model, there's nothing you guys are working on. I guess the music is gonna save you, right? But anyway, I'm saying there's no industry, there's no business, there's no crop rotation, no self-sustenance. This is a fraud and a charade, bro. Unless you can show that there's some way that you're generating a way for people to work and have an economy, it's some BS. It's some BS. And I don't mean business science. Now, how do you deal with expenses? How do you deal with employment? How do you deal with income? Simple questions. Please provide an answer. What is the daily operation / occupation of this melanation? So you wanted to change. What did you change? Okay. You got Keno talking about he saw one video of you and wanted to come join you. And he liquidated his assets to be free and live off the land. But then he didn't tell you he had a family problem. And it sounds like that's what most of the people that's coming to you are dealing with. Like, fuck it, I don't want to be around my family no more. I'll go be with Nature Boy. And now Nature Boy is the father figure. Now Nature Boy is the family. Now Nature Boy is the damn prison warden who's keeping y'all locked in. I just want to know one thing. If I get hungry and I want to leave the compound and go walk and just go to the beach, can I do that? Can I do that? I don't think so. Let me know though. So let's go back further. Where did Mr. Nature Boy get all this type of mumbo jumbo ideology from in the first place? Well, I happen to do some more research, and right about now, I'm going to read off a little shout out list of the people that helped me compile this last bit of information. And the roll call goes a little something like this. Where did Nature Boy get his start? Some say he was a Malachi Z. Yorkie. He was a student of Malachi Z. York. And I've heard him shout out on his Fuck a Father's Day video that Malachi Z. York had the right idea. The only problem was he did his thing in Georgia, which was still in the United States, instead of taking it outside the United States and allying up with other countries. I guess that's what you're trying to do, Nature Boy, in Costa Rica. But the Costa Rican people, government, so to speak, doesn't take too kindly to anybody talking shit about the United States government, which gives them hundreds of millions, if not close to billions of dollars over the past 50 years. So I don't know how tight of an alliance you're going to make with a country that's allied with Babylon already. But shout out to brother Asare Bey. Shout out to Keno and sister Fleur Brun doing that Unknown Society Rejects radio show, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Very, very, very informative. Very, very, very expository. Shout out to Mr. I Am Black Olay. By the way, Asare Bey, I Am Black Olay, and another brother named Shinji are on some real business-minded, eco-type travel for Black people, exploratory, learning yourself in a humble way, going around, interacting with different populations and societies, and building your brand, building your business, and showing by example how to do it the right way. I'll say it one more time. Asare Bey, brother Shinji, and brother I Am Black Ola. Y'all doing it right. And your perspectives that you give about joining Nature Boy are cool because I know you brothers want to stay positive. Especially brother Asare. He was down there with Nature Boy in Honduras, in the first camp where they got ran out. And the brother's writing a book. And I want to get the book because he's not telling the story, but he's giving you hints. For example, he made a list of questions for people to ask themselves before they consider giving up everything and going down and joining Nature Boy.
But all I'm saying, back to the subject at hand, is in the shout out process, I learned a lot of this information through these people testifying and bearing witness to the truth of what they experienced. I was able to put all this together. People like Ashe Divine and DMT Free, people like DJ Kuda, people like Nasayak, people like Young Pharaoh, people like Let Me Explain, people like Nuff Game. I see you, Nuff Game. You dropping jewels in a 5-minute form of funk and fashion that explain everything. With me, I just have to take the long way home. So, Nature Boy, you telling people all they need is a tent and a passport and a toothbrush, and they can show up and blow up and sleep on the front porch, huh? Just buy a one-way ticket and come down. Meet them up at the San Jose airport. Leave Babylon and start a new journey. Have the whole crew come pick you up. Take you to the hostel for the first 2 nights. Get up to Perisqual, Costa Rica property compound. And why is it every time somebody's arriving, somebody else is leaving? Yeah, every time someone joins, someone leaves. Why is that? And then anyone that leaves is automatically classified as a demon. Now, let's address this. You can't go out by yourself because we move as one. And the family that eats together, sleeps together, and everybody got to eat the same thing. Sounds like that Brave New World, George Orwell, 1984, bro. You want some real strict, do what I say type shit. Explain to me about Sister OG from Atlanta. A, why she cut her hair. B, why you're always going in on her. C, why you call her names and disrespecting this person who's supposed to be the archetype, the Venus of Willendorf, the Hottentot beauty of South Africa, the original fertility goddess known to mankind and womankind, and you disrespecting, bruh. What part of the game is that? And what part of the game is your followers? And I'm talking to you guys as if I'm looking in your face right now, because I'm always looking in your face when you're cross-eyed and hypnotic trance talking that craziness about your Babylon family that you hate so much, but that loved you and nourished you and nurtured you to where you are, that you could run away with your stinking asses. Y'all don't say nothing to defend that sister. Y'all remind me of some animals that are deaf, dumb, and mute, but can see everything and say nothing. So anyway, can't go out by yourself. You can't question your leadership. You get ostracized, ridiculed, and told any type of denigrating stuff to make you feel less than human. But you're on your higher self, vibrating at a higher frequency tone. Give me a break. Then you want to tell everybody to give you or Key, you know, the $250,000 kid, the trust fund guy that's backing all this up, give you guys all the money and possessions and valuables and let them take care of you. Let them take care of you. Let them take care of you because you want to be free and do your own thing. You're going to let them take care of you. Sounds like some dependency, codependency, psychological sickness, if you ask me, but nobody asked me. So if you can't take care of yourself, then you become totally dependent upon Nature Boy and his pseudoscientific system of blase blah, babble, worthless drivel, idle chatter, nonsense. Now we got Yaya, the nature girl, his sidekick, his Clyde to his Bonnie, his Jane to his Tarzan, his partner in crime. First y'all weren't a couple, now y'all are a couple. So I guess Yaya is the mother figure. I'm gonna leave Yaya alone. I'm gonna stick to you, Nature Boy. So tell me this, Nature Boy. Why are the activities always confined to the property? Why the only times you leave the property is to get food and water or to pick up another member? Why the hostile routine as an initiation? Is that to break in from the shock that you're about to give them? Why is it that around the third or fourth day, Nature Boy, when the questions and doubts seriously arise and people are ready to go, you tell them, but I don't have any money. I had to spend all this money on XYZ. But they just gave you all their money. They just cut off the ties from their family. So you want them to call their family and say, I'm sorry, and go through that embarrassment and get dragged through the mud instead of giving them their money back and letting them go home. That sounds closely like kidnapping, hostage taking, some weirdo shit going on. And you wonder why they call you a cult. You tell people, how you gonna leave? I ain't got no money to give you to go. No. And then you spent money, this, that, and the third, right? That's called the old catch-22, the jiggy bop, the boogaloo, the Donnybrook, the brouhaha, the bamboozlery. So like I said, it appears like people are becoming imprisoned, kidnapped, held hostage, stuck, and fucked. You know they got family issues, bruh. That's your hook. That's how you get them. You know these are the factors that led people that want to come to you, and then they see the truth, and they're the same factors that make them want to leave you. And tell me about this potato and avocado diet, Mr. Fruitarian. So now a potato's a fruit now, huh? Tell me about these boxes of potato chips that you're buying from the Babylon market, bruh. You ain't even growing your own potatoes and having them black queens fry them up for you in that good coconut oil, bruh. I heard you was buying them Costa Rican Lays, player. Not even the organic ones. I don't get it, man. Mr. Fruitarian, back to nature, potato chip eating, brother. So all I want to say to people out there that think they want to follow this dude or call him the master teacher or their revered spiritual leader is this. How are you going to live by another man's system and doctrine when that's what you say you leave in here because you don't want to follow? It's like going from the frying pan into the fryer. And now, this tent city, oh boy. I say this. What if I'm uncomfortable with the tent city? Can I sleep in the house? Or is that part of the deal? I just gave everything away to go live in a tent. Please tell me. Please tell me. And another thing, bro, because the more I started watching, the more I realized you really are like a black magician. You're like a warlock. You be preaching spells on the minds of your followers. You be hypnotizing them with repetition. You be bombarding them with information, like so that they can never think straight or process it. And you're forcing them to agree because they can't argue with you. So now, once they lose their free will, it's hard to leave. You know, and let's talk about how you behave like a dumb nigga from America whenever those very nice Costa Rican road guards pull you over, because they're not really police, but they just got ARs in case you want to act a fool. But explain to me how you take these Babylon American ways with you down there, and as soon as they pull you over for driving, you want to yell and scream at people in English, acting like an idiot, and they don't even speak the language. And these motherfuckers got ARs, and you got nothing but your fingers, and you know how to act? See, you can take a spear chucker out the damn jungle, but you can't take the jungle out the spear chucker. I swear. You're making it look bad for brothers like me that have been going down there for years and blending in and knowing how to keep the secret on the low. You blowing up the spot for all the wrong reasons and putting a black eye in the game. Now, the police pull you over, you screaming at popos, they have the ARs, you got a language barrier, you're there for 30 minutes because you don't know how to act, and they finally let your monkey ass go. But don't think for a minute they don't have you on their radar scope, bro. They know exactly who you are, where you stand, and since you putting them on the wrong side of the attention map with the media, they waiting for you to slip up, bro. One wrong move on the chessboard, and you know what that's called? A fool's mate. Now, word on the street, brother, is that you have some trust issues, and you a control freak, and you hate to listen, but you love to direct. That's not a good teacher. Any good teacher is a great listener. Any good teacher brings out the best in their students. Any good teacher knows that while they're teaching, they're also being taught at the same time. So you say you live in nature. Yeah, you live in nature, but you ain't about that nature life. What are you doing with the nature you live in? Just showing videos, right? Okay. I hear that that's the only reason you're going out in nature, just to make the videos to show people how much you really got it going on. Well, what do you got going on, bro? Because I watched so many videos, not all of them, but enough to see that you ain't doing no work. Only work you doing is like Sarah Soon Seti and Sa Netter and them did 2-3 years ago, like you did yesterday in the black box inside the house, the Babylon house with the Babylon projector and the Babylon pointer stick, and you doing a PowerPoint. What's that got to do with nature? Trying to teach biology like you went to school for it. Man, faking it till you're making it. Your funk is some punk shit. Now, you away from nature, but you looking at it. You by the river on an ethereal journey, and the only thing you're doing is taking video footage for us to see. You pack up, you get your water, you go home. It ain't like you're doing it to be doing it. You're doing it to be showing it. You know, you should really be into making documentaries and commercials for your eco habitat chamber retreat, boot camp, whatever you got. Build it up, square it away. I'm not trying to tear you down, brother. I'm trying to build you up. But you're doing it in a way that's foul, funky, and out of bounds. Now, what's this about making people go to bed at sunset at 6 p.m.? Who made you the warden say lights out? What's this one meal a day thing? And you got to eat it all together. What is this imposing your pattern on other people? I thought this was freedom. What is this no showers allowed unless it's in the river? What is this you can't go nowhere by yourself? Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's called read between the lines, folks. If it looks too good to be true, then dag nabbit, it's too true to be good. Okay? Now, what is this mechanism that every cult uses where you guys are a brotherhood? You work off these natal charts where you get bombarded with this information, but it's your information. As in, don't believe anybody else's information. Believe my information, and only my information, because my information is true information. Well, I'm going to tell you what your belief system is. And thank you for this, Brother Kino. Your belief system, Mr. Nature Boy, is a bunch of BS. BS, a belief system. And we know what BS stands for in the real world. Now, you act as if you know more about your followers than your followers know about themselves. What part of the game is that? I'll tell you what part of the game it is. It's called the ego-driven life. You're not a prophet. You're not an angel. You're not a leader. Clearly, you couldn't get your shit right in Babylon, so you left. Meaning, right or wrong, you outright left out. You shook the spot and got ghosts like Casper, but you still haunt us from afar with that spooky shit. Like I said before, we're living in the Jetson space age, and you want to go back to the primitive Flintstone Stone Age. Are you just a black Neanderthal or another black Cracker Jack? Are you just another caveman living in a tent? Another nigga selling lies on pseudoscientific nature, thumbo mumbo jumbo like Dumbo. A candy half-ass, narcissistic, self-centered, psycho bully. Mentally and verbally abusive. How can anyone give up everything and follow a Facebook pimp in the woods? A total stranger. You even asked them that yourself. If people serve Nature Boy in exchange for him helping you ruin your life, at what cost do you get your end result? Out here fat shaming OG, calling other people in your camp ugly. Say that the reason you talk like that is because it's being real and not fake. Attracting a society of runaways and dropouts. Telling them to leave your family when all they are is seeking family. See, you know, Nature Boy, that deep down, everybody, including you, wants to be loved desperately. So you turn people from being a boyfriend and girlfriend to a reflection and a direct. You tell them the family that eats together, sleeps together. But what you're not telling them is that you're practicing black magic. And I told you before, the eco-tourism industry will welcome you. You would have so many people from here, black, white, whatever, from Europe, everywhere that would come to see you. But there's some darkness and some real negative energy around your spirit, bro. I see why you talk about demons so much and devils and the lower frequencies, because you're very familiar with it. You've entertained and had them around you this whole time in the invisible, right? So basically, bro, I'm saying you're no different from Babylon itself by forcing your followers to conform to your way or the Costa Rican highway. And I still can't get over it. Like, you know, cleanliness is next to godliness. Hygiene is considered something that even the ancient Egyptians were proud to practice, proud to take a bath in the shower once, 2, 3 times a day, especially when it was hot. That's some real, like, European filthy McNasty type, you only take a bath once a year type stuff. Weirdo, I'm telling you. You're the fake fruitarian eating on them potato chips. But I will give you this. You are providing a lot of content creation that provides a foundation to this garbage that you're pushing on the melanation. I'll call it ethereal cereal, which is really just a way of saying exercising that demonic system and lifestyle, entertaining the devils at your leisure. And you do so by imposing your lifestyle on everybody else. And if anyone disagrees, then you swear they are the demons. Meanwhile, you're planting spells in your downloads and upon the ones, meaning your followers, the ones, chakras, to crack their pineal gland and split it and then give them that black magic. Put the other world spirit in them and remove the original spirit that questions everything and has a conscience of its own. You teach them how to be healthily detached from attachment. Yeah, brother. Some sick stuff you pushing. You're dealing with them spirits in the material world. Now, how's your angle that you get these people on? They say you never sleep, kind of like Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves in that movie, The Devil's Advocate. They say Nature Boy never sleeps. Well, Here's the drop on Costa Rican lifestyle and culture. You got to remember, they're in Central America. It's a 420 friendly society. They have legalized prostitution. They have casinos. Pimping is outlawed. They call the lifestyle there pura vida, which means the pure life. See, that's where you be pushing at. Come live the pure life. He's not telling you it's just a phrase, pura vida, meaning life is good. Meaning it's the playground of Babylon. Meaning they have every type of drug known to man there. Meaning you could get, I'll put it to you like this, yo. Down there, it costs more money to get some good smoke. And the price to get some of that Central American sucre is like the price of a candy bar. And the quality is so close to the source that you could go up on top of the hill and find a little coca leaf tree and start chewing on them leaves. And see, chewing on them leaves, nature boy, getting that ayahuasca leaves and making that brew, nature boy, getting that DMT, freak, nasty, nature boy. Those are the type of drugs that make them not want to sleep. Stay up. And what do you do when you stay up? Well, if you're a computer tech junkie like you appear to be, you go super overload on the Googles and just download, compile, so that when your followers wake up, you hit them with the blitzkrieg of information, whether you know it or not. And it's so much it keeps their head spinning, keeps their eyes crossed, that when they go live, they can only say what you've already pre-programmed and fed to them. You sick bastard. And I know y'all gonna hate me for this, but it's got to be told. It's got to be exposed. Costa Rica ain't nothing but a ticket away. Look, you can go from LA to Costa Rica for cheaper round trip than you can go from LA to Miami or LA to New York. Real talk. A round trip ticket from anywhere in America might cost you anywhere from $300 to $450 on a nifty. So it ain't like it's something that's unreachable. And if you make enough of these black parents mad, they're going to come get you and teachable and make you the moment. Yes, sir. So now, back to this whole final conclusion. Your nature boy, is the World Wide Web. You're closer to the computer than you are to anything else. And this is how you get the people to come join you. But then when they get there and find out they have nothing left and nowhere to go, they're stuck on Survival Island. They're naked and afraid. They're out there with George of the jungle. And it's only so much faking it you can do till you're making it. All that stagnant, repetitive, redundant, follow me, listen to me, I am the allocated master teacher. Bro, that's an extremely sad case. Because you and I know you lost both your parents as an infant. You really don't have no ethics, values, morals, or codes. You never acquired them, nor learned empathy or sympathy. You were never really brought up with a family in the sense that we all know it traditionally. You lack the structure, the individual relations, or peer groups, which puts you in that pimp or die mentality. People from the hood know what I'm talking about. Pimp or die motherfuckers, they'll rob their own family and smile in your face and act like they ain't did nothing. And when you question them about it, they want to raise their voice and argue and cut you off like you're the one that's the criminal and they're the victim. So when it comes down to stuff like that, and you're never brought up with a family structure or individual relationships or peer groups and what have you, you become robbed of the opportunity to experience a healthy childhood, hence the Peter Pan syndrome. I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to put up with authority. I'll run away and I'll take the runaways with me. Well, Pinocchio, you're on Donkey Island now and your nose is starting to grow. And this explains how you can justify and rationalize leaving your children behind in Babylon and then having more orphan children come join you. It's just don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. But yet you say, fuck Father's Day, because your father fucked you, and now you're fucking your kids like your father did. And when they ask the mamas, Mama, where's daddy? I guess she's supposed to show the kids you on Facebook, right? Wrong. So, did you leave your children behind? Do you have a baby mama or two or a few? And when they say, Mommy, where's my daddy? Is all she can say on YouTube. You talk about this RNA activator, but yet you're anti-life. You say no kids allowed, leave your kids behind, no women can get pregnant, but yet you said earlier in one of your videos, when you leave, you're either going to have a bunch of wives or no wives at all. Now, which one is it, bro? And how do you deal with, because see, the laws of nature say that if you have intercourse, like you love to talk about so much, the likelihood of having a baby is high if the woman is fertile, especially if you do it more than once. So if you're so Mr. Nature, why is it that you're against having children around when they are the procreation or the recreation of life itself? The greatest gift that we can give on this earth is the gift of life. So what are you really talking about? Now, this anti-life sex freak who's an energy vampire using others and social media people to fuel his super ego, it said you were running a sex cult in Honduras. Honduras is kind of a mystery because according to what you've posted, my brother, you were there from the beginning of July, roughly around the 4th of July, when you broke out, to the end of August. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then something happened where you were off the grid for 50 days. Nobody heard from you on the internets or whatever, or the YouTubes, and you pop back up in Costa Rica, talking about this is how life is. And see, this is interesting. That has to be pointed out. What was going on in those 2 months in Costa Rica? Is it true that the folks came down on you and had to run the jewels, lay you down, took your passports, took your bread, and you had to figure out or nigger out your way out because you realized that the people that you were there where you thought was paradise was really in hell and saw you as a mark, as a target, as a chump, and got you. Why don't you talk about that, Nature Boy? Why don't you talk about how supposedly some girl got pregnant down there in Honduras and then she just mysteriously disappeared and the baby too? What happened there? What went on? Why don't you tell the people the truth instead of presenting it like it's a fucking Hollywood movie and you're the hero? For real, for real. See, the best movies are the ones that have flawed characters. Those are the ones that win the awards. But then again, you wouldn't know anything about that. So now, we're talking about the Honduras sex cult and what happened. People want to know. Please tell us. Okay? So then you come back, and while you're on your station, I noticed you posted a clip of Charles Manson talking about time to get back to the jungle. Well, I explained earlier about Charles Manson, and anybody who admires him or thinks that what he was saying was some real shit is pretty damn sick. You need to be checked out, bro. You really need to be checked out. Now, about you and your 12 disciples, right? That sounds like you're on some Jesus freak. And everybody around you is supposed to be on some, yes, Rabbi, yes, Lord, yes, Savior. I say, weirdos. And what is this about you sucking your thumb, Linus? Huh? What grown man I know sucks his thumb? I ain't making fun of you, bro, but that's usually a telltale sign of some type of abuse that happen on early in life, you know? And it also tells some other things as far as like oral fixations and what have you. And I'm gonna just leave that out to dangle like a participle. But it seems like you suck your thumb and your computer / cell phone is your security blanket, Linus. Well, I dare you to do this, like you say on Facebook. Get offline with the internet and get online with nature itself. Can you do it? Can you stay off the internet for a week? Can you take a vow of silence for a month? Fast on your words, my brother, because the mind lies behind the tongue. The more the tongue is flipping and wagging, the more the mind is lying behind it. Yes. So, I heard you don't like to let people meditate, but then maybe this week you do. I heard the daily operation of activities is you wake up and drink tea after you sleep in the tents, and then you get up and sunbathe all day and post videos to the internet. And if you do have to leave the property, it's to go get water in the big Arrowhead Babylon 5-gallon bottles at the river full of bacteria water, or going to the Babylon market to get your fruits, vegetables, and boxes of potato chips. It's almost like you're running a little military dictatorship. And you're always complaining about how much food consumption people are making. You trying to starve them out so that their minds will be weak. Psychological abuse like they did in them camps in Vietnam. And why has everybody got to make videos where they're parroting you like a macaw and a toucan? Which, by the way, Costa Rica has some of the most beautiful animals out there, and they run wild. Little monkeys, little fruit loops, birds. You know, follow your nose; it always knows. And the big parrots, they call them macaws. Why everybody parroting you on their live feeds, on their love streams, brother? Nobody has a voice of their own. And really, who's funding this Nature Boy exhibition? Is the white man that you used to have relationships, be the male escort, do the in-home nursing, that you had signed over the power of attorney to you so you get a $10,000 a month stipend? Is that how this whole thing is being run? If it is, it's cool. But if it's not, say so, because people want to know. I mean, honestly, I have a 28-year-old son, and if you did your stuff right, I would send him down there to you just to get away for 3 months, just to get his mind right. There's plenty of people with resources that would do that, but you act like you don't want the money. So it makes people think, what is it that you really want? So yeah, who's funding you? You know, who was this guy that gave you this big inheritance, this endowment, this fellowship fund? Because you were fellowshipping and having fun with me. Okay.
Shout out to Arab Black in the building. What's going on?
First you said to the people when they got down there, they ain't got to cut their hair.
You can check. I'm check in the background.
Now all of a sudden people getting the buzz cuts. Part of the game is that. Where's the garden Kino made? Why aren't you showing that? Matter of fact, where's your agriculture skills in the crop production? You ain't got to go all the way down there and say you're going to be about nature and then ain't got no crops. Shit, I'm here in Babylon, right in my backyard. I got a plot of crops, eating them too. What y'all eating on? What y'all producing? Besides a bunch of lip service. I heard you got coconut trees, key lime trees, orange shrub trees, and all you doing is shitting on them trees and not eating nothing. Well, I hope you don't eat nothing if you're shitting on the tree. That's bad biology, bro. That's bad biology. Talking about E. coli, botulism, dysentery, all sorts of things. You step on that shit and cut your foot. Now you done woke up with some gangrene in your toe. It's a shame, though. So you drink your tea, you bathe in the sun, and you stay on social media till the day is done. I call that dead sun zombies, the lazy raw us, the Lazarus crew. And then what is this about the empty vodka bottles strewn around the property? Kind of like them empty vodka bottles and big jugs of that Citron, Limon, Bacardi that you had between your legs, Nature Boy, back in the day, Tyson the Man. And then you don't want people smoking weed, So then, why y'all so lazy? I could understand laying around in the sun, getting blunted, getting blowed, getting zooted all day. Y'all ain't smoking no weed and you're lazy? This don't make no sense. But then it does make sense if you stay up all night that you messing with that sucre, that pit ball, sucre, 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 sucre. No sleep, no sleep. Stay up, stay up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So tell me, are you an authoritarian father figure for runaways? Are you running a rest haven for runaways? Are you running a shelter for the battered of Babylon? Are you providing a tent for trifling transients? Are you a hamlet for the homeless, a lounge for the lollygagging lizards, a garage for gallivanting, a wolf pack for codependency? Tell me, nature boy, is a direct where you follow your erect without protect, aka a sex partner? Is a reflection just a meaning for everyone? Why do the girls have to be topless, nature boy? Are you a titty freak? I heard you made them stand up against facing each other, the guys and the girls, one night and flick each other's titties until they got aroused, and then told them to turn the energy inside of them and do the reverse kundalini. What type of black magic orgy freak shit is that, bruh? But hey, to each his own. I can't hate the player, and I definitely don't hate your game because your game is super lame. And it's a shame. So, Brother Keno said he was there for 2 weeks and did nothing. Said he didn't really like shitting on the tree. Didn't really like the idea of not being allowed to use toilet paper. But just the whole idea of human fecal matter is unsanitary out in the open. A field of shit, maggots, and flies, like I said before, like Piggy in The Lord of the Flies. And so this is the price for paradise. Abandon your life, liquidate your assets and livelihood, travel to Costa Rica to live with and join melanation. Now, at first, you never allow white people to join. Then all of a sudden, you got Tarzan and Sunray. You know, people have to pay when they go see you with underdeveloped suppression and become victims of verbal and psychological abuse to where they're worse off after they leave than when they got there. And so basically people literally become a slave to Nature Boy's whims and fantasies, subject to his fantastical ideologies and servants to his moody behavior. In other words, you become completely dependent on him as a manipulator of pain and a conniver of heartstrings, convincing you he has the answers and solutions simply by saying, follow me. Okay, so enough game, shout out for your video talking about Eligio Bishop, Nature Boy Master. What? Because if he's the master, again, are all his followers, the servant students, coming out to Malachi Z. York Church and camp? You took it further than polite. You took him on a ramp rather than walking the plank to skank and get down and drown in the lake. Uh-oh, I brought polite into it. Nature Boy, what you and polite got in common? Y'all brothers even know each other because y'all running the same game, but you're just doing it in a different lane. So to my brother, all is God or God is all, I want to thank you, dog, but I'm not through, y'all. Just a little more before I go. Are you into UFOs, Nature Boy? Are you into the fresh air? Are you into the environment? What are you into? Because it seems like you're into everything, but nothing at all. Because when you tell people that to rent is to live in the lower self, I heard you was renting. Where you staying at? We are critical of those who eat from grocery stores. You doing the same hypocritical shit that you project on us that are still in Babylon. when you say having children and giving birth is not allowed, you're not really living in the natural world. That's the brave new world of 1984. When it's realized that you left your own kids behind and you call them Babylonian attachments, and then you tell people that's the karmic lesson, you're not breaking the vicious cycle of slavery where families were broken up and split apart and sold off to the four corners of the earth. You are in fact perpetuating that curse and keeping it going on generationally while you're out exploring some unrealistical, ideological, dystopian, dysfunctional, malfunctional so-called utopia. Yeah, unpack that. So the karmic debt that you're creating is going to have the psychic vampires sent to collect your soul under that contract of black magic. Oh yeah. You win it. You made a big mistake, Nature Boy, when you put that video up talking about Dr. Sebi was a fraud. When now it's being uncovered that right about the time he passed away and made his transition, you show up in Honduras. You show up and now you pick up a platform and a format where you're promoting that you're the guy. And people are wondering why, oh why? Because out of them 120,000 hits you got in your video and you had to disable your comments, was because at least 100,000 of Dr. Sebi's tried and true people who have been healed by his works and his contribution to society through medicine and proper living ain't too happy at you, bro. You done threw the wrong rock and sank the wrong boat talking that stuff about a man who did more in one day of his life than you've done even in your life. Even before you came out your daddy's nutsack and was a twinkle in your mama's eye, and she carried you towards fruition to make sure that a stain like you could be here to cause so much harm and pain. And Dr. Sebi did exactly the opposite
Yeah, man.
of
Up
what you're
all night,
talking about.
man.
So you might want to rethink that. And really, on a final note, you're not really about that nature life, bro. You're inside the house, attached to social media, 24/7 on the internet, on Google, on Facebook, on YouTube, making bogus infomercials. Make it look like y'all doing something by trying so hard to do nothing. Now, in the final analysis, your videos tell a story. Everything you say and do can and will eventually be held against you in the court of the social media. And brother, you can live true. Baby, you can live trife. But whatever way you live, you got to live your life. But you're running out of time and you're about to cross the finish line. The finish line. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the conclusion of the melanation sensation explanation of the ethereal serial of the nature boy, golden child, jungle bunny, third eye pimp named Spirit Chucker show. Got to go.
Damn, that was the coldest breakdown, takedown. Was an excellent of this show. For those of you who may not know, cousin or daughter or brother or someone life and looking for a way out, and trying to change their name to play a different game. Temptation. These Fox, Hard and True 45, GG, and for sure, Big Sean Lee. Supporting our channel. To put that expository together. Any other issues going on in this world you'd like us to attack? Email us 99lightyears@gmail.com. Happy to explore the information. This was not a name calling for the sensation and the explanation. Exploratory journey. Event. Boy. Back, homie. That Fruitopian link. Let you get it in. I'm your boy, Digital Pit Boss. Brought to you by Black Ink to make you think. New. Hard. And blessings. Boom. What up with y'all?
All right. Now, it's a whole series, but we'll touch on it a little bit later. I got to do some more work. I got some videos I got to edit. I want to thank everybody for coming through. We did 8 hours and 31 minutes on today's show. So definitely we'll be back in the next couple minutes. Well, next couple of hours. Good morning, everybody. Shout outs to everybody that contributed to today's show. Shout outs to Antisocial Socialite Podcast. I looked up, this is one of the videos that I can find on Polite. They did say he pleaded guilty. Just take a listen to it real quick.
If you hit a man in time, his wounds will heal. And if you steal from a man, you can replace what you steal. And always cross in the green, never in between.
Previously on the Troy King Show.
This is the mugshot of 37-year-old Michael Nowak Jr., also known as Brother Polite, to his more than 300,000 Instagram followers. Miami Beach police arrested Nowak this week for alleged sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl in a hotel room in February. Police say the alleged victim was the daughter of a woman he was romantically linked to.
Yo, YouTube. What's going on? Trey back again. Take y'all with another video. Hope y'all are having a very great day. Hope y'all had a very great weekend also. My day is going absolutely marvelous. Big shout out to all the channel members, all subscribers of the Trey King Show family. And much love to each and every last one of you all. And you all, this is an update to a story that I did way back, yes, in 2021. And this story is about Brother Polite. Now, for those who don't know about Brother Polite was a popular social media influencer. Basically got his fame from Sinetta in New York when they were doing all this conscious community type blogs and also podcasts and also different types of events that they put on, trying to awaken the conscious level of the Black community and also teach them a lot of things. And when I first seen Brother Polite years ago, you know, I was very proud of this young man, just like I was proud of a lot of them, even though a lot of them dropped the ball, a lot of them done lost their way. True enough, this is not about them, though. This is about Brother Polite. So when I first seen Brother Polite, I like, this is a very intelligent guy. So fast forward years later, Brother Polite got into a lot of trouble. And when these allegations first surfaced back in, yes, 2021, I couldn't believe it myself. But at the same time, when you have this much proof and you have this much truth being thrown at you, I'm not going to use the word proof, but when you have these many allegations thrown towards you in the way it's thrown at him, I mean, you can pretty much tell it's some truthfulness. Now, I'm not up here saying that everything that was reported was truth, but one thing about it, we all can agree on is this right here. His DNA does not lie. My Brother Polite was arrested for some very serious sex charges dealing with a 14-year-old girl. And a 14-year-old girl happened to be the daughter of one of his so-called wives. Because for those who know about Brother Polite and watch him also on Side Nella and also on other people's podcasts, he always showed himself off with 3 or 4 different women. So I was thinking to myself, why would a guy who parade around with beautiful black women mess with a minor? But come to find out, you know, chances are those allegations are said to be true. Now, Brother Polite was in court last week, and I think it was a pre-trial hearing, if I'm not wrong, where they would determine the logistics of his case and also the sentencing that will be going on very soon. And also, they put his sentencing out for 60 days, where they also ordered him to turn his passports. Now, you know, for anybody who have passports and who travel, anytime you got to turn those passports in, chances are you are in trouble with the law. They don't want you to flee the country, and also you may be going to prison. Now, also what was said in that live stream where you had his lawyers talk to the judge was the allegations surrounding this 14-year-old girl. Even though they left out a lot of key parts, they did not mention the whole thing. They kind of like put that off to the side because who Brother Polite is and also his social media presence. But one thing they did mention again was the DNA. And also, if I'm not mistaken, he's facing like 4 or 5 felonies, serious felonies. And each one of those felonies, if I'm not mistaken, carries up to 15 years and also 2 misdemeanors. So I want to ask you all this also because when this allegation first surfaced, Brother Polite said he was innocent and then also had the nerve to sit up here and threaten bloggers like he's going to sue bloggers for basically speaking out against him. But what I'm going to tell you all this right here is, look, as long as you speak the truth and you don't slander nobody or lie on them, they cannot sue you for a damn thing. If the truth is the truth, I mean, come on now, how you going to sue somebody? But anyway, for those who don't know about the background of the story, we're finna break it down right now. And once again, thank you all to my channel members and to my subscribers for sending me the update to this story. For those who don't know about the story, prepare yourself because it's about to get way worse. Anyway, I'm going to read a quick snippet from this story, and I am going to give my opinion, all of it. Surely, as we go, social media influencer Brother Polite arrested in Florida for serious crimes, and those serious crimes are going to make you curl your stomach. Anyway, buckle up. Here we go. Now, Michael Noack Jr., also known as Brother Polite, surrendered to police Monday for alleged sexual battery of a 14-year-old girl in a hotel room in February. Now, this incident allegedly took place in February of 2021, but he wasn't arrested till, I think, August of 2021. But in June of that year, he was also ordered by the police with a warrant to produce his DNA. So the police took his DNA and they ran his DNA against the DNA they allegedly found inside the victim. And inside the victim does not mean the person's private area. No, the DNA was found inside the girl's mouth. Anyway, yes, I told y'all it's going to get nasty. Let's continue. Now, the alleged victim is the daughter of a woman Michael Noack Jr. was involved with, says the police, not the Trey King show. Now, Brother Polite defense attorney says his client is innocent. The court saw very different than that right there. Anyway, let's go on a little bit further. Now, according to the police report, Michael Noack Jr., who is a motivational speaker and also an author, asked the woman if he could take her daughter to an after party at a club in Miami. For those who remember, I did that story. Now, ask yourself this. Why would a grown man, a full grown man, ask one of his women to take their daughter, a 14-year-old girl, to a damn after party? Number one, no 14-year-old girl have no business at an after party. And number two, no 14-year-old girl have no business partying around a damn grown man, no matter if that's her mom, boyfriend, or her stepdaddy. But at the same time, certain things are supposed to be off limit. But can't you see how this story going now? You see the wheels turning already? He asked one of the wives, could he take a 14-year-old girl to an after party, trying to separate the girl from her parent. Now listen, let's continue. Now the report states that Noack took the teen to his hotel after seeing that the club was closed. Now, if you in Miami, pretty much, I'm sure that you're going to know if certain spots is open, certain spots are closed. But at the same time, we will give him the benefit of the doubt. So upon you seeing this club was closed, why did you not turn around and take the girl back to her mom or whatnot? And none of this would have never even happened. But guess what he did? He took the girl back to his hotel room. The story also goes on to say, reports said the suspect gave the teen alcohol and started dancing and touching the teen inappropriately, groping her breasts, inner thighs, and buttocks, as you all see at the bottom. Because I don't want nobody to sit up here saying that I am lying on anybody. Now let's continue. It goes on to say Noack tried to force the teen to perform oral sex on him. Now ain't that some mess right there? Then it also says the teen allegedly passed out and woke up to Noack trying to make her throw up, says the report. Now ask yourself this. Why would a person try to make you throw up? Because evidently you have something inside of you or you ingested something that they try to make come out. And I'm not trying to be funny. You get what I'm saying? So let's just think about this. Let's just say if the allegations are true. Now think about this. What would be a better way to make somebody get rid of the DNA evidence that's inside their mouth? If you make them throw up, right? Okay. Anyway, now, This is what Brother Polite lawyer had to say. He says this: these are serious allegations, but in any situation, there is always a motive. You are damn right. There's a damn motive. Then his lawyer also says there is always a lot behind the scenes that the public is not going to be able to see. So let me ask you all this. What do you think the lawyer meant by when he said there is always a lot behind the scenes that the public is not able to see? What do he mean about that? Because one thing about DNA is that DNA does not lie. You get what I'm saying? So for a lawyer to make a statement like that, it sounds like to me, sir, that you're trying to mislead the public and make the public think that these allegations are not true. But ask yourself this, people, family. Ask yourself this one question. What 14-year-old makes up a story like this? And also, how is a 14-year-old girl able to produce somebody else's DNA? And also, why would the mama lie, you know, with the daughter, if it's all a lie? Sound like it's a lot of truth being said. But, you know, I remember Brother Polite stated several times that he would not take a plea deal. So once again, family, what kind of person takes a plea deal on a charge like this, dealing with child rape and also with these other serious charges? So that's why I want to ask you all, what kind of person take a plea deal on something like this if it's not a lot of truth being said about the whole situation? And then the fact that that same person will have the nerve to threaten bloggers, talking about he's going to sue them. You cannot sue somebody when they are reporting what the news reporting. And notice, you never hear these people talking about suing the damn news station. When the news station is the main one putting it out there, that's why I always, you know, quote my sources. Anyway, let's finish up. Now, the report also states that the girl's mother found her intoxicated and possibly on drugs with severe swelling on her mouth and lips. Now, why would a 14-year-old girl's mouth and lips be swollen up? Sad situation right there. Anyway, it later states Noah told the mother not to call police because it would ruin his career. Really? What kind of career? Also, Noah was served with a DNA warrant in June and surrendered to police that Monday. So if the incident took place in February, they serve you with a warrant for your DNA in June, and then August of that year, 2 months later, you are arrested for the charges. Chances are, guess what? They matched their DNA. But you already know people who have came forward to law enforcement, anytime they accuse somebody of violating them sexually, guess what they always do? They always, 90% of the time, do a rape kit. That way they can determine if any rape have occurred, and also trying to match the person's DNA. That's a common thing that they do all across this country. Anyway, let's close up. Now, Norrick was served with a DNA warrant in June and surrendered to police that Monday. Now, his lawyer says the police report is only an allegation. So once again, I'm going to put it down there so you all can see. So if the lawyer said that and it's only an allegation, sir, why 2 years later would you take a plea deal when you admitted on social media that you would not take a plea deal because you're innocent? Who takes a plea deal on child rape and these other charges and risk, like I said earlier, ruining their career social media-wise, and also risk of taking a chance of going to prison for 15 to 20 years? And it's 4 counts. Now, in closing, this is what the lawyer says right here. The lawyer fought like hell for him. It don't do no good, though. Anyway, he said this: we have no doubt that he is not the person, the attorney said. We are going to get him past this and on back with his life. Now, what do you mean, attorney, when you say we have no doubt that he is not this person? What you mean he's not that person when the DNA is clearly there? So once again, in closing, doing that Zoom call that took place just a few days ago last week, I think it was a pre-trial hearing, like I told y'all at the beginning of the video. They were discussing this DNA. So one thing about this, if none of this is true, why is there DNA involved? And also, where did the DNA come from? I mean, like, let's be for real. Anyway, you all let me know what you think about this story. Do you think Brother Polite is guilty of this because the DNA says so, not me? You know, so do you all think that he is guilty, or is the people, or is the man, like he like to call it, or is the man just after him? Anyway, you all let me know what you think about this story. If there's anything I may have missed or misinformed, it's not my true intent, please let me know in the comment section, or you can email me. We can talk about it more there. If you like the video, push that like button. If you like the video, subscribe to the channel, become a channel member. Also, share the video with your family and friends. So next time, y'all stay blessed. And family, women and men, talk to your children, girls and boys. Please talk to them and let them know if anybody touch you inappropriately, please do not hesitate to come and let me know. And it's a good thing that if these allegations are true, like they are saying they are true, it's a good thing that, number one, the teen girl came forward. And it's also a good thing that the mom came forward. And imagine how bad that woman must feel knowing that she was messing with Polite, knowing that she was around this man at the same time, evidently, as it seems, not me saying it, but as the story seems, looked like he had his eye on her daughter the whole damn time. Anyway.
Well, in closing, I said this last year, And me, Sexy Red, Nicer, and a couple people were over here talking about it. Because I remember when I did that video. I think the mother knew about it. Unfortunately, that's how it is in the black community. I think the mother knew about it. But listen, y'all, it's Player Talk Radio. We out. Peace.
The Pan-African was too stunned to speak.
Jollof rice combination. Grand Rising. You know, while you've been sipping on that satanic nectar you call bottled water, I've been decalcifying my pineal gland with triple ionic distilled counter reverse osmosis diffused alkaline Kangen water, which can be yours for 2 easy payments of $49.99 per ounce. Call now to get what on earth he just said. Also, Hillary Clinton is a clone.
That's First of all, I come from a long line of tricks and hoes. Yes, what's the eyebrow thing? I come from a long line of hoes. I'm not the first one, maybe in this generation, but it go all the way back to slavery time. And before then, with the Egyptians and the Moors, a long line of selling pussy. I'm not the first one. My auntie, my mama don't like me saying her name in my interviews. Grandmama, great-grandmama, great-great-great-grandmama.
So was any of them in a $40 line?
$40.
Women are so accustomed to male attention now because of social media that they're addicted to it. The attention and love of one man is no longer enough. She needs it from multiple sources. She needs to know that he wants me, and he wants me, not just him. So now you have all these women shaming men for not being enough. Like, he's not enough. Well, of course he is, because you're addicted to so much attention. It's dopamine to them. It's a fucking drug. And women are shaming men for all this instead of taking the self-accountability to realize that they fucked up their tolerance to intimacy. That no man is ever enough now because they've been with so many types of men. They don't understand that men aren't perfect and never will be. And that's where love actually comes from, is you start to love unconditionally and you stop looking for a perfect partner. And women are stuck in this delusional fantasy where they think they're gonna find these Prince Charming, well put together men who are a blend of a lover boy and an asshole. A man who's romantic but also an asshole. It's like, those type of men aren't really out there, and these women just want to pretend like they're gonna find these type of guys instead of realizing that they have desensitized themselves to love, to intimacy. Women are so—
Yo, what's going on? It's DJ Kuda. I'm doing some promos this week for a limited amount of time. If you want your beat videos and music to have a cool, professional, decent look like this one, while you're working on them and putting out multiple tracks, contact me to get this applause look. Just send me the track art and let me know how you want your font and soundbar, and let me handle the rest. Pricing starts at $10 for YouTube, $5 for YouTube Shorts, TikTok, and Instagram. $15 for the full package per video. I'm running a sale where you can do 3 videos for $20 and 5 shorts for $20. Don't miss out. Details will be up soon on my Gumroad store. For faster service, hit me on the Cash App with the details and let me know what services you need exactly. I'm now also running an ultimate $50 package where I will apply a quality broadcast ready master on your track and deliver it done post ready for all social medias and portrait modes like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok, where you will receive 3 files from me: 2 social media files, movie mode and portrait mode, and a master wave of your song. All you need to do is send me the song, wave or MP3 only, and your track art, the name of your track spelled correctly, and what font or soundbar you'd like, and I'll take it from there. And if you don't understand, replay this commercial. It's Kuda. Peace.
Would you rather watch a tree grow or a knee grow? Oh my God.
Do you really have to go? I'm sorry, but I must.